only grown-up in the room. Just ignore her." I felt slapped. Hard. I knew I had hurt the girl's feelings, and I really did regret that. But I hadn't done it on purpose. He knew my sense of humor better than anyone, and he gave as good as he got. It was a lame joke between a brother and sister, and it was rotten luck and bad timing that it went awry. But what Austin said about me hurt. It really hurt. I wanted to say something in my defense. Anything. But I didn't want to make a scene. If I got upset in front of everyone, it would prove Austin's point and make everyone think I was crazy or that I was always pissed. I left the room with a growing ache in my chest. Now, it was my turn to cry. Chapter 38. Shit, Austin. Since when did you think of me as always pissed? Worrying about you wasn't being pissed. Someone had to do it, and obviously you aren't too concerned with your future since you just got sprung from jail, and the first thing you did was throw a party with plenty of booze and underage drinkers. On post, at Dad's house. Those were the thoughts swirling around in my head as I walked up the stairs to my old room. The air inside the house was thick and getting thicker. I had to get away. I needed a break from Austin. From the vodka. From the party. I wasn't sure if I needed a break from Cale, and for a moment I had almost forgotten he was even there. For a moment. Almost. There was no way he'd missed the exchange. He probably thought I was being catty, that I was a bitch. It wasn't true. It really wasn't. I tried not to give other girls a hard time. We had it tough enough. Hormones, periods, underwire bras, double standards, douchey guys. We needed to stick together, not stick it to one another. I really believed that. But there was always a but, wasn't there? I couldn't help my instinctual assessment of other women. Giving them the once-over, trying to determine who they were, with what kind of agenda, and where they ranked in our invisible hierarchy. It seemed so petty to put it like that, and it wasn't that I was comparing them to me. More like I was comparing myself to them. Ruffly Shirt Girl was prettier than me. She had beautiful, clear skin, slender hips, and long legs. Her hair was amazing. She dressed to flatter herself, to bring out her best features. I dressed in what was clean-ish, or what was on sale. I wasn't competing with Katie, Barbie, or whatever her name was. Okay, that was bitchy. I really wasn't. First of all, she was in a totally different league than I was, and second, her target was my brother. That was clear from the get-go. So this comparison thing, this competition, it wasn't about guys. If it was, why would I compare myself to the girls on IG or on TV, like I did when Madeline Petch looked out at me from the screen? She was flawless. Even with my ultra-high-def TV, she had the smooth skin of a porcelain doll. Not a blemish, not a spot or bump. It almost made me want to go vegan if that's what it did for you. I thought about this sort of thing a lot. I tried to figure out where it came from. Where all my insecurities came from. I really didn't care that guys looked at other girls more than they looked at me. It was just that some girls made me feel less than. I couldn't explain it, not really, but it was hard to get out of my head. And the thing was, I knew it wasn't just me. I thought about Elodie, beautiful blonde Parisian Elodie, with her pretty cheeks and doe eyes. She'd sit with a mirror in her lap, picking at her face, saying how horrible her skin was, that her eyes were uneven, and her nose was off-center. Did all women do that? This was when I missed my mom the most. It would have been nice to be able to talk to her about this sort of thing, to have someone to confide in, to have her listen without judgment. Has it always been like this? I'd ask her, and she'd tell me, no, it was never this bad. Social media and selfies and the Kardashians have made everything so much worse. Or she'd say, yes, it really has always been like this. I used to compare myself to Charlie's Angels back in the day. Then she'd get out her old photo album, and we'd laugh at her 80s hair. Who was I kidding? That would never have happened. Chapter 39. My bedroom door was closed. Was someone inside? It wouldn't have been unheard of to find a soldier passed out on my bed, or a couple hooking up. Not Austin and Katie, though. They were still in the kitchen, probably talking about me. Katie would be over her hurt by now, and smart girl that she was, she would have turned the situation around to her advantage, used it to get closer to my brother. United against a common enemy and all that. And Austin would have known that he was onto a sure thing, so he'd likely be going on about how annoying I was, how I'd always been so uncool. He had two sides to him, one that fiercely defended me no matter what, and one that used me as a prop, a pedestal that elevated him to cool guy status. I didn't need 3 guesses to know which one was down in the kitchen. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't rid myself of the habit of imagining what other people were thinking or saying about me. I did it all the time, even though I knew no good would come of it. It was like picking a cuticle, scratching and nipping at it until it started bleeding. I was doing that now, picturing everyone in the kitchen, wondering what they were saying or thinking. Even the ones who didn't know my name, they'd think of me as that prissy chick who badmouthed sweet Katie. Someone would ask who I was, and they'd say, "Oh, that's Austin's sister," and then they'd remember me as the girl who went around picking up empty bottles and pizza boxes as if she was working the night shift at Fridays. Ugh. I hated the way my brain worked. I tried to tell myself that I didn't do anything too horrible, that people would understand I was mostly joking. I never would have talked like that had I known she was there, even if what I said was true. I was grasping now. Wasn't it funny how people always demanded the truth, yet mostly couldn't handle it when it came along? In all fairness, I was the same way. Demanding the truth, yet holding on to the lies. They came in handy when you wanted to guard yourself against the truth. Lies, that is. I paused in front of my room. I didn't really think anyone would be inside. This get-together was way calmer than most of the parties Austin had thrown in the past, before he went to stay with our uncle. And I had to admit that Austin seemed a little different now, more stable. Or maybe I wanted him to have calmed down. Thinking this way protected me from seeing the truth. I knocked, then waited before opening the door into what turned out to be an empty room. I stood for a moment before entering, taking everything in, even the smell. God, the air intoxicated me with a feeling of nostalgia, like the scent of my former life. I had been trying so hard to start a new chapter, turn a new page, whatever it was people did when they tried to move on. I stood there looking at my old bedroom while thinking of my new bedroom. Such a stark difference. This room was the same as it ever was. The same purple bedspread with little white flowers all over it. The same matching curtains with a burn mark on the corner from my one day as a smoker. I got grounded for that. My parents didn't notice the burnt curtain, lucky for me, but they had caught the cigarette smoke as it wafted down the hallway. After that, I was forbidden to hang out with Nina Hobbs, the only girl in my grade who was allowed to shave her legs, and who had made me want to smoke like she did. My dresser was cluttered with the usual teenage girl stuff. Old tubes of glittery lip gloss that had been expired for years, bundles of headbands and hair elastics. Notes from my best friend, Sammy. Well, Sammy was my best friend until she married a soldier and getting a hold of her became impossible. Gel pens in every conceivable color. Everything had a memory attached. Some more than one. I couldn't bring myself to toss a thing, not the hair accessories I had worn for years through multiple hair colors and multiple bad haircuts. Not even the sticky lip gloss that my mom snuck me when my dad said I couldn't wear makeup until high school. I picked them up now and rolled them around in my hand. They had names like Berry Beautiful, Pucker Pink, and Sweeter Than Sweet. Funny, though. Once you get them on your lips, they all had pretty much the same rosy color, the same sugary and sticky shine that always caught in my hair. I hadn't been in my new place that long, but this room already seemed like a time capsule. Come to think of it, this was the first time I'd stepped into the room since I'd moved out. I wiped my finger in the dust on my dresser. Estelle made sure every room in the house was clean, except this one. What about Austin's room? I wondered. Did she do her Martha Stewart thing in there? Probably. She had different rules for the men in her life. I realized that I hadn't changed any of the furniture since 7th grade or so. I remembered sitting in that purple beanbag chair when Josh, the cornbread gifter and the first boy who kissed me with tongue, broke up with me. I was fool enough to believe him when he made the excuse that his mom had told him he needed to work on his grades, keep his head clear, and stay away from girls if he wanted to pursue his supposed football career. But he started dating one of the popular girls the very next day. Word around school was that he had dumped me for her. 7th grade really did a great job of inflating my insecurities, and, spoiler alert, Josh was now in and out of jail, not on a football field. That beanbag chair was the indoor equivalent of the porch swing, full of drama and dreamy memories. There were a lot of teenage tears in that fabric. No wonder I have a visceral reaction today to the color purple. The nightstand was stacked high with my old books. My econ textbook from senior year peeked out beneath a hardcover copy of You by Carolyn Kepnes that was collecting dust. I had bought a second copy of You when I realized I'd left the original at my dad's and didn't want to go back there to retrieve it. Dad and Estelle hadn't been married very long then, and I hated being around the newlyweds. I left every chance I got. That made 2 copies. 3, if you counted the audio. I bought that to hear the characters come to life in a voice other than my own. It was one of my favorite books, and I was happy to keep a copy at both houses. It became one of the few stories that my dad and I both loved. I reached for it and cracked open the spine. I could use the distraction. You walk into the bookstore and you keep your hand on the door to make sure it doesn't slam. You smile, embarrassed to be a nice girl. When I heard the knock on the door, I nearly jumped out of my skin. Shit! Karina? What? I sounded angry, like you do when you're scared. Karina, are you okay? It was Cale. Can I come in? Come in, I said, and nodded, though he likely couldn't see me through the crack in the door. He entered slowly and, once inside, gently closed the door. The little click sounded so loud, so definite. You okay? He asked as he walked toward me, stopping a few feet away from the bed. I sighed. Yeah, I said, shrugging, closing my book. So do you always read at parties? When he said that, it reminded me of a novel I was reading last year, an angsty, good girl, bad boy trope. I had a love-hate relationship with those books, but was currently waiting for the next one in the series. So I was in love at the moment. I don't know, I got overwhelmed. That girl, I raised my hand in the air holding the book. She heard me say that stuff, and now Austin's being a dick, and she probably feels like shit. Cale nodded. You didn't know she was going to walk up. Still. Try not to worry about it. I know you're going to beat yourself up over it. That's just who you are. You know what? Now he was the one who looked caught. It was clear that he hadn't meant to say what he had. Or maybe he'd meant to word it differently. His mouth hung open a little. What do you mean, that's just who I am? I accused. He'd better not have meant what I thought he did. He took a breath. I meant that I know you worry about a lot, and you put a lot of pressure on yourself. A lot of blame. I wanted to stand up, to tell him to get the hell out of my room, but I sat there, holding tight to my book, keeping my legs crossed underneath me. And you know that... how? I asked, not really wanting to know what he was going to say. I had already become this girl to him, the one he needed to check in on, maybe take care of. I despised the idea of that. No way was that going to be me. No way was that me. Come on, he pressed me. He no longer looked unsure about what he had said or would say. He looked annoyed. You're acting like you know me. You've been around for, what, a week? And half of that time, you were MIA.
So you missed me when I didn't come back?
He asked. Why was he talking so much all of a sudden? And how could I get him to stop? That doesn't matter. My point is that you don't know me, so don't say that I'm doing something or being a victim or whatever. My voice sounded screechy and dramatic.
That's not what I'm doing,
he sighed, rubbing his cheeks with both palms.
And I sure as hell didn't say anything about you being a victim.
You said you put a lot of pressure on yourself.
Never mind,
he said, defeated.
Forget I said anything.
I felt so angry, so embarrassed and upset. I didn't know I was directing all my feelings toward Cale. He came up to my room, I assumed, to check on me. That was a nice thing to do. I'm sorry, I said. I'm frustrated, and I'm taking it out on you. I guess this fits since I hooked my fingers into air quotes, always pissed.
I don't think you should be too hard on yourself. People do shitty things. It's what we're made for, he told me.
He was trying to change the subject, and I was grateful because I felt like crap. Any sort of buzz that I was feeling was basically gone at that point, but Cale still looked different than he had before tonight, even without my vodka glasses. Humans are made to do shitty things? That's depressing, I told him. But I kind of liked the way it sounded, cynical as it was. He sat down next to me on my bed, and the metal frame creaked. He was too big for my bed. He looked like a grown man in a dollhouse. I felt like he was going to lecture me about something, maybe ask if I did my homework. His knowing eyes were focused on me, and in a rare occurrence, he didn't look away or stare at the floor.
That's life,
he said. Life is depressing?
Every life I've come across,
he replied, his eyes still on me. I couldn't disagree with him, though it made everything feel so heavy. Yeah, I guess you're right.
You told me about the way you and your mom made sense of things, believing that when stars burn out, the good in the world dies along with them.
He chuckled softly.
That's the most depressing thing I've heard, and I've seen and heard a lot.
He drew out the end of the word. I laughed at that and continued to look unabashedly into his eyes. He was a good head taller than me sitting down, and his black jeans and dark skin looked so nice against each other. Cale's hands moved to his leg, and my tummy flipped, thinking that they'd move to me next, that he was going to touch me. But instead, he rubbed at the top of his leg. What's wrong with your leg? I asked him. For all the voices downstairs, I couldn't hear anything except the slowing of Cale's breathing and the sound of the air conditioner vent blowing from the ceiling. He started to say. I watched the words hesitate on their way out.
It hurts sometimes. It's not a big deal.
Can I ask what happened? He closed his eyes and didn't say anything as the seconds passed. I remembered his first massage and how he kept his pants on the entire time, the way I thought I saw him limping, but couldn't be sure. You don't have to tell me. Maybe. I could help, you know, I offered. I was sorry for asking in the first place, but he leaned down and grabbed the bottom of his jeans and started to roll up the fabric. It was such an intense moment, the air so still between us. And then the silence was broken by the ringing of a cell phone. Cale's cell phone. I jumped from the suddenness of it. Cale let go of his pants and stood up, pulling the phone from his pocket. His face changed as he stared at the screen and silenced the ringer. My heart was racing, beating inside of me. Everything okay? I said. His handsome face was distorted into a scowl as he looked at the number. He ignored the call. I thought a text popped up, but I couldn't be sure.
Yeah,
he said. I didn't believe him. He shoved the phone into his pocket and looked at me. My eyes went immediately to his right leg, and he stepped back. Then he scanned the room like he was looking for something he couldn't see.
I have to go,"
he stammered. He moved so quickly, like a soldier, and he opened my door before I could stop him. His name was stuck in my throat as he turned around to look at me, as if to say something. Our eyes locked for half a second before he seemed to change his mind and turned away from me. I didn't know what to think about what had just happened. We had been so close. I had opened up to him, and he was opening up to me. And then he was gone. I was so overwhelmed with everything that I didn't even understand why I burst into tears the moment he disappeared from view. "Happy birthday," I managed to say, after he was long gone. Chapter 40. I woke up with a headache like I'd never had before. My mouth was like the inside of a hamster's cage, and my hands felt too big for my body. Even my hair hurt. I rolled over and buried my face in my pillow so that I wouldn't have to open my eyes. I rummaged through the bedding to find my phone, and I felt the cool glass screen against my fingertips. When had I climbed into bed and under the familiar purple bedspread? Slowly, I turned over. Even more slowly, I opened my eyes. 2 missed calls and a "Where are you?" text from Austin. Great. The person I was thinking of was Cale. It was bad enough that he was the last person I thought of before I fell asleep. Did he have to be the first person I thought of when I woke up? I could picture him sitting there on the bed next to me. I could almost feel the impression his body made on this small bed. And I could see his face as he walked out the door, leaving me behind. I had to do something about this situation. I had to keep away from this guy. Where did he get off thinking that I would be there for him whenever he felt like showing up? Who did he think he was with this on-again, off-again bullshit? This guy was playing me with his "so you missed me when I didn't come back" attitude. Last night he had opened up, let down his guard, and let me inside. He talked. He listened. He laughed. And the way he started to roll up his jeans, we were getting so close. And then he turned back into the stranger Elodie's husband happened to know. I never wanted to see him again. I needed to see him. I didn't want to know where he went last night. I needed to know. I should never have let him stay over that night Elodie brought him home. I should never have brought him to my dad's for dinner, and I sure as hell should never have brought him to last night's party. I didn't like my anger and regret. How dare he make me feel this way? Lesson learned. Remind yourself about that, Karina, as you go about your day. Shit! My day! I had to work! I did a quick phone check for the time. It was 8:30 and I had to be at work at 10. It didn't matter that I felt like hell. No way could I get my shift covered on such short notice. Anyway, I needed the hours to pay that last cable bill, so I was going to have to suck it up. I was used to that. At least I didn't have anyone scheduled until after lunch. I'd be the one taking walk-ins. That wouldn't be so bad, though, because most clients didn't talk much at all during their first treatment. That was something, at least. I usually dreaded walk-ins, but today I preferred that to seeing anyone I knew. Rolling out of bed was the hard part. The first hard part, that is. More belly flop than roll. I shimmied into my pants, then my t-shirt, and I pulled one of my vintage hair scrunchies off my dresser and stuck my hair in a ponytail, replaying the events of last night. I didn't want to admit it, but I was starting to feel that addictive pull. Addicted. There was no other word for it. His beautiful face, his strong body, his confident voice. I loved the way he didn't bother with small talk, as if he knew instinctively what was important. I could tell that the other guys looked up to him. But what else was going on? What was it that made him shift from being another random guy at a party with a beer to a soldier, hypervigilant and on guard? What had Mendoza been trying to tell me about his boy? Mendoza's voice in my head was drowned out by the sound of my brother's snores as I passed his room. I was glad he was asleep. I didn't want to talk to him. Or anyone else, for that matter. Just a quick pee and I'd... Oh, crap. Oh, I'm so sorry. I had no idea anyone was in here. I backed out into the hallway, trying to avert my eyes, not knowing if I should leave or if I should wait until she came out. I was trying to figure out what the etiquette was in a situation like this. The bathroom door opened and Katie appeared. You sure know how to make an entrance, don't you? She had a toothbrush in her hand, and her hair was brushed neatly to rest just above her shoulders. Hey, hi. As if this wasn't awkward as hell. Hey, I'm sorry. This is getting to be a habit with us. Me surprising you, you apologizing to me. She laughed. I guess it was kind of funny. Look, it's okay, she said. Really, no harm done. I was caught off guard last night. By what you said, I mean. Yeah, about that? No, it's okay. Really. Well, the stuff about me still being in high school wasn't cool at all, but that other stuff, about your brother, you didn't tell me anything I didn't already know. Wait, you mean, I'm not an idiot, Karina. I've heard a lot about your brother, but like you, I don't listen to everything I hear. The look on her face was a knowing one. Her blue eyes homed in on me. She certainly didn't seem like a high school girl now. And that means... I was hazy from the hangover and the embarrassment of walking in on her like that, but what the fuck? Her candor shocked me. Had I underestimated her? Are you referring to my brother or Kale? Maybe another time, okay? It was a late night. She paused to make an exaggerated stretch, causing the oversized t-shirt she was wearing to ride up high enough to show me that Nurse Katie was overdue for a bikini wax. I'm tired and I really want to get back to bed. Besides, she added, it's chilly in here. And with that, she turned on her heels and went back to join my brother. Chapter 41. Elodie wasn't there when I got home. I couldn't remember if she had to work or not. I barely remembered that I had to work, and I didn't pay attention to whether or not her car was in the driveway. I took a quick shower, but I still felt like death when I got out. Brian used to keep a hangover kit in his apartment. Extra-strength Tylenol for a headache, Benadryl for puffiness, Pedialyte to replace essential minerals, and Alka-Seltzer to soothe the stomach. He was like a depraved Boy Scout, always prepared. What I wouldn't give for a couple of Tylenol now. Forget the ex-boyfriend. Take the meds. That sounded like a good plan. I searched the entire house but came up empty-handed. I even fumbled through the drawer with the packets of soy sauce and chopsticks, just in case I'd find one of those little individual packets of Tylenol or Advil in there. I wouldn't even have cared if it was expired. Even though the drawer was full, there were no pills of any kind, but I did find an old fortune cookie, which I cracked open. You don't need strength to let go. All you need is understanding. Actually, Fortune Cookie Company, I really needed some aspirin. I made a cup of coffee and sat at my kitchen table, staring into space. My mom, my dad, Austin, Kale, every stressor in my life seemed to be weighing on me. Hard. Tapping me on the shoulder, pulling the muscles in my back. I wanted to bang my head against the wall, to cry or scream and shout, but I had to leave for work. As everyone kept reminding me, I was the responsible one. Just do the next thing, I told myself. Put one foot in front of the other and do what needs doing. That's how you'll get through the day. With that little pep talk in mind, I made my way out of the house and through the alley to the salon. The doors were unlocked when I got there, the open sign bright in the window. Molly was behind the desk, checking in a middle-aged man and woman for a couples massage. I was glad I came in as they were being escorted to the rooms so that I didn't have to take them. The woman looked really excited about it. He looked annoyed, as if his wife had dragged him there to work on their relationship or something. You could always tell. That's why couples massages were my least favorite thing. I'd rather rub a client's thick, calloused heels, and I really hated doing that. "Good morning, sweetie," Molly said when she returned. "Or maybe not?" she asked, her eyes searching my face. She could always see right through me. "Hangover," I offered. I thought it was best to admit at least half of my problem. She took in my wet hair, puffy face, and bleary eyes. Was all she managed. It would be a long day if Molly, of all people, started getting on my nerves. "Is Elodie here?" I asked. I couldn't see the calendar from where we were standing. "Yes, and on time," Molly told me, nodding in approval, and maybe making a little dig at me. "Elodie's not late that often." "Your client is here," Molly said abruptly, looking toward the door. "I don't have any clients scheduled." "Not true," she said. "Here, look at the schedule." She pointed to the name scribbled on the little blue line that said 10 o'clock. "Did someone move their appointment?" "I can't read this," I said to Molly. The bell dinged behind me, and Molly turned to address the customer in her sweetest voice. "Mikhail, for an hour deep tissue at 10? That you?" I nearly choked on the air when I turned around and saw Cale. Sure enough, there he was, wearing a gray t-shirt and joggers. They were black, tight on his legs, with a big Nike swoosh on the thigh. He looked exhausted or hungover, like I was. "Cale," I said, as if I had to tell myself that he was actually standing there.
"Hey,"
he replied. Hey? Was he here to talk to me? Or to get a massage? Both? It was all too much. He waited patiently while I collected myself and checked his name off the schedule. I stared at Molly until she walked away reluctantly and with a smirk imprinted on her face. I looked at Cale and felt the tape of the last 24 hours unwind. I didn't like him, I told myself. That addiction stuff was nonsense. It was just that it had been a while since I'd been in close contact with the male species, so of course he was getting inside my head. I was lonely, that was all. Everybody got lonely. It was only natural. Right this way. My voice was cool, professional. He wasn't the only one who could be aloof. I pulled the curtain back to enter my room, and as I did, Elodie popped up around the corner, a little French jack-in-the-box. "Hello," she said, her voice high and cheery. She scared the hell out of me, and I jumped away from Cale. "I left before you woke up. I had—" She stopped talking when she saw who was with me. "Cale? Hello?" She double-kissed his cheeks, and I moved out of their way. In fact, I leaned my back against the wall. An appropriate metaphor, I thought.
"Elodie, hi."
They talked for a moment, good-natured, casual conversation. But when he put his hands on her elbows, a friendly and completely appropriate gesture, I felt a wave of anger swell. That's when I knew I had completely lost my mind. "I'm really hungry all the time. I can't seem to gobble down enough food." She laughed as she said this. Cale gave her a faint smile, and I found myself secretly pleased that it wasn't the big smile he'd given me. The one I couldn't get out of my head. Yep, mind was lost. "Well, I'll see you around," Elodie said and made her way back to Molly. I walked into the room without even looking at Cale. I was usually more polite to clients. I would never turn my back on them. But I did now. Let him follow behind me. Let him feel what it's like to see someone's back disappear through a door. Chapter 42. The room was dark, so I lit a few candles. It was one of those small tasks that helped me ease into the day. Almost a ritual. Molly had a couple of those Bic automatic lighters in each room, but I preferred matches. I loved the scratch as he ran the match head over the striking surface, the tiny little explosion that brought the flame to life. So much better than the nervous click, click, click of those lighters. I was aware of Cale, standing just inside the doorway. He might have been evaluating his escape route, or maybe even considering a quick getaway. Who knew? I ignored him as I lit the candles. Almond from Bath & Body Works. Yes, I knew the scent came from chemicals, but like most people, I couldn't splurge on the organic ones. "I'll come back in a couple of minutes, give you some time to undress," I said, but he pulled his shirt off as I made to leave, so I didn't get a chance. I exhaled a small harump to express my displeasure, then turned around to face the wall. I could sense the tight movements of his shoulder muscles as he lifted his shirt over his head. I could have gone out.
"I only need to take my shoes and shirt off,"
he told me. He was still a client, regardless of whatever this was. I stared at my dark purple wall and tried to imagine it navy. I was still undecided on what color to paint it, but yesterday Molly had finally approved changing the wall color, for my room only, so that was a win for this crazy week. The clean, masculine aroma of the candle was working its way through the room, and I felt my breathing slow. I stared into the flame until I heard the table creak and the soft pull of the sheet. I counted to 10 once he stopped moving. "Same pressure as before?" I asked. He was lying there on the table face up, his stomach exposed. The thin blanket and sheet were pulled up only to his hips. He nodded. Great. Back to this. His eyes were open, following me around the room. "Usually I start with the back, which means that the client lies on his stomach," I told him.
"The client,"
he said.
"Right, that's me."
Cale turned over and rested his head in the face cradle. I grabbed a hot towel from the warming cabinet and tried to think about him simply as my first appointment of the day. But who was I kidding? He was more than that. Was he playing some kind of game with me, being present one moment, gone the next? It sure felt like he was. Yet another reason I stay away from dating, and men in general. I couldn't keep up with the games. I wasn't good at them. I placed a hot towel on his back. The moist heat would help relax his muscles and make the treatment more effective. I took another hot towel and wiped his arms and feet. In silence, I focused on his soft skin, taking in his scent. Cedar and campfire, I think. And definitely bar soap. Cale was not the body wash type. I started to pump peppermint oil into my open palm, but stopped when I remembered he had refused it in prior sessions, that curt no being one of the first of his monosyllables. I rubbed my hands together to warm them, although I would have loved to surprise him with icy fingers on his warm skin. A little bit of payback for the merry-go-round he had me on. I was getting myself worked up again. In fact, I was about 2 minutes away from telling him to get off the table and get the hell out, or at least explain what his deal was. I was already regretting having opened up to him. All that stuff he knew about my mom, my dad, about me. I turned the music up on my phone. Banks. Let her tell Cale that I was tired of his waiting game. I made sure that the music was loud enough for him to hear the words, but not loud enough to disturb any other patrons. See? Still professional. Cale's black sweatpants weren't torn at the hem or faded to purple like most of mine were. Black cotton can do that, turn the color of eggplant. And it always happened to my clothes after a few washes, another problem I had with purple. And today, the purple glow of everything in the room was annoying me. In that moment, I felt fortunate to have 7 brains in my head, all thinking different things at the exact same time. Again, the flash of us alone together. Cale dropping his emotional armor, leaving those invisible bodyguards outside. It was my own little streaming service, and thank goodness I could switch between channels so that the next 55 minutes wouldn't be awkward for either of us. Comedy? Drama? Home improvement? Take your pick, Karina. It was good for me to think about other things while I rubbed the balls of his feet, while I ran my palms up his left calf. Tylenol. I'd drop by the drugstore after work and pick some up. What else did I need? Shampoo? I tried to push the leg of his pants up a little, but it was tight at the bottom. His phone started to ring in his pocket, but he didn't answer. I couldn't bring myself to be nosy enough to ask who it was. I've never seen anyone ignore so many phone calls. I was about to tell him that most clients prefer to turn off their phones, that they find the interruptions jarring. But who was I kidding? Cale wasn't like most clients. I moved up the back of his thigh, around his hips, gliding my hands along his bare back. I tried to think of what movie I'd watch when I flopped down on the couch after work, but it was hard to think of anything other than the muscles along his shoulders, so prominent under his soft, dark skin. Right under his shoulder blade, there was a spot so knotted that it had to be giving him some kind of pain whenever I pressed into it. "Does this hurt?" I asked him.
"Yes,"
he replied. "Like all the time or right now?"
"Aren't those the same thing?"
"No." I pushed the sides of my thumbs into his muscle.
"Oh, yeah. That hurts all the time."
"You didn't say anything before." I hadn't remembered feeling it the last time he was here, and there was no way the muscle would pull that tight in a matter of days.
"Why would I?"
he asked. I wished I could see his eyes as he spoke. "Because it hurts?" I pressed harder than normal, and he groaned. The tissues separated under the pressure of my touch. "Because I asked you?"
"Everything hurts,"
he said.
"My whole body, all the time. I'm used to it."
He was so casual when he spoke about what his body had been through. I was close to finding out more, but his phone ringing saved him from letting his guard down with me. Chapter 43. I loved my job. Healing people, offering them relief, both mental and physical, and being able to alleviate pain and soothe others using my hands. My career was my passion. But I didn't love the stereotypes. I had worked hard to become a massage therapist, taking classes in anatomy, bodywork, physiology, even psychology and ethical business methods. I practiced countless hours, passed my massage and bodywork exam, got my license. All that, and still I had to deal with those classless jokes about happy endings. I remember the first time someone implied that I was a sex worker in scrubs. He got a gleam in his eye when I told him that I worked as a massage therapist. I had been sitting in a coffee shop, minding my own business, enjoying a latte and a book, when this older guy sat next to me and asked me what I was reading. We chatted for a bit. He seemed nice enough. That is, until the conversation came around to what each of us did for a living. He told me that he was a lawyer at this prestigious firm. I could tell that he was trying to impress me by name-dropping some big clients and talking about billable hours. I told him that I was a newly licensed massage therapist and that I was really happy to be starting my career. I was going on about wellness and the whole mind-body connection and the undeniable growth of the self-care wellness industry, when he raised his eyebrows, leaned in close to me, and said,
"Oh, you work at a massage parlor."
I explained to him that calling it a parlor was offensive in today's world, and he let me know how tired he was of being called offensive. Most clients were respectful and seemed to understand that very few sex workers hid behind the professional label of massage therapist. I wasn't naive and knew where the stereotype came from. That work was its own lane on another highway. I had nothing against women who decided for themselves to be sex workers, and, out of respect for their choices, I hoped they could work safely, with self-determination. There had been a recent bust of a little massage place on the other side of town, and that shook me up a bit. I had applied for a job there before Molly hired me, and I got the creeps thinking about how close a call that might have been for me. It also made me appreciate my boss even more. The way she ran a tight ship, looking out for our best interests. I prided myself on professional relationships with all my clients. Was I crossing the line with Cale? I tried hard to focus on the treatment I was providing, without so much as a gratuitous glance at his body, no matter how difficult that was. I had never thought about a client in this way before, and I wasn't going to start. Well, it had already started, but it wasn't going to continue. As he lay on his back with his eyes closed, I tried to distract myself with physiology, by naming all the chest muscles. Pectoralis major, pectoralis minor, serratus anterior. I remember learning in class that women are biologically wired to prefer men who have strong chests and shoulders, something about testosterone levels. So, really, I wasn't being inappropriate. It was biology. Cale's voice cut through the dark, surprising me.
This is a great song.
I wanted to tell him that Kings of Leon was one of my favorite bands of all time, and that their first album was the closest thing to a masterpiece my ears had ever heard. But after he left last night's conversation, again, without an explanation, I was done opening up to him. And certainly not in this setting. When I finished working on the top of his thigh over his pants, I moved up to the end of the table where his head rested. My fingertips trickled down his scalp, pressing firmly against the soft tissue of his neck. His eyes, which had been closed when I worked on his legs, opened slowly. I fought my impulse to ask where he went last night, or why he came here today. I decided to try to keep my tantrum to myself and not let it spill out. I skated my fingers down his chest, circling around the span of him. The way his tight muscles felt breaking up under my fingertips, I could almost feel the tension releasing as I touched him. This was the best part of my job, seeing the relief of any type of pain. That's why I did this.
You're quiet today,
Cale said. My hands stopped moving. You haven't said much, I countered.
I just said I like the music.
I rolled my eyes, pursing my lips together. Bravo for having good taste in music?
Wow, attitude is strong today,
he said in a playful tone. Sorry, I'm tired and hungover. I'd thought of the easiest excuse. You saw how much I had. He was quiet for a few beats of the song. Cale's hand shot up from under the blanket, his fingers wrapping around my wrist. I definitely wasn't expecting him to touch me. It made me take a step away, but not so far that he had to let go. His fingers were as warm as a towel out of the heater, pressed against my pulse. I knew it was pounding under his fingertips. My insecurities told me he was searching for a weak spot. I had so many things to say, so many things to ask, but my thoughts were blocking my words. I didn't have a clue of what he had locked away in that head of his. I didn't know where to begin processing everything about him, especially what happened last night. I genuinely didn't know if I had created something in my head and was reading the entire situation wrong. The more I swiped through the memories of the night, the more blurry they became.
Look.
He sat up, still gently holding my wrist, his thumb brushing my palm. His touch made me dizzy, and I thought for a moment he might reassure me with some actual answers.
I'm sorry that I left last night. Something came up and I had to go. I had to be there.
I freed my arm from his grip. Something you can't talk about? Why can't you tell me what was going on? His brow raised.
I don't know, I didn't really think about it.
He looked down at his hands. I wasn't sure if that made it worse or better that he didn't think about how that made me feel.
I'm, not the best at this. I don't usually get into confrontation with my friends. And if I did, we would handle it the way soldiers do, physically, until someone apologizes.
How mature. I rolled my eyes. Combat soldiers were forever mentally 16 when it comes to fighting. I knew they were trained to be that way, but it didn't make it less obnoxious.
I've talked to you more than 90% of the people I know,
he said, leaning back on his elbows, putting more distance between us. I started pacing around the small room. Friends? Even though I knew damn well we were just that, if that. I'm not asking you to be my boyfriend or tell me where you are at all times. I don't have the space for complication in my life right now, I rambled. You come and you go, and I've had enough of that in my life. I know we just met, but... I stopped myself from continuing. I didn't even know what I was going to say, and that scared me into silence. When he realized I wasn't going to continue, he spoke.
Got it. I'll communicate better next time and try not to add stress to your life. Don't worry. I'll only be here for a few more months. At most.
I processed his statement. It was a cup of cold water splashed against my face. In that moment, I was so glad he was looking toward the wall and not at me. It made it so much easier to answer him. Yeah, only a few months. I felt myself shrinking again, knowing that I made a big deal out of nothing. We are at most temporary friends. He's leaving, and I have enough shit to sort out in my life without worrying about men in any capacity. Like, what the hell am I even doing with my life? Let's agree to enjoy each other's company until you leave, I suggested, as a kind of truce.
A drama-free friendship until the baby is born?
He offered. It took me a second to remember Elodie and her baby. So at least he would be around until the baby was born. That was good news. For Elodie, I meant. Cale sat upright and looked at me.
Or not.
He looked unsure. I nodded, not knowing what else to say. My brain shut down and closed in on itself, and once again, I was the silent one. Chapter 44. There are times when you don't need to say anything. Times when everything is easy and you can share a room or a moment without having to fill the space with words, when everything just falls into place. Cale must have felt it too as he lay there on the table.
I've been spending a lot of money on massages,
Cale said, attempting small talk. Self-care, I said, and I can tell you really, really need them. We both laughed then, and relief poured through me. The way his laughter mixed with mine sounded like soft music. It was one of those moments I wished I could bottle up and keep in a vial around my neck, the way Angelina Jolie had saved her lover's blood. Okay, now that was a weird thought. Why did my mind ricochet like that? I wished I could stay focused on one thought for longer than 3 seconds. His treatment was close to the end now. Only 15 minutes left.
You still mad at me?
Cale asked. I shook my head and scrunched up my nose, making a disgusted face. What are we, 12? I wasn't mad at you. I was annoyed because you gave me no clue what was going on, so I thought I did something, or pried about something you didn't want to talk about. My voice dropped off. I felt self-conscious for bringing up his injury, but that's where we had paused the conversation when he jumped up and left the house.
Well, I'm sorry for that. I really didn't mean to make you upset or question yourself. You didn't do anything wrong.
He looked up at me. Thanks, I think. Most people weren't as generous with apologies as he seemed to be. Either he actually meant it, or he was a really good liar. I was really bad at accepting sorries. I just wasn't used to them. The massage had turned into a conversation, with no objection from the client. I turned the music down a notch. The Hills was taunting both of us. Raspy and suspenseful, the song fit perfectly between us, filling our occasional silence. I only love it when...
Last night was fun. I haven't been out since I got back, and it was great to see Mendoza relaxing and enjoying himself.
If it wasn't because of me, why did you leave? I finally asked.
It was a friend thing.
Cale's expression changed. Friend? I asked. And it clicked. Oh, you have a...
Not that kind of friend,
he said. He wanted to reassure me, and that was thrilling. A line of electricity charged through me.
One of my guys is having a rough time right now. He's been really fucked. His wife called and I had to go over there.
Cale's expression was stone. I was confused. He was opening up, but I needed more. So, again, if you were going to help a friend, why didn't you tell me? I would have understood if you told me.
I'm not in the business of telling people's business.
Was it Mendoza? I moved across the room, stopping directly in front of Cale. He sighed. He bit down on his lip.
It's not my place, Karina. I'm not talking about what he's going through.
Your silence serves you well when you want. I meant for my words to burn him, or at least make him sweat. I had a bad habit of this, saying things to people to get a reaction. But Cale didn't give me the reaction, and he stayed quiet. I appreciated his loyalty to his friend, but I wished he felt like he could confide in me. We should finish your massage, and I should keep quiet. Unlike you, I can get fired.
Deal.
I turned my attention back to my work. Lifting his arm and bending it gently at the elbow, I pulled softly, and as I did, the thick muscles in his back shifted in response. I worked my way down his biceps. They weren't beefy in that artificial way, jacked up on supplements and daily visits to the gym. He was solid under my hands, and I knew it came from hard physical work. Army work. I used my forearm to apply pressure to the knot under his biceps, where he had a scar that looked like an unfinished M. The pink-tinted skin was puffy and soft. It took everything in me not to run my finger over it again. I tried not to think about the pain he must have felt when it happened, whatever it was that had cut at his body. The scar was deep, like from the lashing of a serrated knife. It made my heart ache for him. I slid my fingers down his forearm, the part of his body that was the deepest in pigment. He had a soldier's tan, which was like a farmer's tan but worse, because they were in the desert getting baked by the sun. No rain, no fresh air to breathe in, just smoke and IEDs, body and mind damage. I couldn't even imagine what he'd gone through. I lifted his hand into mine and pressed my thumb against the base of his palm and held it there. I felt his fingers go slack and moved the pressure along the center of his hand. Was it only the night before that we sat together, side by side on my childhood bed, with alcohol washing over our thoughts and tongues? I started to think about Mendoza, wondering if he was okay. He hadn't been gone very long when Cale got the phone call.
That feels so good,
Cale said to me when I bent his wrists, pressing against the sides, slightly pulling at the same time. I just learned it, I told him.
Really?
Yeah, I saw a YouTube video and tried it on myself first. It felt great, especially for people who use their hands a lot.
Wait, you learned it on YouTube?
He asked me, lifting his head a little. I gently pressed my palm against his forehead to lay him back down. Yes, it's helpful. I was proud of myself for mastering a new technique. The internet was usually a flaming dumpster of you never know what you will get, but welcome to the party.
You're such a millennial.
So are you. I positioned his arm back at his side and moved around the table to the other.
Technically, I think we're Gen Z.
Ew, no one actually says Gen Z out loud. I rolled my eyes back.
At least tell me you have an actual license and didn't learn everything on YouTube.
Of course I have a license. You should let me finish my job. Your time is almost up. I moved to the top of the table and applied gentle pressure to his closely shaved scalp. As I grasped his ears to release tension, his lips parted and he breathed deeply. I ended every treatment this way, and I was usually glad to be wrapping up. But now I wished for more time. With him. Just like last night. All done. Happy birthday, by the way.
Thanks. It's just another day for me.
Cale swung his long, muscular legs off the side of the table. The stoic soldier had returned. He paid, tipped well, and left without another word. Chapter 45. I was never so relieved to be done with customers for the day. Molly had asked me to take a walk-in after that confusing session with Cale. I don't know if it was my general distraction or if it was the client, but nothing I did was good enough for her. The pressure was too light, then it was too heavy, The room was too cold. Could she have 2 blankets? But when they made her feel too hot, could I take one away? And could I please blow out the candle because the fragrance was giving her a headache? And though the session felt like a test from the universe, she could do little to keep me from thinking about Cale. My mood had improved, and my imagination started to invent a sympathetic story about this woman. I made every accommodation, and even tried to rationalize her behavior. Was she overworked or in a shitty marriage? Maybe this was the only time when she could let her anger out. Better me than her kids or family or even herself. I started feeling sorry for her. Everyone has a bad day, even when she said my nails needed to be clipped. But then she left without giving me a tip, and I may have flipped her off as she walked out the door. The new client Molly gave me for 1 o'clock was okay, thank goodness. The walk-in after that was fine, too. A pretty young woman from the yoga studio the next block over. Her skin was soft, and she fell asleep almost as soon as she lay down. No tense muscles to work out. I was happy to call it a day and to be heading home, thank God. Molly had offered me some ibuprofen, and that had helped turn down the volume in my throbbing head. But I still felt like complete crap. I was anxious and annoyed, and nothing was helping. All I could think of was flopping down in bed with the blinds drawn and the covers over my head. After a full day of appointments and such an emotionally turbulent week, I craved darkness and quiet. I walked along the alley, and as I rounded the corner to my house, I saw him waiting for me on the porch. My biggest problem and biggest relief, wrapped up and delivered directly to my front door. Cale. He seemed distracted by something, sitting there with AirPods in and a faraway look in his eyes. He was so in his own world, he almost didn't see me approach. "Did you come for a refund?" I asked, trying to keep it light. I wasn't at all bothered that he was there. I wasn't nervous. No, I wasn't. Nope. Not at all. I was cool. I hadn't let him get to me. Not the way he thought he did. Not me.
"No refund,"
he said, shaking his head.
"I think we should finish our conversation."
"Oh, and which conversation is that?" I was playing it coy, and he knew it. Cat and mouse.
"About last night."
He waved a hand between us. We definitely finished that conversation. Drama-free friends, remember?
"But did we finish it?"
He paused, then said quietly,
"It felt like you wanted something more."
"What?" I laughed at that. "We're not dating. We don't even have each other's phone numbers," I said, through a forced, fake laugh, reminding myself and him. Cale pulled his phone out, and mine started to vibrate in my pocket. The familiar 706 area code appeared with a number I didn't recognize.
"I got yours from your boss."
He smiled.
"I think she has a sweet spot for me."
I was shocked that Molly would do such a thing. Molly doesn't have a sweet spot for anyone, and that's illegal.
"Technically, yes."
Well, anyway, illegal or not, we're definitely not dating. That was my point. I backpedaled, sort of wishing I had let it go and moved on.
"Agreed. But what do people who are dating actually do? I mean, besides sex, obviously."
I shrugged. They run errands together. They pick each other up from doctor's appointments and airports. They grocery shop. And do things to make each other's lives easier, I explained, acknowledging to myself that we were already slipping into these domesticated routines. Cale held an orange in his hand. It was a big orange, but small in his hand, with a little sun-kiss sticker still on it. He was massaging it gently with his thumb, but hadn't broken into the peel yet. "Have you never dated anyone?" I was curious.
"Yeah, I've dated. It was enough to last me a lifetime."
"Oh, that much?" I asked, trying not to sound as alarmed as that news made me feel. He responded quickly.
"The army and dating don't go well together."
"So you're telling me you never considered getting married? Everyone else does it."
"That's hardly the reason to tie my life to someone else's. Getting married has to be about more than easy benefits and a better paycheck. It means something more to me."
Good point. At least we were on the same page when it came to the casual marriages around us. So did you stop dating when you enlisted?
No, I never truly started. I always knew I was going into the army, so there wasn't a point. Why even consider it until I'm out? What about you? Why are you so against it?
I picked at the weeds by my legs. The way he said, "Why even consider it?" pressed against my stomach. No matter how consuming my thoughts of Cale had become, it was obvious that he was temporary in my life. Getting out of the army and probably leaving soon to go back to his hometown. No roots to keep him here. Everything I knew about him confirmed that I likely wouldn't see him again. It's not that I'm against dating. I just haven't met anyone whose company I like more than my own. Cale smiled, his fingers toying with the sticker on the orange in his hands. I reached for a dandelion. I didn't want to blow it yet. I don't mean it in a narcissistic way, but in an I don't want to share my playlists and Netflix account with just anyone way.
The ultimate commitment,
he teased. It really is. I was laughing, but I meant what I said. I didn't want to bend who I was or what I listened to or what I liked to watch for someone else. It wasn't a fear of commitment. It was about compromising who I was and what I believed. I saw firsthand what making those compromises did to people and knew I would never, ever allow that to happen, no matter how I felt about the person. The most any ex had changed about me was Brian's encouraging me to read self-help books. Some made sense, and others were filled with toxic positivity that made me feel like shit about myself and where I was in life. I'm still on the fence about pop psych, but I hope one day I might find the right book. We both were quiet, roaming around the inside of our own heads. At the moment, mine looked like a vandalized art gallery, and I wondered what Cale was seeing in his.
Is it the loss of control you're worried about?
Cale asked. Whoa. Is he calling me out? My reaction caused him to raise his hands in defense and continue in a lower voice.
I'm asking because if you found the right person, they wouldn't change you. They would have a part in making you into a better person, right? Isn't that what love is?
I chewed his words for a minute before I responded. The dandelion danced as I started to spin it between my fingers. I answered him honestly. There was no reason to lie or pretend I'm an expert on love and relationships. I have no idea what love actually is. The words hung as a placard on the concrete wall of my mental gallery. As I blew the flower to dust, I closed my eyes and pictured Cale and I in that gallery, standing in the corner, away from all the noise, taking in what the words meant. What love actually is. Cale and I sat silently on the porch, and I can't explain how or why, but I knew he was in the same mental space as me, having the exact same thoughts as me. I didn't even have to open my eyes to know that his eyes weren't open anymore. Chapter 46. I had forgotten to make Elodie a pitcher of sun tea, and I realized there was only an hour or so of daylight left. Jumping up, I told Cale I was heading inside to fix it, and he offered to help, even mentioning his mom's special method for making it. More domestic couple behavior. Now that we were inside the kitchen, I started to feel a bit more rational. His idea of being drama-free friends made all the sense in the world. I couldn't keep thinking about it. There was no need to. It was like practice dating, in a way, and Lord knows I could use the practice. This way, my mind and heart wouldn't end up hurting. Drama-free friends with an expiration date. Whatever I was walking into, I would be prepared. So, what's the first step in this friendship? I asked him as I began to fill up the jug of water in the sink.
I think you may be too late to get this done today,
he advised, pointing to the sun setting behind the trees out the window. I dumped the water as Cale pulled out a wooden chair at my kitchen table and sat down.
I think we're past step 1. We've done the grocery shopping bit.
I nodded, leaning back on my cute farmhouse sink. And you've met my parents? Well, my dad and my brother.
And a party? We've actually been through quite a bit. In a really short time.
Yeah, we have. I looked away from his dark eyes on me. Turning around, I kept my back to him and busied myself with washing a few dishes. I really, really needed a dishwasher, but that was a luxury way down on the list. I had my eye on one and considered getting a credit card, but the thought of owing money that I barely had made me more anxious than hand-washing my dishes.
Let's do some basic get-to-know-each-other questions.
His tone was playful, far from the composed man I met a few days ago. Okay. I shot him a glance over my shoulder, but was skeptical. Go ahead. He gestured to the empty chair next to him. I stepped to the table, sat down, and scooted my chair to put a few inches between us. If Elodie walked in and saw us here, she would definitely have something to say about the two of us sitting so close, alone in the house.
I'll ask you a question, and you answer honestly, and we go from there. Think of it as my birthday gift.
He smiled at me. I wanted to kick him for being so adorable.
This is what friends do. They get to know each other's hobbies and taste in music, favorite foods, all that, he assured me. He was so confident. In his words, his smile, even the way he leaned back on the chair with his arms crossed. I felt that familiar pull from the bottom of my tummy down toward my legs. Okay, enough small talk. Ask something. I needed to be distracted from the way Cale's mouth made me ache as he licked his lips while peeling the skin off that freaking orange. I only brought one, but we can share,
he said. I loved this playful version of him. Some friend, I joked, and he shook his head.
Hey, we're just starting out. I get to have a few hiccups.
Touché. I paused, looking around the kitchen. Anyway, you're the one who doesn't tell me anything about himself.
You go first, then,
he offered. I thought about what I wanted to know about him. There was just so much. Music. That's what popped into my head first. I'd ask about music. What's your favorite band that no one really knows? He turned to me, his eyes wide, happy.
So many. I love unknown bands. It's most of what I listen to. I just open Spotify and type in my mood, and they usually get it pretty spot on.
He opened the app and showed me his screen.
This morning I listened to a band called Muna. I found them recently. They're great.
Muna isn't unknown. They went on tour with Harry Styles. I told him how I loved their music and how Elodie and I tried to get tickets to the concert, but they sold out so quickly. I'd need to pick up a few more clients before I could afford resale tickets.
Harry Styles, huh? If you could go to any concert, ever, who would it be?
He asked me. I nodded a solid yes and thought about what concert I would choose if I could see anyone. Alanis Morissette had always been my go-to answer, but with Cale, I chose what I actually thought of first. It felt freeing, to be honest in this way. I liked how he brought me out of myself. I didn't give him the answer I thought he wanted. I gave him the truth. Shawn Mendes, I told him.
Shawn Mendes. I never would have guessed.
He smirked. And you? I asked.
Me? Well, I would probably say either Amy Winehouse before she...
He paused. It was lovely, a mark of respect somehow. I smiled, urging him to continue.
Or Kings of Leon on their first tour, back when they were virtually unknown.
I'm going to make a playlist of unknown bands before our next hangout session or whatever we're calling this, I said.
Our next not a date,
he said. I think we were both relieved to hear the word next. Right, I said, feeling both relieved and excited.
So,
Cale said,
here's another question for you. If you could describe your brother Austin in one word, what would it be?
I tapped my nose, thinking of one word to describe my twin. Well-intended, I finally answered. But I was unsure. It wasn't the word I was going for. Not exactly.
That's 2 words,
he said. Actually, it's hyphenated, so that counts as 1 word. He liked that, I could tell. He has good intentions, I continued. He makes bad choices to go along with them.
I get that,
he said. and I really felt that he did. "My turn," I said. "What about you? What about your little sister?" His expression hardened almost to say I had crossed a line. Then, just as quickly, it went back to normal. After a moment, he answered me.
"Powerhouse."
"Powerhouse," I repeated. What a lovely way to be viewed by someone, especially by someone in your own family. He nodded.
"Yeah, she's brilliant, and doesn't let anything stop her. Her high school, it's one of those fancy private schools where they focus intensively on one subject. Science is her thing. She tested high enough to get into the school back when she was 9, but my mom can't drive and wouldn't let her ride the city bus alone until she turned 14. Now she takes the bus on her own, across town, every morning and every afternoon."
"Wow," was all I could manage. Of course Cale's sister was brilliant. It was impressive and ironic to compare this teenage prodigy riding a bus across town to get to her gifted school to my 20-year-old dropout brother who managed to get himself in trouble even when he stayed home. Cale turned the game back to me, and I continued with a basic question. "What do you like to do in your spare time?"
"Get massages,"
he smiled at me.
"and work on my place. I bought a duplex while I was deployed. Remember when you took me to the parking lot to get my keys? They were supposed to be left there, sitting on my tire, but they weren't. Turner, the soldier we saw at the commissary, tracked the keys down and brought them to me."
He casually mentioned her like I hadn't visualized 1,000 scenarios involving the two of them since I met her.
"Anyway, I bought this rundown duplex, and I'm fixing up the empty side now, and slowly working on my side so I can rent it out and eventually move into another one and repeat the cycle. Maybe spread out toward Atlanta when I can. Real estate is one investment that hardly ever decreases in value."
"I bought my house for the same reason," I told him. He broke a piece of orange off and popped it into his mouth. I could smell the sweetness from where I sat. My mouth watered. "Well, the remodeling part. I don't think I'll ever own more than this." I waved around the kitchen. "But I'm totally fine growing old and dying here because it's mine." I touched my chest. I couldn't stand living with my dad and Estelle anymore, so I found this little house and I've been slowly fixing it up. I dragged out the word for emphasis. He laughed, inching closer to me.
"I noticed."
"Don't you think I'm doing a good job?" I asked. "Didn't you see the shower tiles?" Cale was flipping houses. He was semi-professional at this point, and I bet he cringed at the number of unfinished projects scattered around my house.
"Yes, you are. You're doing it on top of working, and you live alone. Well, sort of alone."
"Sort of is right. I do as much as I can when I can." I knew I procrastinated when it came to hard projects. I went through phases alternating between doing a ton and doing absolutely nothing for a few weeks at a time.
"What room do you feel the most at home in?"
he asked, looking around the kitchen. "Are we back to our game?" He nodded. I put some thought into my answer. "I'd have to say my room. I love my living room for hanging out with Elodie and sprawling across my couch on a weekend without having to wear a bra or socks." "What the hell, Karina?" I felt my cheeks turning red, but continued. "And I love my kitchen for being open and cute. It's easy to cook in, doesn't get too hot. My bathroom will hopefully be a favorite after I finish it, but for now, my bedroom, specifically my bed, is my spot. Me and my phone, and I'm set." He was close to me, so close that I could smell the fruit on his breath. I didn't know if it was me or if it was Cale, but one of us was inching closer to the other as we continued our little game. By the time Cale and I had asked each other random questions like how long we could hold our breath and what noise could he listen to all day, every day without being annoyed, we were inches away from each other, both leaning out of our seats. It was a magnetic pull, an irresistible attraction. He was by far the smartest, most philosophical person I had ever met. He had the answer to everything. He knew exactly who he was. I really loved that, and his conversation drew me out. I told him how I first fell in love with figuring out life on my own. I told him how I would never change who I was for another person. I didn't exactly know who I would become, but I knew it would be on my terms.
I could listen to you talk all day,
he said, surprising me. No one has ever said that to me before.
It's become one of my favorite things to do. I'm gonna miss this when I leave.
His eyes were on my mouth. My heart was beating out of my chest. I wish you weren't going, I confessed to him.
One day you'll regret saying that.
Cale's breath covered my cheeks. His lips were so close to mine. Was he going to kiss me? Here, now, out of the blue, with the dew of orange on his lips? My mouth begged for his to inch closer, to touch mine. I had never wanted something more than I wanted him to kiss me, there in my kitchen. Was he going to kiss me? His lips soon answered my question. He leaned over and put his soft mouth on mine. Everything went quiet then. The traffic on the street outside, the faint sound of the TV, even the noise in my head went quiet. I had no words, no thoughts, just him. He was timid at first, gentle, until I pushed my tongue between his lips and tasted him. His fingers cupped the sides of my jaw and down the skin of my neck. He pulled me closer and I sighed, feeling relief from a pain I didn't know I felt. The flooding relief was immense but short-lived when Cale gently pulled away, kissing the corner of my mouth while whispering,
"I'm so sorry."
The high I felt was ripped away, replaced with a different kind of pain taking stabs at me. The look on his face wasn't just surprise, but remorse.
"I'm sorry, I really don't know what I was thinking,"
he continued, wiping his mouth with his fingers.
"I shouldn't have done that."
I nodded, almost agreeing in silence, but it felt like a rejection. Yeah, you really shouldn't have. My words didn't match what I was really feeling, but I wasn't going to let him know that. I stood to leave the kitchen, wanting the safe haven of my room, wanting to curl up into a ball. That was it for me and oranges. Chapter 47. I hadn't heard from Cale at all the next day, and by the time I got home from work, I was so exhausted that I barely wanted to undress, let alone shower. Dad and Estelle were still in Atlanta, so thankfully, no Tuesday night dinner. Elodie wasn't home, and she hadn't told me where she was going. The whole day at work, I tried to avoid her because I didn't want her to sense something was off with me. I felt like she would know that Cale had kissed me when she looked at me. I didn't plan on telling her. It wasn't that I didn't trust her, I just didn't want anyone to know. I didn't know why, but I wanted to protect whatever this was with Cale from anyone's judgment or questions. No matter how much I adored Elodie, managing her curiosity and keeping her entertained were more than I could handle today. I was emotionally drained, and after having 2 no-shows and a very high-strung walk-in who didn't tip, I really wanted the house to myself. I collapsed into the cushions of my couch and closed my eyes. I couldn't remember the last time I'd felt this way. After a quiet nap, and realizing how badly I needed to relax, I decided on a pampering shower using nearly every product in the bathroom. I shaved, twice, and even double shampooed my hair, just to feel more lavish. After the long, hot shower, I combed out my hair, braided it the best I could, and put on the only matching pajama set I owned. They were soft, a silky rose fabric that clung to my body. A gift, of course, from Estelle. Hardly my comfort zone, but I had to admit they looked pretty flattering. If only I had someone to appreciate me wearing them. My nails were up next. I was really leaning into this self-care thing everyone kept talking about online. Tiny flakes of sky blue were left on my fingernails, and instead of picking at them, like I always do, I grabbed the acetone and cotton balls and headed to my bedroom to get a bottle of white nail polish from the basket on my dresser, along with a candle that I had borrowed from my stash at work. On my way to the kitchen, I collected a towel from the hall closet in anticipation of my mani-pedi. A cup of tea seemed the perfect accompaniment to my spa-at-home preparations. but Elodie and I had finished the supply of tea packets that we'd brought home from the salon. So a cup of microwaved water with a spoonful of honey in it would have to do. I carried the steaming liquid carefully to the living room, pausing to turn on my speaker and Bluetooth as the honey dissolved into the clear water. My wrists were a little sore from the no-tip client, who was full of demands. He barked at me every time I spoke and didn't want to pay for a deep tissue, even though he continuously asked me to use more and more pressure. The joints of my fingers had a dull ache, a manageable but not ignorable type of pain. I decided to paint my toenails first. Actively not thinking about Cale caused me to think about him. It scared me how comfortable I had become with his proximity, his quiet and intense presence in my house. He had rapidly become a subtle, essential part of my life. But he was very, very clear from the start that we would never be a thing, and I went along with it, acting as if I was used to spending all my time with a guy and not calling him my boyfriend. But after last night, this turned into a more dangerous reality. I had to constantly remind myself not to read too much into that kiss, even if it was the best kiss of my life. But I knew exactly what happens when you expect something from people. It never ends well. I felt the cold polish touch my skin, and I jumped a little, dragging the white paint farther down my toe. Thinking too much about him distracted me from being able to paint my toenails properly. I really needed to get it together. I took a sip of the steamy, sweet water in my mug and felt the wetness from the end of my braid moistening my back through my PJs, when a knock at the door made me jump. A visitor was the last thing I wanted right now, and I definitely wasn't expecting anyone, but there it was. I stood up and looked around for my phone so I could check to see if anyone had called. Austin? I couldn't find my phone, so I gave up and tiptoed to the door as the knocking came again. This time, harder, like the side of a fist pounding against my fragile screen door. I yanked it open to see Cale standing there. His hand was midair, and he looked surprised to see me. It had started to rain again, and a mist floated around Cale, clinging to the cotton of his sweatshirt.
Hey, sorry. Is Elodie here?
He asked, trying to look past me. He was wearing black pants and a gray sweatshirt that had big letters across the front, and some sort of seal under them. I tried not to look for too long, but instinctively caught his eyes with mine. A car passed us, with its brights on. I loved the way tires sounded on rain-slicked pavement. The street was busy with a continual shushing noise. Even the rain couldn't keep traffic away. Elodie's not. I'm here alone. As I started trying to think of all the things I wanted to tell him about my shitty day at work, Cale smiled at me. It wasn't a big smile, but it was there, and the corners of his lips turned up, his eyes bright under my porch light.
Wow. Home alone on family dinner Tuesday. Who would have imagined?
Funny guy is back? It's actually quite nice to have some quiet. I had the worst day today. I licked my lips and kept the bottom one between my teeth for a moment. I didn't even know where to begin. He looked around, down at my pajamas. I followed his eyes with mine and became hyper-aware of how thin the material was, how tight, and how braless I was. He was a friend, a gentleman, and he looked away from my body.
Well, I'll go so you can enjoy your castle to yourself. If you see Elodie, can you tell her that Philip's been trying to call for like an hour and he's getting worried? He has less than an hour of phone privilege before he leaves for his next mission, if she can talk.
He effortlessly walked backward as he spoke, down the porch steps and into my grass. The blades shined under the streetlight, and the rain was picking up. If she comes home, I'll let her know, I called after him. I felt an unexplainable urge to stop him from leaving. My brain couldn't react as fast as he moved, and I stood alone on my porch, watching him get into his truck. As one of my hands waved to him, the other was at my chest, trying to hold my heart still. So he really wasn't going to mention the kiss. It's not that I wanted him to, but I did. I couldn't decide what the hell I wanted. He drove away, and I stood there, wishing Elodie was home and that I wasn't so awkward when he was around. I would have traded my alone time, even the long shower, for him to be sitting in my living room. I was surprised as the thought hit me, and even more surprised at how true it was. I really, really wanted him to come back. Maybe I could call Elodie and tell her to come home and keep me company until this pang of loneliness went away. Her husband was trying to get a hold of her, so it would be a win-win. Deep down, I knew that her company wouldn't fill the void. I tried to push aside thoughts of wanting to be alone with Cale. Feeling brave, I rushed around my house, looking for my phone. When I found it in my room, I clicked on his name and dialed before I could overthink it. My heart raced. This felt different. I felt high, outside of my body and mind. Why? When he answered, on the second ring, my voice spilled over onto the line.
Karina?
He said my name so calmly, almost like he was suspecting I'd call. Yeah. Hi. Can you... An excuse didn't come to me. Do you want to come back? He instantly sounded alarmed.
Is something wrong? Did you get a hold of Elodie?
Elodie. Our ever-present liaison was there again. He wasn't asking about me, he was asking about her. No, never mind, The words felt like sand being poured down my throat. Sorry for bothering you, I haven't heard from her. Yeah, so, bye. I hung up and threw my phone back onto the bed. This time I wouldn't forget where I put it. Now that Cale and I weren't hanging out, I got panicky about our situation. I felt the need to label it, to make it fit into this box that I had created in my mind of how we should be. We shouldn't have kissed, even though it was by far the best kiss I had ever had. Literally in my existence. But now we were both ignoring that it even happened, and I began to question everything again. A feeling of rejection bore a hole in my chest. I hated the idea of embarrassing myself in front of him, as I had just done. I tried to distract myself with physical activity, splashing water on my face and walking back to the living room to finish my toes and start on my nails. I turned the music up louder and desperately tried to think about something else. If my life were more interesting, I would have plenty of things to obsess over. Thinking I heard a knock at the door, I paused the music, but found silence. The crickets chirping around the yard were the only distant sound. I started the song again. The chorus played, and I sang along with Halsey until I heard the banging again.
Karina?
I couldn't tell if I was imagining Cale shouting my name, but I made a promise to myself that if I was, I would eat a melatonin gummy, maybe two, and go to bed before my delusion got any worse. When I heard it again, I stood up, polish bottle in hand, and walked on my heels, trying not to mess up my toenails. He said my name again as I got closer to the door. When I opened it, he was holding his phone and it was ringing on speakerphone. The number you have reached. The generic voicemail greeting began to recite a number. My number. I recognized it as it played between us. If I was a blabbering mess earlier, I couldn't even imagine how I would seem now. Hey, I said to him. His eyes lit up again.
Hey?
He exhaled and laughter followed. I couldn't help but smile. Half of me hated that I was already feeling so giddy, but I was also relieved that he came back. You're here. He nodded.
I'm here.
Sorry for calling,
Nope, no sorries.
He walked past me, his cologne leaving a trail behind him as he took off his shoes at my front door. I followed him. The knot in my stomach was loosening instead of tightening, quite the opposite of what I expected. I shut the front door behind us.
What's going on here? A party and I wasn't invited?
Cale kicked his foot out to touch my red speaker with his sock. Hardly. I waved my hand around, gesturing to the nail polish remover and my cup of hot water with honey. I was enjoying having a night in. Pedicure, long shower, all that. He sat down on my chair where he usually did and leaned forward, resting his elbows on the tops of his knees.
That sounds nice. Very unlike you, but nice. Am I crashing?
I shook my head and crossed my arms over my chest, remembering again how sheer the fabric was that I had on.
Did you eat already?
He asked me. I shook my head again, causing some of my hair to come loose. My hair was nearly dry, wavy from the braid, and definitely wild. I ran my hands over the strands. Yep, definitely frizzy. I sat down on the floor and reached for a pillow from the couch to put on my lap. I don't really have much in the fridge. Like, borderline nothing. I need to go to the commissary again, but I haven't had the time. I didn't get enough of the things I needed when we were there. I'm working on a grocery list for my next day off. I was rambling again. My explanation was long, but as usual, Cale didn't seem to mind.
Are you hungry?
He asked me, clearly moving the conversation on. I shrugged. I wasn't, really, until he asked, and it reminded me that the only thing I had eaten today was a piece of toast on my walk to work.
I am,
Cale added. Was he offering to have dinner with me? I didn't want a chance totally misreading this whole thing. I didn't say anything and continued to let him lead. After about a minute, the silence between us settled. My gaze strayed toward the floor, staring at the spot where the carpet met the dark wood. He spoke first.
We can order food. I'll open Postmates.
I somehow knew he wouldn't ask me why I called him back to my house. Drama-free. No more kissing. No more boundary crossing. He will order us dinner and act like nothing happened. I studied him as he scrolled on his phone, dissecting him the way I did everyone. He was hard to break down. He was much, much harder to understand than most people. He wasn't simple, but he wasn't messy. He was calm in that way, where I was tripping over words and thoughts.
Italian or Indian?
He asked. Is the Italian a chain restaurant or family-owned? I wanted something that was made with love and thought. That was the kind of meal I needed now for comfort. He smiled a little.
It's Olive Garden.
Indian, please. I can add my order and Venmo you for it if that's cool. He shrugged and didn't look up from his screen. About 2 minutes later, he set the phone next to my ankle. Indian food reminded me of my ex and the 1 month we spent eating it every weekend. I always got the same thing with Brian, whatever he ordered for me. I clicked back onto the cart and opened Cale's order. His selections looked so good. Cauliflower and potatoes with a spiced sauce I hadn't heard of, but it sounded great. With Cale, even something as simple as a food order felt intimate, revealing. But I knew that was silly. It was only a meal, after all. I added another order of the same dish to the cart and handed his phone back to him. He didn't look at the phone longer than a second before he touched the screen and put it back into his pocket. A few minutes later, Cale's calm had taken over the whole house, and I had that familiar urge to start talking about the most random things. I rechecked my little setup and looked at Cale. He seemed content as I made eye contact with him. His face didn't change. He was staring at me, blank expression. No annoyance, no smile, just content and still. I tried to let his ease wear off on me even more. I opened the nail polish, wiggled the polish brush around the bottle, and started to finally paint my fingernails, swiping the brush over my thumb. Even though I took my time, half of the polish got on the skin around the nail. I sighed. I was so bad at this. One of the first things I would do when I made grown-up money would be to get regular manicures. It was a small luxury that I really enjoyed. One day, Karina. One day. I grabbed the bottle of acetone and a half-used cotton ball to fix my mistake. I tried again, using my other hand this time. I could feel Cale still watching me, but I didn't feel pressured or rushed. I went even slower, but the strokes were uneven. My hands were shaking a little. I definitely needed food. I was so glad it was on the way. I'm just hungry, so my hands are acting funny. I'm always bad at painting nails, but usually a little better than this. Do you know how long until the food will be here? I was rambling. Not trying to rush you, I added, wishing I could clamp my mouth closed. But no matter the scenario, with him around, I couldn't seem to do that.
The app said it would be an hour, but sometimes it comes sooner.
I reached for the cotton ball again, and Cale's hand wrapped around mine, stopping it in the air. His touch was so unexpected that I thought I had spilled something on him, or the top had come off the polish. I looked up to his face and drank in his eyes, how far the corners of his pink lips were turned up, how set his jaw was. My fascination with him was all in the details. Nothing seemed wrong. I was confused. Cale reached for the polish bottle. It was marshmallow, a creamy white color from Essie. Their signature square bottle looked dull-sized in Cale's free hand, the one he wasn't holding mine with.
Do you want me to do it for you?
He offered, and I let out a breath. Blinking, I searched for a sign that he was teasing me, but found nothing. I slowly pulled my hand from his and put them both in my lap.
What?
He calmly asked, dipping the brush back into the small bottle. I didn't know what to say. It felt so binding or like a big deal, but was it? Was the way my stomach danced because I couldn't imagine any of the men in my life offering something like that? Or was it because the men in my life weren't thoughtful and had firm ideas of gender roles? Cale lifted the brush, hurrying me along in my mental analysis.
I have a steady hand. Technically trained, and you need to rest yours anyway. You use them for work every day, and they've been bothering you.
My hands are fine. Have I said that they weren't? I wasn't sure, honestly.
You rub them all the time.
He nodded to my left hand that I just so happened to be slowly rotating in a small circle. I froze, and Cale smiled in a way that was both comforting and cocky. He was in a playful mood, it seemed. I wanted to savor his being here, the way he was making me feel, while I could. Philip would come home, Elodie would have her baby, and Cale would be gone by this time next year. This companionship would not be mine for much longer. My guard and boundaries tangoed with my rationality and reality as I looked at Cale. There they were again, those boundaries, after I was promising myself not to cross them less than 10 minutes ago. I imagined them as big white doors inside my brain. I made sure to keep them away from my heart. We could choose door A, where Cale paints my nails and I talk his ear off while we share dinner, or door B, where I could keep my polish and my thoughts to myself and share a simple, friendly, drama-free meal.
Just let me try it. If I suck as bad as you do, you can do it yourself.
He was so convincing and made his little act of service feel so casual. I couldn't come up with any logic that mattered more than how happy I felt in that moment.
If you really don't want me to,
Cale began. No, go ahead. Yes, you can try, I blurted, wanting to say something before the offer was withdrawn. He smiled at that. I couldn't see door B anymore. Any trace of a boundary was gone. It's not like I'm that bad, I teased. He grabbed the towel I had brought out, unfolded it neatly, and placed it under my hands.
Okay, so I'm not a professional. Just keep that in mind,
he cautioned, focusing intently on my thumb, with one hand holding the polish.
My ma sometimes...
He brushed the pad of his thumb across the top of my bare nail, and a warmth ran through me. It was sweet, and felt like melted honey.
Sometimes her hands would shake, so I often helped her as I got older.
I looked at Cale as he moved expertly from finger to finger. The image of him as a teenager, helping his mother paint her nails, made my heart want to explode. Of all the things Cale had told me about his family, I treasured this the most. He didn't say much as he worked, and I mellowed, trusting him completely without any further protest. I just watched him, my eyes opening and closing, as we listened to the rain pick up outside, pounding softly against my roof. Chapter 48. I wonder if my nails are dry yet. I moved my hand in front of my face, slowly studying my fresh nails. I'll check.
You should wait.
He interrupted me. I made the mistake of touching the paint too soon, and my fingerprint branded half of my thumbnail. Damn it. But still good as new. I continued to wave my hands in the air and blow on them every few seconds. I had been dozing and was relaxed and still sort of drowsy. I could have fallen asleep if I wasn't so hungry. The rain was steady and the heat had kicked on, blowing warm air out of the floor vents. I felt at ease. Remember how we were talking about twilight? I asked him, as my nails finished drying.
What?
He laughed at that. I mean, not right now, not even today, but you remember we talked about it. Cale nodded, though clearly confused.
Yeah?
Anyway, there's this character named Jasper who can control people's emotions. Well, not only humans, vampires too. That's his power. You know, they all have powers, the Cullens at least. I looked down at my new manicure, then up at him, smiling with delight. I felt so happy. It was weird.
Right. Go on.
Anyway, he does this thing where he can calm people, and I feel like you do that. Not in a vampire way, obviously.
Obviously.
I read the words on Cale's sweatshirt. It said Georgia Southern on top of a picture. Was it a bird? I couldn't tell. The words and emblem were faded, the material of the lettering flaking off. It looked vintage, but not in a pretentious way.
So you're a huge Twilight fan, huh?
He asked, humor in his tone. Everyone is. He licked his lips before he spoke.
I think that's a stretch.
Is it? I questioned with sarcasm. We were flirting, I think? I wasn't very good at it, though he obviously was, since I was grinning like an idiot and he had barely spoken.
I mean, I wouldn't say everyone is a fan.
He shrugged.
I can appreciate it for what it is.
I started to feel a little defensive. What did he mean by that? I couldn't stand the condescension. So you guys can watch a bunch of men chasing a ball, but romance fandom is dismissible? I asked the question, thinking about how many times I'd wanted to speak my piece on this subject. He raised his hands.
No, not dismissing romance at all. I just like my vampires a little more murderous. I don't have anything against Twilight. Put your weapon down.
He smirked.
My sister loves it.
What's she like? I was dying to know more about his family, about him. He shifted his body closer to me as we sat together on the floor. I could tell his eyes were reading mine to see if he could trust me. Please, trust me, I wanted to beg him.
She's all the things I'm not.
I felt like he let me in, even if the door was barely cracked. I kept my focus on his face. In the tiny twitch in his jaw, I could sense his protectiveness of her, and in his eyes the adoration for her. I was ashamed that it made me a little jealous. Not in a romantic way, not even close, but in a way that I really, really, really wished I had someone who loved me that much. When did you see her last? I wanted to ask more before he closed the door on me.
Before I deployed.
Wow, it's been nearly a year? His face fell. When Cale's guard was down, he showed emotions so clearly.
So, Jasper, that whole emotion control thing,
he said, setting a boundary, a firm one. He was changing the subject to keep me out of his personal business. My stomach twisted, but only I knew it. I was playing the part of a chill girl who you can hang out with and order takeout and talk about Twilight. Cale's line in the sand was drawn, so I followed him through my pretend door B and moved the topic back to vampires. He was also a soldier, I added, trying not to show much emotion. I was happy that he let me in, even for the few seconds it lasted. I waved my nails in the air to try to make them dry faster. Cale's hands touched the tiny stubble on his chin. I knew it would be gone soon, due to regulations and all.
He was,
he said, and nodded.
Wait, wasn't he a Confederate soldier?
My hand covered my mouth. I've never thought about it like that, I admitted. Yikes. Cale rubbed his hands together inches from my face. Well, that changes things, I instantly decided.
People can do things that you don't like, and you can still like them.
He paused for a moment.
Especially fictional characters. They're meant to make us question ourselves, aren't they? Sometimes the shittiest ones can teach us the most. That's the point, the balance between good and evil and all that.
But a Confederate soldier is...
Bad, pretty fucking bad,
he affirmed.
But you didn't write the thing, and you don't like that part of the character. Just as I don't love that main guy, Derek, from American History X. He's an ex-Nazi and a total piece of shit, but it's one of my favorite films, and he does the right thing in the end. Sometimes we find comfort in stories that aren't perfect. People are complicated, you know?
Everyone has a backstory, I said, my voice less confident than his, but he made me feel like he wanted to hear me. When I was younger, I would always make excuses for everyone's behavior. My dad said it's the thing that made me weak. Cale's voice was soft but quick to come.
You mean empathy?
I looked away from his eyes and up at the ceiling. I guess so, I said, fragments of traumatic experiences flipping through my mind. Every time I gave someone a pass, I was trying to do the right thing. But in the end, my dad's harsh judgment became the only lens that mattered.
Making excuses for someone's bad behavior isn't always the same thing as finding the reason why they are that way.
Cale looked at me patiently. I nodded. He was so intelligent when he spoke that he could take something like a vampire film and turn it into a meaningful discussion without sounding like a pretentious douche. Cale made my multitude of thoughts make sense in a way most guys his age never had. Yeah, I found my peace with Jasper, flaws and all. And I guess I'm realizing that most of my comfort things are bad examples, I admitted, listing them off in my head. Gossip Girl, The Vampire Diaries, One Tree Hill. He agreed.
Mine too.
Alice deserved better, I said, wondering where the line between writing and opinions lay.
Yeah, she did.
What else comforts you? I dared to ask. I don't know what I was expecting as his response, but the question was out before I could process it. I kept my focus on his face, as he seemed to be thoroughly considering my ask, and was quiet for the longest 10 seconds of my life. Cale looked straight ahead, staring at the brown tapestry hung on my wall. My mom got it from some flea market. I didn't remember in which state.
Being around you.
The boldness of his confession sucked the air from my lungs. His bright eyes turned to me. I was speechless and very caught off guard, to say the least.
And you? What brings you comfort?
He asked. I could feel my mind going into its own version of fight or flight, and I was a little surprised by the way I felt. I was afraid to say that I loved being around him too, that it brought me comfort to connect with him, and that I was growing more and more attached each time I saw him. But what did this mean? He finds being around me comforting. I didn't know what to make of that. I hesitated, realizing that I had somehow moved closer to him. Cale's finger was warm when it touched my lips. I both froze and caught on fire. I felt dizzy. He pressed the pad of his index finger into my wet lips and kept it there for no longer than a second. I could barely breathe and was trying with everything in me to remain calm and think before I reacted, for once. Studying Cale's face, I sprinted through the possibilities of what this moment could turn into. I hated that the hourglass in my mind was moving faster, the sand pouring through the gap mercilessly reminding me of our limited time together. Our eye contact made me nervous. He was looking at me so intensely that my cheeks warmed. I wanted to tell him that I had never felt as much comfort from a person as I did from him, at least not in real life. I wanted to tell him that I would miss him terribly when he left. I wanted to admit that I liked him, more than just being grocery shopping, stargazing buddies. I couldn't, and I wouldn't. But fuck did I wish I could. Cale's eyes were on my mouth. I was very aware that my chest was likely beet red, the revealing pajamas not doing me any favors. I closed my eyes, thinking maybe he would kiss me again, and if he didn't, I couldn't bear to look at him much longer. I felt so much, and couldn't find a single word to say. When my lid shut, there was a sense of relief from his flame. My heart pounded. His phone vibrated on the floor between us, and I tried to read the name on the screen when my eyes snapped open. He scooped it up too quickly, and I felt embarrassed that I was violating his privacy. He ignored the call, but his energy shifted instantly. I must have looked like such a freaking idiot with my eyes shut, like I was waiting for him to kiss me. Who said that's even what I wanted? Not me. Suddenly, it was like our little bubble popped, and reality swallowed him up. His features felt harsh. His warm eyes became cold as they turned away from me and stared at the wall. I sank. I was pulled back into my thoughts on overdrive, wondering what I said or did wrong this time. Who kept calling him? Maybe he was secretly married? I couldn't think of another explanation for his odd behavior. I thought about Brian and how often he would shush me. How many times he would gently tap my leg under the table if I was talking too much in front of his friends. If I was embarrassing him. Cale isn't like him, I reminded myself. He's just making sure neither of us cross a line that we can't reverse. I had a lapse of judgment. No big deal. I paused, fidgeting and lightly pushing at my cuticles. Important call? I asked him, hoping I didn't sound as immature as I felt. He shook his head.
Obviously not, since I ignored it.
His tone wasn't rude, but his words had a bit of defensiveness that rubbed me the wrong way.
Dinner will be here in 5 minutes if you want to wash up, he mumbled.
You don't have to talk to me like I'm 12, I said, and rolled my eyes. I wasn't completely sure why, but I felt slighted and moody.
Madam, your dinner will be delivered in precisely 300 seconds.
I cackled, a real laugh, suddenly back to being amused. This thing with him was exhausting, but exhilarating. He grabbed the pillow from my lap, and I kicked my leg out at him. He suddenly tossed the pillow back at me and used his hand to push it down a little across my crotch area. Oh my God. His eyes were on mine, and I squeezed the pillow, shoving it tightly between my legs, now remembering why I had it in the first place. Cale's cheeks were a bit more red than usual. Or was I imagining that his embarrassment matched my own? Both of our backs were against the couch, and we sat facing forward with our legs in front of us. Mine were crossed at the ankles, and I still had the pillow on my lap. I couldn't catch up with my breath, even though we had barely moved. I turned my head. I just had to look at him, to try to make some sense of what we were doing. His chest was rising and falling the way mine was. This wasn't exactly what friends did. We were crossing the line like we did last night when he kissed me. Why stop now? What? I looked into his eyes, not sure what I was asking.
What?
He repeated, shifting again, so his face was inches from mine. Him kissing me or not was no longer the thing I feared. It was this different type of intimacy, this comfort. I tried to calm my heart and my head. No matter how good it felt to be with Cale, how much I wanted this right now, I knew it was never, ever going to work. He was leaving, and I wasn't ready to date anyone, especially a long-distance soldier who I barely knew. We had an arrangement, an agreement. We both spoke the same exact word at the same exact time. Cale's expression looked like he was sizing me up, deciding what he was going to do based on what he thought I was going to do. All logic was gone as his tongue grazed over his bottom lip, making it shine under the light. I wanted to taste him again. It was all my mind was full of. I tried to be logical, even though it felt impossible. Do you think this is a good idea? What we're doing right now? I could barely get the words out through my deep breaths.
It feels like it is.
But do you think it is? What will happen if we kiss again?
Karina.
Cale turned his entire body toward me.
Please don't ask me questions that I can't answer. Not tonight, please.
His voice was a whisper as his hand cupped my ear. All of my shame and embarrassment and second thoughts about feeding the hunger I had for him quickly melted out of my body and mind. I couldn't keep my eyes open when his thumb gently massaged the lobe of my ear. My neck instinctively rolled back, and he lifted my head, firmly cradling my neck with his other fingers. I let him take over. I didn't want to stop whatever questionable decision we were about to make. His lips were even warmer than his fingers as they brushed against mine. The tiniest of contact. It tickled in a daze-inducing way. He pushed against me, bringing his body to hover over mine. My back pressed against the edge of my couch as his mouth opened mine. A wave of relief, calmness, excitement, silence, screaming rolled over me. I lifted my hands to his shoulders and guided his body to trade places as I climbed onto his lap, feeling his arousal against the thin silk of my shorts. I could feel the wetness in my panties as I kissed him again and again. The door shook with a knock, just as Cale's fingers dug into my hips, pressing me closer. I jumped off of him, my knee hitting my cup of tea and splashing it onto the floor. "Elodie, oh my God!" I wiped at my mouth and tried to calm myself down. I was quickly coming out of the trance, realizing I would have to face Elodie if she caught us like this. Or my brother, which would be even worse.
It's probably the food.
Cale stood and went to open the front door. Of course it was the food. Geez, Karina, paranoid much? Cale set the plastic bag between us without saying a word about the second kiss, or what would have happened if the delivery man didn't interrupt. He unpacked the bag and opened each container, describing the dish to me without teasing me for having copied his order. He handed me my food first and waited to see my reaction before taking a bite of his own. "Incredible," I said with a mouthful of food. His smile distracted me from wondering if we were going to pretend like it didn't happen again. I didn't want to know the answer to that. Not right now, at least. So there we sat, bonding over the foam boxes on our laps, browsing through Netflix, and joking and bickering like an old married couple. The boundaries had all slipped tonight. I hoped it wouldn't destroy me when I fell. Chapter 49. Cale was parked in the back of the spa when I got off work the next day, his huge Bronco dripping water from its massive body. He was wearing a long-sleeved shirt with his company's name printed on the front, and blue jeans with frayed bottoms, as if he had worn them for years. I wanted to touch the soft, worn denim and feel the thread of the fabric against my fingertips. "What are you doing here? How did you know when I would be off?" I was surprised to see him waiting with a freshly washed truck. Surprised, but thrilled.
"A little birdie told me,"
he said, pulling his sunglasses off his eyes and opening the passenger door for me. Does that little birdie happen to have an adorable French accent? I asked. He shrugged.
That's confidential,
he said with a straight face. I could see a little gleam in his eye. How was it possible that I missed him so much when he had stayed at my house until almost midnight, leaving right before Elodie got home? I didn't know if I could hide Cale's visit from her if she so much as mentioned his name. Even if I told her the minimum, that he was at the house, she would want something, a little snippet of gossip, a morsel of a taste of my personal life. But unfortunately for her, I didn't kiss and tell. Oh God, the kiss. It made my cheeks glow, my heart sink and float, sink and float. What are you doing here? I asked Cale again. I was hesitant to climb into his truck, not knowing exactly where things stood with us.
I came to hopefully get you to go on a date with me.
A date? I thought we said we weren't going on dates, that we were just going to hang out until your discharge. We seem to keep doing the opposite of that. He shoved his hands into his pockets and stood there, next to the open door.
I disagree. We're technically hanging out.
He shrugged. It was hard to argue with him when he looked this relaxed, this innocent and playful. I knew if I went with him, I'd have a great time. Semantics, I argued.
Maybe, but would you like to hang out with me tonight since you don't work until 11 tomorrow?
I said yes without even pretending to have to think about it. There was no point. We both knew I would go anywhere he asked me to. He held me by my elbow as I climbed up into the seat, and he shut the door behind me. The fact that he opened doors for me was something I appreciated in a guy. The gesture wasn't lost on me. It was an old-fashioned and small thing, but I actually really liked the thought behind it, and it made me feel safe. Cale was a gentleman without even trying. As he stood there, looking so confident in himself and in me, I knew this was all temporary, and had my guard up not to get used to it. I hoped there would be men out there like him. If I could find someone who was half as smart and thoughtful and opinionated and socially and emotionally aware, I'd be lucky.
I have something planned for you. Nothing too fancy. I put together some music. He paused sheepishly. And I want to take you to dinner at my favorite spot in town.
I was getting more excited by the minute. You made a playlist? How cliché, but also awesome. I couldn't wait to hear what Cale had assembled. I was in fake dating bliss. Wait, am I dressed okay? I'm still in my scrubs. I can change if you want to stop by my house. Cale shook his head.
You look great. You don't need to change. Unless you really want to.
I didn't really want to. Yes, I wanted to dress cute and look as pretty as I could to hang out with Cale, but at the same time, I felt comfortable. Even with no makeup and wearing my favorite black scrubs, I did actually feel pretty. I can stay in this, I told him, settling it. This is what life must be like every day for people who are in love. Not that I was in love, but this was companionship that's good for one's heart and self-esteem. Cale thinks I'm cool enough to hang out with, and though I tried not to value myself based on other people's opinions of me, his opinion mattered.
I've found like 5 bands I think you've never heard of. One is called Chevelle. I once knew this guy in basic training who would scream their lyrics over and over. They were from his hometown, and by the time we graduated, I knew almost all of their songs by heart. I don't know if you'll like them now, but if you had listened to them before you fell for Shawn Mendes, it might have been a different story.
Leave Shawn out of this, I told him with a smile.
I saw that poster in your room at your dad's.
Cale turned onto the highway as daylight was disappearing from the sky. He's the John Mayer of our generation, I argued. Cale snorted.
John Mayer is the John Mayer of our generation.
A few minutes later, he was quiet, and I was happy as we listened to music and drove down a long, curvy road I had never been on before. I would always remember the way the sun and moon danced in the sky that night, and what a sense of calm his silence had started to bring over my body. I listened to his voice when he asked me random questions that he had clearly put some thought into.
How many siblings do you wish you had? Which is your favorite character on Friends? How many times have you watched The Lion King? If you could have dinner with 5 people, dead or alive, who would they be? And why?
I was starting to get too comfortable with him, there in the front seat of his Bronco, and yet I could almost feel the chaos brewing somewhere nearby. Everything was going too well. I was totally lost in his world now, impressed and moved by every thought he had. I loved the way his tongue wrapped words up to sound pleasurable and profound. The depth of his thoughts and the way he spoke were incredibly attractive. His mind at work was so appealing to me. I thought I knew what connection was like, but watching it play out on a TV screen was nothing compared to real life. There's a joy here, a level of peace with Cale that I had not known in my 20 years on this earth. Being with Cale was like meditating. It was so good for my mind, and my soul felt better when he was around. He was light-hearted and heavy, both at home and away, biting whiskey and smooth wine. I loved the way he contradicted everything about himself. His purposeful silence, his wise youthfulness, his unexpected softness. He was a fascinating man, and I couldn't wait to learn more about him. We made it through an entire playlist and began to make a second one together. I quietly sang along to a Billie Eilish song that Cale told me was actually made for her brother's band, but was better suited to her voice. Cale knew so much about everything. We got to the restaurant early and sat in the car, talking through the next few songs. The place was a cool little Chinese restaurant with nicely decorated patio seating, hanging lanterns, and lush green plants covering the space. We were only 15 minutes from my house, but I had never noticed this place or the cute fragrance store next door. This street is so charming. I saw my brother's name pop up on my screen. I thought about ignoring his call, but decided against it. It's Austin. Sorry. I turned Cale's radio down and picked up the call. Music boomed through his side of the line, and his slurred words were tumbling through, becoming inaudible. "Kay, come get me, please. Fuck Katie. Katie and her boyfriend that I didn't know she had. She said it was her ex-boyfriend, but they're trying to jump me." Austin slurred his words. "Care, please come get me." I sat straight up in my seat. "What do you mean? Who's trying to jump you? Where are you?" Chaos. No longer brewing. It was here. Chapter 50. I couldn't say no. Austin gave me the location, and I asked Cale to drive me straight there. He put the address in his phone and pulled out of the parking lot, the restaurant lanterns fading in the background as we drove. Thanks to Cale's ability to drive in crisis mode, it took us only about 8 minutes to get there. I called Austin once a minute until we arrived, but he didn't pick up. By the time we pulled up, 2 guys were rolling around in the middle of the street. A red t-shirt and a black t-shirt were all I could see. There was a crowd watching. Another guy pushed through and hit the guy in the black t-shirt in the ribs. I recognized it was Austin as he grunted on the ground. I pushed past Cale, and he grabbed my arm. "Stay here." He put his palms on my shoulders and moved me a few feet away before he disappeared into the crowd. There were 3 trucks parked in the cul-de-sac and about 10 people huddled together, cheering and booing. I tried to figure out where we were. The street was a row of similar houses, all quiet and with the porch lights on. There were a few people outside, yelling to stop the fighting and saying that they had called the military police. We weren't on post, but we were right outside the gate, so if the cops came, it would be military police, not civilian. It was the last place my brother needed to be getting caught fighting. I scanned my surroundings quickly, on my way to find Cale and Austin in the crowd. I shoved to the front of the adrenaline-fueled chaos, trying to reach Cale in the middle of the brawl. He pushed one of the guys off Austin, and Austin swung at him in the air. "Stop it!" I recognized Katie's voice before I saw her. I beelined toward her. "Come on, Nielsen, let's get out of here," someone said in the background. A couple more lines of toxic encouragement were thrown out before I saw Cale block my brother from getting hit in his ribs again. I screamed. "Stop it!" Katie yelled again. I reached where she was standing, close to the fight, her face streaked with mascara tears. "What happened?" I asked, grabbing her by the shoulders. Cale was yelling Austin's name, trying to break up the fight. "My ex and Austin!" She started crying hysterically. It was useless trying to talk to her, and I kept moving through the crowd. Sirens whirred through the air as Austin got his arms around one of their necks and brought them to the ground. Cale was shoving a guy with a bloody nose toward the crowd. They started to scatter, except Austin and the guy he was wrestling in the grass. One by one, the trucks pulled away, Katie with them. I locked eyes with her as she climbed inside the cab of one of the trucks. This had everything to do with her, and there she went, driving away from the storm. I yelled Austin's name as she passed, begging him to stop, to get up and get in the fucking truck. Cale grabbed Austin by the waist and tossed him to the side. He propped himself up on his elbow, sitting up, ready to go back at it. "Austin, stop!" I screamed again, desperate to connect with him, to snap him out of this before it was too late. If he got arrested again, he would be fucked. The siren cut off, and the voices got louder. There was a small group of onlookers left outside now, mostly neighbors yelling and arguing all at once. It was complete chaos. Everything happened so fast. The MPs rushed out of their cars, heading straight for us. I screamed as they got closer, and I realized they were going for Cale. I tried to run toward him as my brother was shoved to the ground. An elbow or fist was flying toward my face, so I lifted my hands up to block myself and heard Cale's voice booming. "Not her!" His voice shook me. When I couldn't see him anymore, I panicked. I didn't even know if I'd been hit or not. "I was breaking it up. I don't have a weapon." I heard Cale's voice again, and my eyes found him. I was no longer thinking about shielding myself. The only thing on my mind when I saw an MP reach for his black baton was Cale. The officer's focus was on him as the other two officers approached. Cale was on the ground and about to be blindsided as the officers got closer. His leg! He would have direct contact with Cale, and Cale wasn't the violent one here. Another scream rang through the air. It was a woman's voice. The officers turned to me. I looked at Cale again, then for Austin, who had found his way to the Bronco. He managed somehow to lift his drunk ass up inside and lie down, hiding from it all. While one of the officers stepped toward me and the others to Cale, I moved quickly, shoving myself in front of him. He grabbed me by the shoulders and tried to push me out of the way, but I put up a fight. "Stop!" I screamed, recognizing that I had been the one screaming the whole time. "Fucking stop! He didn't do anything!" My pleas finally got through to two of the MPs, who then stopped the one with his weapon out. The tallest of the officers cursed and shoved at his partner, and I wondered how the hell these power-tripping assholes could possibly be protecting anyone. I couldn't fathom why they were even going after Cale in the first place. "What the fuck is your problem? He wasn't even involved. He was trying to break it up. Give me your badge number or whatever I can fucking report you with." I shoved the shorter officer who was holding the baton with everything in me. He lost his footing and stumbled back. The other two were staring at me but weren't moving. I couldn't control my anger. I tasted salty tears on my tongue, and all I could think about was grabbing the baton from this fucker's hand and bashing his head in with it. "Karina, no!" Cale's voice brought me out of my blind rage. "Come here," he said, softer this time. Everything was still blurry as it slowed down, but Cale was safe now, though limping to the curb, calling for me again. I went to him and sat a few feet away, catching my breath and trying really fucking hard to calm down. Cale's hands were holding the bottom of his pants tightly around his ankle. "Are you okay?" I asked him. I blinked away the tears that were stinging the corners of my eyes. I had dirt or something in them. Cale nodded. "Are you?" He had a cut above his eye, and it made murderous waves of anger flow over me to see him hurt. "Yes, but you're not. I want to fucking kill them. How dare they come at you?" he groaned, still rubbing his ankle. Cale's hands were visibly shaking as he lifted them up and balled them into fists. After a few seconds, he opened his eyes and went back to rubbing near his ankle. "Do you want me to look at it?" I began to offer.
"No, I'm fine."
Cale stopped me in mid-sentence, yanking the pants all the way down to the top of his sneaker. He looked past me, then to my eyes.
"They're coming. Answer their questions and try to stay calm. If you don't, it will only incite them further."
The 3 MPs were walking over to us, so I didn't say anything until they began their questioning. I thought about calling my dad, weighed the possible pros and cons, but couldn't bring myself to do it. I heeded Cale's warning and tried my best to stay calm. It was so infuriating and difficult, but I managed for a while.
"Let me see some ID, soldier. So you're telling me you two just happened to show up here and you know the Fisher boy?"
"He's my brother. And like I told you, we came here to stop the fight," I snapped at them. Cale's hand touched my leg, gently squeezing. I again tried to be calm. While they wrote whatever bullshit down on their little notepads, I glared a hole through their skulls. Cale was silent, but I could feel that he wasn't okay. I had finally caught my breath, and the shock of it all was beginning to set in the longer we waited for them to continue their interrogation. Cale answered everything with an even tone, despite the situation and the fact that he did nothing wrong and was nearly fucking beaten by them. If anything, I should have been the focus of their animosity, having screamed and put my hands on an officer. That should have landed me in the back of a car pending an arrest. But no. No consequence for me. It was only about Cale. Apart from Cale, they seemed to be more interested in how we knew Austin than in the fact that Austin was the one who'd caused all of this. In that moment, I couldn't have cared less about my escape master brother who needed to pay for his crimes. I almost told them where he was hiding. I was that mad. Cale sat there with such stillness. He barely blinked as he answered their questions in a controlled, flat, but polite voice. He refused to let them get the best of him, I assumed. I wished that one day I would be as emotionally disciplined as Cale. His eyes were steady, but somehow I felt that he wasn't as calm inside as he appeared to be. The cold night air made little puffs of smoke come out of all of their mouths. I decided that the 3 of them were now my mortal enemies, and I would never forget their names. Solomon, Kruger, and Deke. Especially Solomon, the troll-like man wielding a baton with an evil behind his eyes that enraged and terrified me. Give a man power, and he'll rule, then ruin the world, my mother always told me. She was proving to be more right every day. The temperature had dropped significantly since we arrived. I had lost track of what time it was and how long we had been there. I was still in my work clothes, but my adrenaline kept me from being cold. I paced next to Cale as he still sat there, his legs extended in front of him. The other guy involved in the fight had already left without being questioned. It was only Cale's identification they had collected and scanned. Their awareness of Austin's name triggered a connection to our dad, so they didn't even bother to look for my brother. Nor did they seem to care who Austin's assailant was, and they didn't go after him either. When I quietly told Cale it wasn't fair, that this was all completely wrong and had to be against regulations, he explained that if I wanted to survive here, next to an army post my whole life, I shouldn't question authority, that it wasn't safe. Things were the way they were, and I wasn't going to change it.
If you want to fix things, go for something that's possible. Smaller. You're not going to change what's ingrained into American culture.
And that's it? You're just going to take it?
You know you're lucky that after putting your hands on an officer, you don't have a bullet in your head. If I had done that, it wouldn't be the case.
Cale's eyes darted from my face to the night sky, but when the men looked back at us, he was composed again. The questions continued, and Kruger rolled his eyes at me when I got choked up talking about the situation with my brother. He's getting mixed up with the wrong girl again, drinking too much, getting jumped by the not-ex-boyfriend. He was scribbling down everything I was saying while holding a recording device between his middle and index fingers. It felt like hours had passed. My brother was lucky to have slid off. We were close to being able to leave the scene when the MPs put away their notepads and got back into their patrol cars. Cale stood up when they reversed and pulled away. I felt like crying as they left, and my chest heaved as their cars got smaller and smaller in the distance. I couldn't believe the way they behaved and the way they treated Cale. It made me shiver thinking about the way their American flag patches glowed under the bright streetlights. My throat was dry and on fire when we climbed back into Cale's truck. The empty street seemed spooky now, eerily still, as if nothing had happened at all. Everyone was gone, except us. Chapter 51. Are you sure you're not hurt anywhere? I asked Cale again.
I'm sure.
Austin was asleep in the back of Cale's truck with his mouth wide open. Or maybe he was blacked out. I didn't know for certain, and the only reason I even gave a shit was because I wanted to cuss him out. His face was gray, his lips dry, and his palms were a little bit clammy when I reached back to check them. He's an idiot. Why does he do this? I felt so exasperated.
I think he's more than drunk,
Cale observed. What do you mean? I lowered my voice so Austin wouldn't hear us if he woke up.
He seems like he had something more than alcohol. I've seen a lot of guys fucked up on all kinds of stuff. Mendoza's one of them. I know what I'm talking about, and this is more than liquor and weed. Mendoza doesn't do the shit anymore, but he was on pills for a while, too.
I looked back at Austin again. I appreciate your concern, but he's not on drugs. Weed, maybe, but that's it. I've seen him way worse than this. He's a professional partier. If he doesn't wake up by the time we get to my dad's, I'll wake him up.
Fine. You know him better than I do, and we've both had a long night.
He gave in as we pulled onto my dad's street. I wondered how long it would take for word to reach my dad. Days? Hours? I ended up waking Austin to have him sit upright while we drove through the gate. He managed to keep his eyes open long enough to have our IDs checked, and then he fell back asleep for the few minutes' drive to our dad's. I thought about taking him to my house, but I didn't want to look at his face right now, and really, I wanted Cale to stay over tonight. Cale swore he was physically okay, and half carried Austin into my dad's house and up the stairs. Cale had just tucked Austin into his bed when I shook my brother's shoulder. He opened his eyes and groaned, and Cale took over, asking him questions to check his cognitive awareness. When was his birthday? What was his address? Austin answered each one in a slurred version of his voice, using our dad's house as his address. Cale shined the flashlight from his phone over Austin's pupils and felt his forehead before standing up from the edge of the bed. Cale really did everything in life so thoroughly, even taking care of my drunken idiot brother.
You'll be okay, but you need to drink water tomorrow. A shitload. And lay off excess of anything. Trust me, man.
He leaned down over my brother. Austin smiled goofily at him.
Indulgence in anything never ends well. Get your shit together or you're going to fuck up your life.
Cale was serious, and his focus was on Austin's drunk smile turning into a sad one.
I know, I'm done drinking,
Austin said, followed by,
I'm gonna sleep it off. Drink water in morning.
His eyes fluttered closed. What was that about? I looked at Cale with harsh eyes as we walked down my dad's lawn. Austin was barely coherent and didn't defend himself or make excuses like he usually would have. My brother on drugs? He could barely afford to get his hair cut, let alone buy drugs and keep up with his love of alcohol and Chipotle.
I'm only trying to help,
Cale said. Well, don't. Or at least talk to me about it first before you say something like that to him again.
Really, that's what you're saying to me right now?
I was defensive, and Austin was my twin. He wasn't on heavy drugs. He knew better than that. He just drank way more than he ever should have and didn't know when to stop. I think it's best if neither of us talk, I said, trying to regulate my emotions, but not doing a great job of it. We got into his truck and kept conversation to a minimum. His brows were pulled, his eyes deep in thought. I knew my behavior was unfair, and I didn't know if I could stop it. I was hurt and embarrassed and not exactly great at controlling my acting out. Another thing to send my mom a thank you postcard for if I ever got an address for her someday. This wasn't Cale's fault. I knew that. I needed to grow the hell up and stop lashing out. I would break the cycle, even though it was really fucking hard. Regardless of our sticky relationship, Cale and I were friends, and I cared about and respected him enough to stop myself from doing what I would normally do, taking my hurricane of emotions out on everyone around me. He had been through enough. The MP nearly took a nightstick to his already injured leg. The scene had been horrifying, and the memory of it was 100 times worse. It had to be 1,000 times worse for Cale. But how dare I make this about me or Austin? It's so messed up of me to be rude to you right now. Let's not talk about my brother tonight. I'm sorry. You've been through a lot. I'm really sorry for the way I responded. I know you're coming from a good place, I reassured Cale, reaching for his hand to calm me. I hesitated with my hand hovering above his, tempted but timid. His fingers reached up, wrapping around mine. They were warm and familiar, threaded through mine, and I felt grounded again. I didn't know if he would let go or not, but if he did, I would respect that and not touch him again. He didn't, though. He rearranged our fingers so he would drive safely, but he didn't let go. I'm sorry for all of this. Really sorry. I can't believe what just happened. You must be traumatized.
Enough saying sorry. I'm used to trauma.
He relied on humor to soften hard things, and it worked. I'm serious. You did nothing wrong. By standing up for my brother, you got forced into a shitty and dangerous situation. It's so fucked up how they have a little bit of power and they abuse it. We should have stayed at dinner and let Austin figure it out. You didn't have to rescue him.
That's my job. Literally, to protect the freedom of civilians.
He smiled. He was being sarcastic, but his words were still somewhat true. The irony wasn't lost on me. Do you really think that's what you're doing? In the army? I hesitated to ask, afraid that my words would come off as insulting. I didn't mean them that way, and I knew how sensitive of a topic this could be for him. If he didn't respond, I would change the subject and not pressure him. But if he did, I'd be grateful for the insight into his beliefs. He didn't answer right away, so I counted my breaths while he turned the truck on and blasted the heat. It was so loud and blew cold air that hadn't warmed up yet.
I can't speak for every single service member, but I know that I try to do what's right, with good intentions. When you put enough humans in the same place, there are going to be some bad ones. But in my case, I never went out of my way to hurt anyone. I never abused my power like some do.
The look on his face was one of a lost boy, a soldier away from war but still not at home. Nothing I could say would match the gravity of what he was saying. A simple "thank you for your service" wouldn't do. And you're still willing to die for the cause? I asked. He lifted our connected hands to his lips. He kissed the back of mine, and I closed my eyes. A small comfort.
Yes,
he said. The word felt like a flame against the back of my hand. Please don't. I opened my eyes to see him staring through me.
It's not like I planned to, but there's...
I interrupted him by moving our hands to cover his mouth. Let's keep it at that, I begged. I couldn't think about him going anywhere except across the state of Georgia.
Deal.
He leaned back against the seat.
For now, at least.
I didn't want to read too much into his comment. It felt like a warning, so it made me pause, but I blocked myself from digging into it. I focused on him, on his warm eyes, his careful and calloused hand holding mine. Even inside of the eye of a storm, he could make me feel like I was safely planted. It was all about perception, and mine could have used a dose or two of reality. But instead of searching for the ground, I was floating in the sky with the brightest star of all. My mom's voice echoed in my head as I leaned over and kissed Kale. The brightest stars burn the fastest, so we must love them while we can. She told me that only once, but all these years later I still remembered it. I touched his cheek with my free hand, running my fingers over his skin. The soft scar tissue above his eye, but below the fresh cut there, the harshness of his jawline. "Are you okay? Really?" I asked, loading the question this time with extra meaning. He laughed a breath through his nose and looked straight out of the windshield.
Maybe someday I will be.
"Let's go home?" I asked Kale, no longer wanting to pressure him with conversation. He nodded in agreement, and I hoped he would come in and stay the night of his own accord, without me having to ask. We drove home in the most peaceful silence. My eyes closed again, and by the time we made it to my house, I was dreaming of a place where I could keep Kale safe. Chapter 52. I don't know what I'd do without my job. It wasn't only about paying bills, although God knows there was that. It was about turning the key in the front door, switching on the lights, making sure we had fresh towels and were stocked with oils. Each little task took me out of myself and helped me connect to the world around me. I was sure of my skills as a massage therapist and proud of what I could do to help people disentangle the knots of their own lives. I needed that more than ever today, as I tried to disengage from the anxiety that hadn't gone away from last night. One minute I was listening to music with Kale, and the next I was being interviewed by aggressive military police. Molly understood why I was late. She had urged me to take the day off when I called to tell her what had happened, but I couldn't bring myself to do that. Kale didn't stay over at my house after all. He didn't even come inside. He woke me up, walked me to the porch, and touched his hand to the top of my arm as his goodnight. We were back to just friends now that the moon was replaced by the sun. He texted me that he had discharge appointments on post all day, and I guessed that meant he was getting closer and closer to his release from the army. He asked if I had to work today, and I told him yes, until late afternoon. He didn't ask what I was doing after work, so I didn't volunteer any more information. I was trying to keep things cool, even though I truly hated being away from him. I was already embarrassed from having called him while I walked to work. He didn't pick up, of course, and I left a nervous voicemail that I tried to delete but pressed the wrong button and sent it. I also couldn't stop constantly checking my phone between clients, and even once during a treatment for his answer. I took a few extra seconds after covering the client's eyes with a warm towel. And finally, halfway through my shift, I got a text from Kale. Very brief, and wanting to know if I had plans for dinner. I had texted my brother, too, trying to figure out what the hell happened last night. It was unbelievably stupid. He could have been badly hurt or arrested. And Kale was nearly assaulted by the MPs and risked ruining his good standing and discharge plans. I needed to make sense of why Austin had gotten himself in that situation over this girl. It was so stupid. I could barely stand it. I thought about going by my dad's and dragging my brother out of the house to interrogate him, but now that Kale was asking about dinner, I decided I'd much rather spend the evening with him than with my brother, or alone with a frozen pizza and a half bottle of wine. I'll come by tonight. If you want, come get me. How late will you be there? I was excited to read another text from Kale during my shift, but now disappointed to see that Austin wanted to come over for the evening. I was scheduled to work until 4, but I would slip out an hour early if I didn't have a walk-in by 3. Maybe I would have time to see Austin before having dinner with Kale. Kale texted that he wouldn't be finished with all of his meetings until after 5 anyway. I invited him to come over around 6:30 p.m. and offered to buy him dinner to even out his paying for my food the last time. I didn't have money for much, but we could order in something tonight, and the next time I got paid, I could take him to a nicer place. Next time. The words sent a shiver of a warning through me. I really needed to stay in the present with Cale, or we wouldn't fit anywhere at all. There was no future, and I doubted I would ever see him again after his discharge and the arrival of Elodie's baby. Philip would be home, and everything would go back to the way it was. I would be alone in my house again. While waiting for my next client to undress and get comfortable before their treatment, I texted my brother to confirm that we needed to talk, and that he better not fucking flake on me. I was more tired today than usual. I hadn't slept very well after Cale dropped me off. For some reason, I lay in bed thinking only of the shitty things in my life. I didn't have a typical family or a loving boyfriend. I didn't have Instagram-worthy brunches with a big group of girlfriends. Not that I even really wanted that, but the option had never presented itself. But what I did have, for now, was Cale, and I started to reread his texts when I saw one from Austin, letting me know that he got a ride and was on his way over to my house. I would still be at work for at least an hour, but I told him my door was unlocked. Cale's by-the-books voice was in my head, telling me to keep my door locked at all times, whether I was gone or at home. He seemed way too concerned, but I had downloaded the neighborhood security app when I moved in, and it was pretty damn terrifying to get an alert every hour for a break-in or assault. Stolen dog, drunk driver, drunk soldiers, fighting at a bar. It was so overwhelming that I turned my notifications off after 3 days. I knew the world was a lot darker than I wanted to believe it was, but I still wanted to have hope that we didn't need to shut our doors and lock ourselves away from our neighbors and community. I hated the idea that I couldn't leave my front door open with just the screen between me and everything outside. I wanted to hear the sound of cars, people talking and connecting as they walked down the little strip of shops across the street, the roll of thunderstorms and the calm patter of the rain. Even honks and sirens were a part of the soundtrack of my life. Austin was sitting on my couch, shoes off, hat on. I had thought about what I would say to him as I walked home from work. He looked bright and awake, much different from the way he looked last night when Cale laid him in his bed. Austin pepped up when I walked in, grinning at me, already playing for my forgiveness. He was conniving back when we were 7, and even now not much had changed. Well, our family had changed a lot. Our lives were turned upside down when our mother left us, and a woman we didn't know moved into our house before our mom even had a chance to come back. But Austin was still a brat. "How was work?" he asked. I stepped over his legs. He was sprawled across nearly the whole couch, and I maneuvered to the small available space at the other end and sat down. It sucked. It was fine, but it sucked. What the hell happened last night?
It was a misunderstanding. I'll be fine as soon as I eat. What can you cook for me?
I reached out to feel his forehead and rolled my eyes. What can I cook for you? You should be asking, what can you, Austin, make for me? And that's not an answer to my question. I need details, and I need you to stop getting yourself and other people in trouble. Cale could have really gotten hurt, Austin. This isn't a game. He pouted for a second before nodding.
I know. Let me order food. I have $50. We can get pizza.
I shook my head. I definitely didn't feel like cooking, but my brother needed to eat. I wasn't going to let Austin leave here without him telling me what the hell happened last night. I have dinner plans and you need to save your money. Let's make you something, I suggested. I stood up and waited for him to follow me into the kitchen. The sunlight pouring through the windows made that room at least 10 degrees warmer. I have pasta and a few things in the fridge that are going to go bad soon. Let's use up what I have. I winked at him. You should save your money for a haircut. I pointed to his uncharacteristically long hair. I sort of loved when his hair was long, the opposite of a soldier, away from danger. Or was he? How did you get here anyway? I opened the cabinet and pulled out a pot. I knew I had pasta in my pantry and tomatoes on the counter that were nearly too ripe.
Martin dropped me off.
The pot slipped from my hands and fell into the sink. Water splashed up at me. Martin? I turned the water off and looked at my brother. How? My brother rolled his eyes and looked at me like I was making a mountain out of a molehill by asking him that. I had every reason to, especially after last night.
I called him to say sorry for being a shitbag last night.
Austin was that way. He would put you in a crappy situation, but not entirely on purpose, and he would always actually feel bad about it. How did you get his number?
Mendoza gave it to me.
I sighed. My small circle was becoming more and more tangled. Are you and Mendoza close? I knew you were friends before, but have you stayed in touch? Austin nodded, and the screen door creaked. Elodie's voice chirped through the house, cutting the conversation off before my brother could respond. "Karina! In here," I answered, as she came in, her face looking more tired than usual. "I got home just in time. It's about to pour." She sat down at the table next to Austin, and he gave her a big smile.
"We're making dinner. You hungry?"
he asked her. I laughed, turning around to them. Correction, I am making dinner. For Austin. Pasta with, well, random stuff, but it'll be good. I turned the stove on to boil the water and started to dig through the fridge to see what random vegetables I had to throw into the pasta sauce. Carrots. Even though Austin was like a child when it came to food, if I chopped them up small enough, he wouldn't notice them. Hell, even if he saw me chopping them, he probably wouldn't notice. Austin and Elodie started basic small talk, how unpredictable the rain was and how the weather people never got the forecast right, that Austin had a headache and that Elodie's hands were starting to ache each day after work. The pain was increasing quickly, and she was a little worried. Austin touched the tips of her fingers, and she winced.
"Sorry."
He let go, looking like a puppy who'd chewed apart a favorite shoe. "It's okay," she assured him, verbally petting his head. "I have about 10 minutes until I have to meet Martin. He's with Julian and Gloria." I turned around faster than I meant to, coming comically close to chopping the tip of my finger off. I set the knife toward the back of the cutting board, facing away from me. "Martin, Cale, Martin?" I asked her, somewhat puzzled. He told me he had meetings on post until 5, but he was with Austin maybe an hour ago. Now he's somewhere with Mendoza's wife and baby, and Elodie is going to meet up with them? Elodie nodded. "He picked them up from home and dropped them off at the doctor. Cale's been spending all his time on post for his discharge stuff. I offered to take them home since Mendoza's on 24-hour duty. I haven't met Gloria, but I'm hoping to make mom friends." Elodie's voice became more and more exhausted as she finished her sentence. "Oh, yeah. Gloria seems cool." I turned back around and continued chopping the carrot, noticing that the water in the pot was beginning to boil. My mind drifted to Cale as Elodie and Austin started talking about some park she saw on Instagram. So Cale must have driven back and forth to help them out. Of course he did. I felt the little nudge between my lungs as I thought of how much I liked the softness of his actions and how they spoke infinitely louder than his words. I realized that Cale and I don't talk much about his military life day to day. It's more about the big picture of his life, but even then, the conversation is mostly focused on me. Elodie seemed to talk to Cale every day, and I wondered what he might have told her about us. I thought about mentioning to Elodie how often I'm hanging out with him. "Hey, Elodie, Cale and I are friends," and we kissed more than once. I kinda want to kiss him again, but we're just friends. Okay, thanks. But since I can't even explain what the hell we're doing, there was really nothing to say to her. Elodie's loud laugh suddenly interrupted my thoughts. Clearly, I had missed one of Austin's jokes, but I noticed how he had managed to charm her. The banter between the two of them was a pleasant distraction.
"Mom friends in the army can be brutal. My mom got treated like shit by the wives around us. She hated it, that's for sure,"
Austin told Elodie. It felt a bit too personal, a bit too vulnerable for him to say so casually in my kitchen. "It's hard. I just want them to like me. Is that too much to ask?" she whined, laying her forehead on the wooden kitchen table. She lifted it and gently put it back down, not actually touching, but pretending to bang the table a few times for dramatic effect. "I feel like I'm in primary school again, but this time it's worse, because I don't know anyone. They are speaking another language, and I can't even run home to my parents," she sighed. I couldn't imagine Elodie not being liked by the women she desperately wanted to befriend. They were the only people who would truly understand her situation and be able to relate in a much deeper way, I was proud of myself for wanting my friend to be happy and loved and have as many friends as her little pure heart could hold. The thought of her happiness didn't make me jealous at all. Unlike my father, who needed to possess the people closest to him under the pretense of love. I tried really fucking hard to not be like him in that way. I wanted the things I loved to flourish, uncaged and free. He made the mistake of marrying someone whose mind, body, and spirit were wild. She couldn't be owned, and he needed to collect things. While my mother couldn't be tamed, Estelle was primed to be a precious and pampered doll, a beautiful brunette with eyes for him and his world only, a prize he could display, polished and perfect. "What time is it?" Elodie asked, eyeing the downpour of rain through the window. "Gloria was supposed to be here with Julian by now."
"Have either of you seen their baby? He's so cute."
Austin strummed his fingers on the table.
"Only in pictures,"
Elodie responded immediately in a high-pitched voice.
"He looks just like his—"
She stopped in mid-sentence and her face lit up. So did my brother's. Elodie's hand shot up into the air and waved. I turned to see who they were looking at as the back door opened. Cale stood, half in, half out, dressed in his uniform, his cap hanging out of his front pocket. I quickly ran through my appearance in my head. I was still in work clothes with frizzy, air-dried hair. Even though I'd planned to be a bit more polished when I saw him, when we made eye contact, my self-consciousness instantly disappeared. It was wild, the effect he had on me. All of the spiraling thoughts slid from my mind as he took a step forward, and a small child walked in behind him. The boy had dark hair, wet from the rain. He was as cute as Elodie and Austin had gushed, and Mendoza's wife Gloria followed behind him. She was beautiful. Of course she was, and radiant despite the dampening rain. She had big dark eyes and thick, long hair. She was dressed in a white turtleneck tucked into dark jeans. Her jeans were baggy on her frame, and her smile oozed confidence and sweetness, almost as if she was an old friend, though I had never spoken to her.
"Hi!"
Elodie addressed the child first.
"I'm Elodie."
She was using a baby talk voice, and the boy smiled brightly. Okay, he was actually the cutest child I had ever seen. He looked so much like Mendoza, but also like his mother. Big, bright brown eyes and thick lashes. Austin stood up to hug Gloria, and I waved awkwardly. It was clear that Austin knew her well by the way he smiled at her, and the fact that he wasn't hitting on her. My kitchen felt smaller than ever as Gloria glared at Austin and playfully hit his arm. "I heard you got Martin smoked today for what you did last night. Get your shit together." She spoke to my brother like a sibling. What Gloria said took a few seconds to hit me. Cale had been reprimanded and humiliated, publicly, at work, but wasn't going for my brother's throat? I guess no one was immune to Austin's charm. I was used to seeing women, even myself, hover over him and contort themselves to accommodate his varied behaviors and volatile personalities. Outwardly strong, yet sometimes extremely fragile.
"I know,"
Austin whined and ran his hands through his messy hair.
"I'm sorry, truly. I'm not going near that girl again,"
he promised all of us. When his eyes landed on me, I mentally cussed him out, in hopes that the whole twin telepathy thing would work. "You better. Are you coming over to grill with us?" Gloria asked Austin.
"Hell yeah,"
he responded without hesitation. "You can come too." Gloria was looking at me. "We're going to chill at our house if you want to join us." It felt nice to be included, but I really didn't want to be around anyone other than Cale today. I didn't know how to respond in a way that wasn't rude. I wanted to keep open the chance of being invited again. My brain was failing me, not coming up with the words fast enough when Cale spoke. He was answering Gloria, but his eyes were on me.
"Actually, we have plans, and we can't move them."
He shrugged and looked at her. "Next time, then." Thankfully, Gloria's smile was just as warm as it was when she arrived. I nodded to Gloria, tentatively accepting her future invite. I would be sure to thank Cale for saving me from my own social awkwardness when they left. Honestly, I wanted them all to leave, even adorable little Julian. I wanted to be alone with Kale. Chapter 53.
Sorry, Care. Next time dinner's on me.
Austin gave me a hug and said another quick sorry against my ear. He was out the door before I could respond. I waved goodbye to Gloria as she left carrying Julian. Elodie double-kissed me and gave me a puzzled look before opening her umbrella and following Gloria out of the house. As their voices trailed off, Kale shut the door, locking not only the main door, but the screen door too. Just like that, the kitchen was empty. "Are you keeping something out or locking me in?" I asked him, sarcasm coating my voice. He laughed and brought his gaze to meet mine. I nearly squirmed when he focused in.
Both.
I couldn't move the smile from my face, and Kale's doubled in size, bigger than I'd ever seen. Finally, a level 10 smile from Kale Martin. I won. I didn't know what, but in my head there were buzzers going off and neon signs saying, "Winner!" and I knew that something special was mine. We stood there for a few seconds, taking each other in, the rain outside filling our silence. Kale's eyes went from my scalp to my socks and back up to my face before he spoke again.
Hi.
Hi. I smiled a smile that was so big that I couldn't close my mouth, even when I tried.
How are you?
He asked, nudging his shoulder to mine. I'm okay. How are you? You seem pretty happy for someone who got smoked today. My brows drew together. I nearly apologized for my brother again, but Kale's voice in my head stopped me. His smile stayed as he replied.
It's done now. I needed the exercise anyway.
He laughed, and I felt relief and guilt at the same time. Kale,
If you say sorry, I'm going to... Well, I don't know what I'll do exactly, but don't apologize for your brother,
he told me, in a voice so patient that I couldn't help but nod in agreement. His face was freshly shaven, and his thick eyebrows were perfectly wild above his bright eyes. He was still grinning. Something about him felt different, lighter. I was confused, but so happy to be this close to him. Did you have a lot of meetings today? I asked, shuffling my soft socks against the tile floor.
I did.
And played taxi? He nodded.
A lot of driving. How was work?
He asked, turning the conversation back to me. It was okay. Same as always, I told him, feeling the floodgates open in my mind. I tried to hold them up, but knew it was a lost cause. I was bored, honestly. I'm starting to feel a little distracted at work. Kale's brow lifted.
Distracted? How so?
I felt my cheeks flush and my heart began to pick up speed. You distract me. Just life. I told half the truth. Kale was good at reading me, so I looked away from him and stared at the boiling water on the stove. I had wasted my time cooking for my brother. Typical.
What were you cooking?
Kale changed the subject. He was looking at the skillet of food on the stovetop. Kitchen sink pasta, my specialty when food in the fridge is about to go bad. I waved my arm in the air. For Austin, but he left, so I might as well not even finish it. Kale took a step toward the hot skillet.
I'm starving. I didn't eat anything today because I was too busy.
Oh, you don't want to eat my cooking, trust me. Didn't you want to get dinner somewhere? He shrugged.
I'm easy. I'm good with staying in if you are. And this smells really fucking good, honestly.
A tiny compliment, and my confidence was soaring. I pointed to the simmering pasta sauce. Why don't you try it first?
It can't be that bad,
he teased, grabbing the ladle from the counter. He dipped it into the sauce and managed to make such a simple act insanely attractive. I wouldn't be so sure, I confessed.
I've eaten MREs.
I remembered my dad bringing home a spaghetti-flavored MRE for my brother and me to try after his first deployment. It was such a novelty to see food made out of powder, and Austin and I got so excited. For years I tried to hold that fond memory with my father as close as I could. I almost told Cale about it instantly, but I didn't want to bring down the mood by talking about my dad. I smirked as he brought the spoon to his lips for a second time.
It's really good. Let's eat this.
If you're sure. I shrugged and turned off the burner. After the day you've had.
Who said I had a bad day?
Cale asked, stepping closer. He put his arms on both sides of me and leaned in. His face was inches from mine. Would it be weird if I kissed him? Will he remember kissing me when he's back in his hometown, beginning his new life? Would he miss me? Would he remember me at all? The thoughts hurt me. I couldn't recall what he had just said to me. I was too distracted by how close he was.
I've been smoked before. Everyone has. I'm taking this as a farewell from the army. Plus, look how my day has turned around.
He licked his lips, and I mirrored his action without a thought. You promise you're okay? I asked one last time.
Me?
He tapped his chest with his finger. It landed on his rank badge, front and center. I nodded. My throat was dry as a bone. Yes, you. After yesterday, after today in general. I really hope you're okay, I said, meaning it. He smiled again.
I'm fine. Are you worried about me?
He asked playfully. I shook my head, avoiding eye contact. He dipped his head down to make my eyes meet his.
Karina, I think you are worried about me.
The kitchen, my very small kitchen, felt as if it were shrinking by the second. I mean, I was worried, yeah. Last night was pretty damn intense. I feel like you should run away from me as soon as you can before something worse happens to you. He smiled and chewed his lip again. The scar above his brow had darkened. I noticed the change of color. Some days it was more raised, others more purple. The cut he got last night was less pronounced today. I felt a little relief.
I've been to war twice before the age of 21. I can handle MPs, and Austin is, well, Austin.
He sounded like he knew my brother well, and, once again, I felt left out.
Karina, Karina, Karina.
He sang my name. There was a softness to the way it sounded that made me want to close my eyes. So I did. Cale's voice carried on.
You keep apologizing for things you didn't do. I thought we were going to stop doing that,
he teased. I loved this mood he was in. I wanted to stay in a cloud of it forever. I was blissful long enough to get addicted, enough to crave it again until reality caught up with me. What was I doing? Literally, what the hell was I doing? I opened my eyes, closing the curtain on my daydreamy moment with Cale. I somehow managed a voice. You sound like my old therapist.
Is that a good or a bad thing?
I thought about it for a second. Both.
Well, if I were your therapist, I would surely advise you to stay away from men like me.
I watched him as he nodded and inched closer to me. I wished I knew where we stood.
Far, far away,
he whispered. My eyes grew wider as he neared. His mouth was saying the opposite of what he was doing. Something inside me burned to know more, to know everything about him. And what if I don't want to stay away?
It's wise advice. But you're the one paying the bill,
he said. It sounded like a warning, so I moved my head back, putting a little space between us to think straight. What exactly is it that I'm staying away from? I asked. An upstanding citizen who drives women and their children home from the doctor and goes to war to fight for our country?
A man who has no capacity to know what's right or wrong anymore. Someone who tears things apart.
He paused, and I could feel his warm breath flush against the apple of my cheek.
And doesn't stay to put them back together.
Cale's fingers were warm when they caressed my chin, tilting my head to see his full face. His breathing slowed and the air between us became more serious. The stakes were growing with each second that passed.
"A man who's a killer,"
he whispered. Adrenaline shot through me, and I held his eyes. I don't know what to say to that.
"You don't have to say anything."
Cale's eyes were on my lips as I nodded. He kissed me the way I've only read about in poetry. I now understood what all the poets and writers complain about when they lose their love. This was that feeling they all chased, missed, remembered, would die for another chance to feel again. His lips opened and his tongue slid across mine. I would never forget this kiss. It was now a part of my DNA. The intensity of emotion, a rush unlike anything else I could explain. I wondered how anyone could possibly live after feeling this even once. Cale's hands lifted me up onto the counter, and my legs opened and he stood between them. His hands gripped the tops of my thighs as he devoured me, body first, then mind. His ACU jacket was crunchy between us, but I could still feel his heart pounding as I put my hand on it, next to the pocket. The way his heart danced under my palm felt like he was playing a song made just for me. This connection with him, this consuming connection, was otherworldly. I had never desired to be this close to someone before, not even when I was a teenager and confused infatuation with love. Pages of all the romance novels I had read, every scene from the dozens of rom-coms, all flicked and fluttered in my mind. They finally made sense. His hands were pressing against my back, holding me to his chest. My mouth and entire being were docile in his hands as they cupped my ass, my hips, my neck. Whoever he was, and whether or not I ever found out, wasn't on my mind as I kissed him for the second, third, then the 10th time. He carried me to my room, never letting his mouth leave mine, and I used my foot to slam the door behind us. I ignored the little bell going off in my head, reminding me that I shouldn't fall for this soldier. My body ached, begging me to give in to its desire, and as he landed us on my bed, I let my mind go mute and allowed myself to lose control for once in my life. Chapter 54. The heat and the sun woke me the next morning. Its brightness came with the dawn of a new way to begin my day, with someone else here. At first, I was confused when I woke up with Cale, his body running his usual insanely warm temperature. My little room was hot and steam filled the windows. My cheeks flushed with prickly heat, and I looked at him next to me. His eyes were closed, and his lips were ever so slightly parted. He was still in his pants and boxers. Only his t-shirt and jacket were missing. He proved to be a gentleman who didn't even try to sleep with me. I couldn't decide if that was a chivalrous thing or an insult to my ego. Although we hadn't slept together, it had been the best night of my life. I was grateful for his eyes being closed, as I couldn't stop smiling like a love-struck idiot. I really was a goner. This was going to end horribly. He was so beautiful, thoughtful, gracious, kind, and brilliant, and all of that overpowered the horror of not having a future with him. People my age hooked up all the time. Why was my brain acting like we had exchanged vows just because we shared the same bed? Being greedy with our limited time, I used the tip of my finger to trace around his chin. The squareness of his jaw was an art form in itself. As I studied his face, I noticed it was marked with little scars. Every one of them made me curious to know where it came from. The one above his eyebrow was deep, along with the one below his lip. I touched it gently. The skin was soft and puffy. Cale rumbled a little and turned his cheek, mumbling something about rocket ships. Cale draped his arm around me, pinning me to the bed. There was something incredibly safe feeling about being with him physically. I couldn't understand it, but the world seemed so far from us. My walls felt 10 feet thick, my house made from iron and stone, not brick and drywall. I wondered if I should wake him up. I didn't know what time it was, but since I didn't have to work today, I craved a few more minutes with him in the silence. There were so many things I wanted to do, and they all involved Cale. I hoped Cale didn't have another full day of appointments. I really, really didn't want my dreamlike time with him to prematurely come to a screeching, lonely halt. I continued to stare at every feature of his face, his bare chest, the tattoo on his forearm, and the nearby deep scar in the perfect shape of a bullet hole. I shivered and hoped I was wrong about that one. Thinking of him hurt was overwhelming and scary. I tried to analyze how it could be possible to feel this connected to another person after such a short stretch of time. How did I live before this? How would I after it? It was going to be so much worse when he left, now that he'd stayed the night with me. There wasn't a dull moment the entire night, and as our voices had quietly filled my room with our secrets, I finally realized how insanely rare it was to meet someone who understood me. When Cale opened his eyes, my endorphins rose, and I smiled back at his sleepy, so swoony grin. He buried his face in my messy hair and groaned, pushing his body against mine. Did he want to kiss me again, or was he hiding in embarrassment? My heart pounded as he lifted himself up and faced me.
Hi,
he spoke softly. His voice was tired and deep. Hi, I whispered back, wondering what the sun would bring. Cale didn't say anything. My paranoia began to grow. I'm sorry if... He rolled on top of me, his arms on both sides of my head. He dipped his head down to look at me. With his mouth, Cale erased my doubts and thoughts as his lips moved down my jaw, across my collarbone. I closed my eyes. After having an uninterrupted night with Cale, I wanted 1,000 more. I wished we could stay in my bed for a week straight. I tried to savor every second we had, to make sure I would have something lasting to hang on to when he wasn't around. When my thoughts started to spiral again, I began to count the number of times Cale breathed in a minute. I pressed my hand against his chest the way I did once before, so I could feel his heart beating. His tongue made a line from the base of my throat and back up to my lips. I groaned as he gently opened my mouth with his and kissed me again. I lost count of them. Each one was somehow better than the last. It could have been minutes or hours before he gently pulled away from my mouth and kissed my forehead. I ran through the endearing things I'd learned about him last night. He can't stand the sound of trains and loves hard candy, but has never had a cavity in his life. That the only toothpaste he uses is cinnamon. Not only does he hate the smell of peppermint, which I knew, but also the taste. He doesn't like sports and has never watched an entire football game start to end. His favorite season is winter. Cale opened up like 1,000 novels written just for me, and I longed for the chance to read them all.
What's going on in that head of yours?
Cale kissed against my neck. That you're a library.
A library? Is that a good thing?
I nodded, and he turned onto his side to face me, wrapping both of his arms around me and pulling me close to his chest. He gently stroked my hair, and my heart exploded from the sweetness of it. I couldn't keep my eyes open long when his fingers started to rub my scalp in back and forth motions, right above my hairline, the exact same way my mother used to do. Her fingers would circle my head until it prickled and went numb, helping me fall asleep.
What are your plans for today?
Cale asked after a few seconds of silence. Nothing, actually. I couldn't see Cale's face because my head was on his chest. His fingers were rubbing my head, creating that calm, numbing sensation that was my favorite part. It was such an intimate feeling that I hadn't felt since my mom left. I started to tell him that, but he spoke first.
If you're up for it, I wanted to show you my place. I don't have PT or any appointments today. The duplex is a complete mess and in the middle of being renovated, but I wanted to take you there.
He sounded shy by the time he finished. I couldn't hide the excitement in my voice. You do?
Yes, of course I do.
I would love to see it.
Cool.
He smiled. Cool. I kissed his grinning mouth.
You need more days off. Imagine if we had an entire week to ourselves. No family dinners, no work in our way,
he said against my lips. His fingers moved from my scalp to the ends of my hair. I loved the way his thick fingers wrapped around my dark strands, gently twisting between and around them. I felt so dazed by his attention, so content and warm. I realized that I could actually sleep if I wanted to. That was a first for me, to be so relaxed that I could fall asleep before the sun went down. It had everything to do with him. Cale started humming a song and told me about this little-known band he found in a bar in Kentucky after he graduated basic training, and how he recently heard their song on the radio. I smiled as he hummed a few more bars and started to kiss down his chin, around his collarbone and shoulders. His skin was so soft under my lips, and his body shuddered when I kissed the scar tissue that framed his shoulder blade. Cale's phone started to ring on the nightstand. He jumped up and I moved away as he grabbed it, my eyes reading the screen.
It's Mendoza,
he said, showing me the phone. I nodded as he answered.
Hey, you...
Cale started to speak, but he was cut off by shouting.
Hey, man, slow down.
Cale's voice suddenly was different. He was now Sergeant Martin.
Where are you?
Cale was out of my bed, sliding his shirt down his chest. He grabbed his jacket from the floor and put it on. I didn't know what to do as I sat there on the bed and Cale moved around me. He was totally focused on Mendoza, in full-on mission mode.
I won't tell Gloria or anyone where you are.
Cale looked at me.
Don't go inside, just wait outside. I'll be there in 15 max. Don't go back inside, he repeated.
I got out of the bed and moved toward Cale. He held his finger up to tell me to keep quiet.
I'll be there soon. Everything's fine. Don't talk to or call anyone else until I get there. You could get reported, Cale instructed. He seemed to have such great empathy. His soul glowed from the inside. It astounded and impressed me. He was showing me what a thoughtful man looked like. Beautiful brown skin, 1,000 seas wide, sympathetic eyes, and a considerate heart. It struck me that I hadn't seen this in a man before, at least not in real life. But Cale showed me exactly what compassion looked like. Is everything okay? I asked him. He nodded. Mendoza. He's drunk and started saying these guys were spying on him. He's slipping and I need to get there.
Spying? Cale sighed, rubbing his forehead with the back of his hand.
Paranoia from constantly being in situations where people are trying to kill you, he said.
His words rattled me.
I'm sorry I have to go.
He kissed my forehead, then my cheeks, then my mouth.
I'll be back as soon as I'm done there.
Do you want me to go with you? I asked, knowing the answer, but wanting to offer anyway. He shook his head.
I told him I wouldn't tell anyone. If he sees you, he won't trust me. I need to get there before he starts a fight.
His fingers moved quickly to lace up his boots. He stopped tying them for a second and looked up at me.
I appreciate the offer, though.
I had a really bad feeling about whatever was going on. My stomach ached as he stood up and met my eyes.
Don't worry about me, okay?
Cale tried to assure me. Right. I rolled my eyes at him. We both knew that worrying was my specialty. I followed Cale through the hallway to the kitchen door. The sun was so bright, it clashed with my thoughts. In my mind, a storm was brewing. Mendoza will be okay, right? I asked him. I was aware that I barely knew the guy, but I could tell how much he meant to Cale. He nodded.
Yeah, Care. He's going to be okay,
he reassured me, and stepped outside.
Lock the door,
I heard him say. I smiled at that, and the way he called me Care. Only Austin and my mom ever called me that, and I really, really liked the way Cale said it so effortlessly. After I watched his Bronco pull out of my driveway, I returned to my room and fell into bed thinking about how many soldiers had demons chasing them long after they had left the battlefield. Home wasn't such a safe place for them once they returned. I drifted off to sleep, wondering how many demons were chasing my soldier, and if they were too strong for him to defeat. Chapter 55. When I opened my eyes, it was early evening and the sun was setting. It took me a few seconds to realize that Cale hadn't come back yet. I went to our text thread and there was nothing from him. A bubble of uncertainty filled my lungs. I'm sure he was okay and just busy handling Mendoza. He wasn't ghosting me, I told myself again. As I debated texting Cale, Elodie sent a picture of herself in a pink sweater with her short blonde hair and 2 low pigtails. How adorable. When I asked her where she was, she said she was at another FRG gig, a cookout this time, and that she'd been invited on a girls' trip to Atlanta to do some shopping. She was excited to browse for baby clothes and the latest gear, but even more excited that she'd been included, spur of the moment, to go along. I nearly asked her if she'd heard from Cale, but I didn't want to seem overly interested. She must already be wondering what the hell was going on between us. I threw in a load of laundry before turning to the unwashed pile of dishes and glasses in the sink. I hated hand washing and reminded myself that one day I would finally buy a dishwasher. I hadn't done much and had slept most of the day, but my head ached, and I took a Tylenol and gulped down a glass of water before making my way back to my room. I lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, thinking of Cale. I remembered the first day I saw him in the lobby at work. The mysterious client who later refused to take off his sweats or let me touch his right leg. Now he wasn't a stranger, but he still hadn't shown me his legs. Not once. He was always dressed from the waist down, and I cared too much about his trauma to force him to explain. There were so many other beautiful parts of him that he didn't keep a secret. Maybe he would tell me, or even show me the rest, when he was ready. I remembered how close we felt a few hours ago. The way I held his hand in mine. Holding his hand like that. Touching each of his fingers, tracing the little creases around his knuckles. His hand in mine was the best remedy to ease the paranoia of the secrets he kept. I loved his hands. How big they were. How strong. I thought of how they held me, touched me, comforted me. I dozed off again and woke up to Cale standing over me, watching me sleep. He looked like a prince out of a movie, wearing a white t-shirt and gray sweats. Maybe I was groggy. Maybe I was losing my mind. But he was so beautiful, and I missed him so much. I yanked on his arm, bringing him to me.
Hey.
He curled his body into mine. I clung to him like he had been away at war. How was Mendoza? I felt unsettled, but didn't want to ruin the moment now that he was back. Silence fell between us. He took a deep breath, and I held mine.
Did you enjoy your nap?
He asked, completely ignoring my question. I had to make a choice. Press him for an answer about Mendoza, and risk him closing off and turning distant, or let him decide what parts of him I could access. I nodded, trying to keep my emotions at bay. I lifted my head up to kiss him, and his arms wrapped around me, hugging my body as close to his as it could get.
I missed you. Too much,
he said against my forehead. And even though I knew this was too good to be true and the red flags were piling up, I held on to him and decided to take whatever it was he would give me. I should have remembered that not all fairy tales end in happily ever after. Chapter 56. With Elodie off on her weekend girls' trip, Cale and I played house for a couple days, never leaving limbo. I begged off work, ensuring with Molly that my clients would reschedule. Cale and I stayed in the house and ordered food when we felt like it. He made me want to do nothing except lie next to him all day. Not even having sex, just listening to his theories about the world, how it began and how it would end. When he sensed the conversation was too heavy and too bleak, he switched topics to show me a YouTube video on the conspiracy that Shakespeare had a ghostwriter. I rolled my eyes, telling him that insulting Shakespeare was a crime in my house, and he lifted his body on top of mine, offering kisses to avoid any penalty. What I felt for Cale was something between sweet infatuation and total annihilation. It was powerful and raw. He was fierce as an animal, and yet so kind and gentle. He was a bundle of contradictions. Even so, it felt secure and calm to be with him, not the chaos that being in love advertised. I was happy in this moment, when I stopped thinking about the short time we would have together. It was terrifying to let my guard down, but it was thrilling to immerse myself in this intimacy with Cale. As he slept on my chest, and again when he woke up in the middle of the night asking for someone named Nielsen, then shouting Philip's name, he was drenched in sweat. He pulled me close to hug him, moved my hair from my ear, and whispered, "Run!" A chill went through my entire body, but I didn't move. I hugged him back and gently rubbed his shoulder, telling him that everything would be okay, even if I knew that was a promise I couldn't deliver. Cale's war trauma made my problems and worries feel small and insignificant. I made a commitment to myself that, because of Cale, I would confront my fears and stop letting the terrible unknown control everything. I deserved to let go and live. Really live. And he deserved the version of me who didn't need an answer to every question. We had spent all the prior afternoon, evening, and night in bed. Then finally it was Sunday morning, and I had to go to work in the late afternoon. I absolutely had to show up today, or Molly would probably come to my house and drag me to the spa herself. Cale and I had baked Elodie's can of cinnamon rolls for breakfast, and I made a pot of coffee that tasted like shit, but I drank it anyway. The rolls were gooey and warm and yummy, even sweeter when Cale kissed me with the faint taste of icing on his lips. "When this ends, what do we do?" I asked flatly.
What ends?
He was quiet as the seconds ticked by, but I sensed he knew exactly what I was talking about.
"We remember this,"
he finally said, sealing his words with a kiss. I had lost count of them at this point. I wanted to start all over and have another first, second, third kiss with him. We were behaving so domestically. I had lent Cale a set of Philip's PT clothing from Elodie's bureau to wear while he washed his sweats and t-shirt in my kitchen laundry. I pushed a pile of my laundry out of his way to make room as he transferred his wet clothes from the washer to the dryer, and then went back to my room to put on my jeans and a comfortable, baggy sweatshirt. A few minutes later, Cale appeared in my doorway with all my clean clothes, neatly folded, and asked where they should go. I shrugged and motioned to the dresser, and he set them down on top, then followed me into the bathroom. While I brushed my teeth, he swished some mouthwash around his mouth, opting for something antiseptic and medicinal in lieu of my minty toothpaste. Making breakfast together, doing laundry, sharing dental hygiene. This is what people who get married do, I thought to myself. And Cale had even convinced me to go to the mall to fix my laptop. More old married couple behavior. The local mall was crowded, and the parking lot was stressing me out as Cale circled in his giant truck, looking for a space. When he finally found one, he slowly and stealthily parked backward in a tight spot right next to a tall light post. "I hate malls," I said as we walked through the noisy entrance. The ceilings were low, every wall was brown or tan, and the lights were so freaking bright that I wished I had worn a hoodie so I could crawl inside it. There were people everywhere. Cale looked around and turned his face to me.
"Do you want to go back to the car and I can take care of the laptop?"
I smiled. How can you be so selfless?
"It's no big deal. I know a tech guy who works here at a kiosk. He's really fast, cheap, and won't be shady."
Cale dangled his keys as a last offer for me to escape the mall adventure. I shook my head and kept walking. He read the doubt on my face.
"I'll do the talking."
"Yeah?" I asked, hiding my face from him. I'd never had a friend, let alone a boyfriend, who paid this much attention to the way I felt and went out of their way to make my life easier. Cale didn't say anything. He just smiled and grabbed my hand. He looked so good, and I was with him. He liked me. He picked me, and that made me feel beyond special. I wished someone from my high school who had made fun of my weight or acne could see me now. Well, I looked like shit still, and Cale was way out of my league. I kept slowing down, looking for a mirror and regretting not having put makeup on before we left.
You okay?
He asked, squeezing my hand a little. I nodded. I'm just thinking of all the reasons that you're too good for me and why you should be embarrassed to be holding my hand in public. Cale's laugh was deep, coming from the core of his body.
What?
He held our hands up in the air, in an out-of-character move for him. My tummy twisted. I let my thoughts turn into words. You're totally out of my league. His expression was one of both confusion and calmness.
Who's deciding this? Just you?
I nodded.
You couldn't be more wrong,
he said, as we passed a pretzel stand. The smell wafted through the air and my stomach grumbled. How could I be hungry after eating half a container of cinnamon rolls? There was a long line for the pretzels, and the food court of the mall was beyond packed. Voices filled the space, all the way to the ceiling, with babies crying against the background noise of deep fryers bubbling and burgers sizzling as we walked past Wendy's. A couple in front of us were arguing over losing a receipt for a jacket the woman bought the man. They were in their 40s, maybe, and I watched them as we walked behind them. They went from bickering to laughing and back to bickering. I imagined being a 40-something with Cale, arguing in the mall over trivial things. I had to rein in my thoughts. They were way ahead of me, running wild.
Almost there,
Cale reassured me, stroking his thumb over the back of my hand in his. As we got closer, I unlocked our fingers and wrapped both of my arms around one of his, gluing myself to his side. I couldn't remember the last time I had been around so many people at once, but I was relieved to have Cale with me. We approached a kiosk that looked like a jewelry counter, but instead of sparkling rings and necklaces, its glass cases held tablet and laptop brands I'd never heard of. There was a row of smartwatches and cell phones in cases plastered with deal stickers, several of them announcing, "Fix your cracked screen here for cheap." The line was short, only one person ahead of us. And when the woman spoke, I immediately recognized her voice. Sure enough, Cale did too, and as he said her name, I clung like a flea to his side.
Turner?
He used his free hand to tap her shoulder. Martin! Her face lit up at the sight of him. Not that I blamed her, but I felt possessive and unreasonably jealous. My lungs burned as she reached for him like she was going to hug him. I let go of his arm, moving a few feet away defensively. If they started to hug in front of me, my eyes were going to melt off my face. Cale reached for the baggy sleeve of my sweatshirt to pull me close, dodging the hug she tried to give him. Her arms fell flat at her sides as he laced his fingers through mine. Her eyes instantly went blank, hiding any thought she might have been having. She was a soldier, after all. In most romances, this would be the chapter where I find out that Cale has a secret past with her. Or worse, he pretends not to know me. He was confusing me by doing the opposite of what I expected. Why do I always assume the worst? "What are you doing here, of all places?" Turner asked Cale, not looking at me. She was smiling again, focused on him. Cale held up my laptop with the arm that wasn't holding my hand.
Her laptop is fucked up, so we came to fix it.
I breathed a sigh of relief. Turner straightened her stance, and I was a bit terrified of how small I felt next to her. She was wearing makeup today and had her civilian clothes on, unlike when we ran into her at the commissary. Not that she didn't look great in her uniform, but wow, her personal style was cool. She was wearing a black halter that tied across the back, with cutouts on the sides that exposed a lot of skin. Her jeans were loose everywhere except her hips and butt. She looked like she belonged on an Instagram account full of look-at-me vacation pictures or in an engagement photo shoot with a man like Cale. She was definitely on his level, unlike me with my sloppy clothes and blotchy skin. I inched a little closer to Cale.
This is Karina. You've met her.
He introduced me. I waved, offering a quiet hello. She seemed to analyze every feature of my face and clothes. "Oh, Fisher's sister. Now I see it," she said, laughing. I hated that I didn't get her joke. "You know my brother?" She nodded, flipping her dark hair over her shoulder. Her fingernails were perfectly manicured and painted a light pink, skating the line of dress regulations. She bit the edge of her lip and wrapped the ends of her glossy hair around her finger, the perfect metaphor for my inward spiral. "Of course I know Austin. Who doesn't?" She said it in a way that felt like it meant something more. "And your dad, Cale interrupted whatever she was going to say.
"Ray, my man,"
he called out to an older black man with a thick gray mustache standing behind the counter.
"Martin, haven't seen you in a while,"
Ray said in a raspy voice, obviously happy to see Cale.
"I barely recognize you out of uniform. What brings you in?"
Cale gave Turner a quick nod goodbye and turned his attention back to me and Ray to explain what was wrong with the laptop. Ray said it would be an easy fix, but that he was so backed up with work, it would need to be left there for a day or two.
"Friends and family discount."
He winked, and Cale handed him his credit card without giving me a chance to protest. Not that I would have. I was still inside my head, wondering if Cale had dated Turner or, worse, had slept with her. Actually, I didn't know which was worse, but I'd surely prefer neither. This growing web of acquaintances connected to the people in my life was rattling me. Chapter 57. My shift that afternoon was long, and I could barely keep my eyes open. It was now evening, and I had already had 3 scheduled appointments. Stuart, who was one of my favorite clients, would be the last. Going to the mall this morning with Cale had depleted most of my allotted daily energy, but the way he held my hand the whole drive home replenished it. I wondered what he was doing now. I hadn't heard from Cale since he dropped me off at home. He mentioned he would be going back to his place, and I wished we had had time to go there together. I wanted to see where he lived, where he slept. I just didn't want to miss a chance to know more about him. But now I was feeling self-conscious about texting him. I didn't want to seem clingy. It wasn't such a big deal to text him a quick hi. I knew that, but I didn't, of course, and I watched the screen of my phone and the clock on and off until Stuart finally came in. During her treatment, Stuart told me all about her upcoming move to Hawaii. On top of the perk of getting to live there, her long-awaited promotion to staff sergeant had also come through. And she spoke enthusiastically about her partner, Stacy, who ran a small business, designing and selling these cute floral dresses. "She's going to set up one of those little shops right on the beach. She's convinced she's made for beach life," Stuart said, and beamed. She was optimistic that Stacy's business would surely do better in a year-round beach town than it did here near the border of Georgia and Alabama, almost 5 hours away from the coast. Stuart kept talking a mile a minute, her head in the cradle and her voice muffled. She winced as I applied extra firm pressure. She was always full of knots, but she could handle the pain better than most of the people I'd had on this table. "I've heard the housing on Post is really nice and very affordable." I shared what I knew from my father and a couple other clients. I reminded Stacy that we're going to be living by the Post, since it wouldn't be easy to live on Post, Stuart said, between her deep breaths, absorbing the bodywork. "I did find a cute house only a few miles away. It has a small garden for the dogs." I felt bad for not thinking about what I had just said before I said it. I knew that in reality, gay couples weren't particularly welcome living on Post together. It blew my mind that Stuart could serve her country the same way a straight woman or man could, but she might be denied the community support that a straight soldier would have. Seemed to me the don't ask, don't tell protocol really meant don't care, won't respect. The military needed to catch up with the times. Things were changing, slowly, but overall the Army hadn't been very supportive of the LGBTQIA+ community. Too many men in charge still believed that being homosexual had no place in the military. These were sometimes the same men who swept sexual assault under the rug, not to mention an overwhelming number of disappearances and suicides of service members in every branch. I worried about all of the challenges that Stuart and Stacy would face, even if Hawaii seemed like a more accepting place to live than some other military bases. I listened to Stuart talk for the rest of our session, but underneath her every word, I felt a sense of sadness. I wished this world were more fair for Stuart and her partner, and for all the other people I didn't know, but who were suffering for their own reasons. I felt a little guilty that I was eager for the massage to finish, so I could check my phone and see if Cale had texted me. I needed to connect with him any way I could. I needed to feel closer to him, even just to see his name on my phone screen, to reread old texts he had sent me. 3 more minutes. That seemed excruciatingly long. I didn't think Stuart would notice that I was already doing a sort of cool down on her, gently moving my hands over her skin to relax her after the deep tissue massage. I waited it out for 1 more minute and ended her session with 2 to go. I made a mental note that I would add 5 extra minutes to her next session. I grabbed my phone from the shelf the moment my hands left her body. No new messages, but I did have a missed call from my dad. Well, that could wait. I didn't feel like talking to him. The only thing on my mind was how Cale's mouth tasted like his coconut chapstick, and how hard he laughed when I tripped over a piece of tile in my bathroom that he promised to help me fix. Our scrambling bodies had moved from my bedroom to my bathroom to the kitchen and back to bed, still not able to let go, to stop touching, to stop exploring each other. We had become masters at intimacy, without crossing the line into fully hooking up. "Karina?" Stuart's voice made me jump. Talk about the real world. My phone dropped to the floor, the picture of Cale and me open on the screen. Bright as hell in my dark room. "Oh my God, sorry." I hid my face under my hair as I bent down to grab it. "I'll let you get dressed. See you in the lobby," I told her, leaving her in privacy. When I stepped into the hallway, I had to bite my lips to stop myself from laughing. Typically, I would freak out over something like that and die from embarrassment. Was Stuart uncomfortable or thinking that I had lost my mind? This time, my brain didn't go there the way it normally did. It naturally thought about how obsessed I was becoming with Cale, and how big his smile would be when I told him about my phone mishap with Stuart. Chapter 58. "It's so good to see you like this," Stuart told me, squeezing my hand as I passed her a pen and her receipt. I smiled and we both laughed. I felt that I had shared something very personal with her. "See you next week," she said. I was pleased for Stuart and the change ahead, but I was going to miss her a lot. And business-wise, usually an afterthought for me, I could hear Molly lecturing that losing a client as reliable as Stuart was going to affect how much money I would be bringing in each month. And what was I going to do about that? I cleaned up my treatment room as fast as I could while still being thorough. I threw towels in the laundry and checked the bathroom to make sure it was clean enough and that the caramel apple-scented wax burner didn't need another cube. Oh, how I loved the fall. I didn't wait for Elodie to finish with her client. I had managed to miss her return home this afternoon and was relieved not to have to answer her questions about Cale. I just shouted a general bye in Molly's direction and left. I checked my phone as I walked outside, turning into the alley. On days like today, I was thankful that my house was only a 5-minute walk from work. As I skirted around a pile of new mattresses outside of Bradley's shop, I started to text Cale to see what he was up to. I stared at the phone, feeling the chill of cool air. It felt like rain was coming. I really hoped that I would see Cale tonight. Seeing him would instantly lift my spirits. He was the brightest star in my muted gray life. The texting bubble popped up. 3 little gray dots were there. Then they weren't. I looked up from my phone and down the alley. I could see Cale's Bronco parked on the street right in front of my house. I used my hands to brush my hair back into a ponytail and straightened my shoulders, excitement bubbling through me. But when I reached the end of the alley and went across the street to my house, my eyes landed on a black Buick parked in my front driveway. I didn't need to see the U.S. Army sticker on the bumper to know it was my dad's. I felt as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water over me. I was nervous now, unsettled. I almost wanted to turn back around and hide behind the line of dumpsters in the alley and wished I could text Cale to tell him to get rid of my dad. But I knew that was something I had to do. I walked faster and saw the screen door open when all of a sudden my dad's voice boomed through the yard. I could see the shape of my dad in my doorway, his back turned to me. His hands were raised like he was yelling. Cale's voice was next. "You don't have a fucking clue!" Cale shouted. Chills ran from the tips of my fingers to the tips of my toes, and something in my brain, some minuscule detail of a buried memory, told me to stop there, right before I reached the lawn. I stepped next to Cale's truck for cover, wanting to assess what was happening. They were going at it, and they were going at it hard, each word a blow. "How dare you try to keep my daughter from me?" my dad accused. "You need to stay away from my family." Cale held his ground, and his voice was firm enough to make me want to hide from what I was hearing. "Maybe she doesn't want to be around you. Have you ever thought about that? You've got some nerve showing up at my house, Martin, especially after what happened in Afghanistan. Why do this when you're about to get out? You don't give a fuck about me getting out. This is about you keeping your hands clean and your retirement." The rest of the words flew around me too fast to catch until I heard Cale say, "You're a fucking criminal." Afghanistan. Criminal. My daughter. How dare you? Stay away. I leaned into the side of the truck and crouched down small, a feeble attempt to protect myself from what I was hearing. I couldn't make sense of all of it, other than to realize that my dream of happily ever after had just ended, and a nightmare had begun. Chapter 59. I walked toward my porch. What was this? What was happening? I could barely feel the ground beneath me as I moved across my lawn. My heart ached, and with every breath I became more certain that something was very wrong. I hated that my mind was already doubting Cale. The fact that he knew my dad, before I introduced them at dinner, and that something had gone on between them. He never mentioned it, and that confused and hurt me. And my dad, of all people. Could I trust either of them to tell me the truth? The steel wall around me that I'd lowered over the last couple of weeks was rising again. My defenses were on high alert. As I climbed the porch stairs, my father stepped into the house, still with his back to me. When Cale caught my eye, my dad tracked his gaze and turned, abruptly. "Karina," my dad boomed, pointing at Cale. "Why is he here, in your house? Why the hell is this guy sitting inside your home when you're not here?" My heart was pounding. What the hell is going on? Cale was starting to look different, like a stranger again. Something about the way he stared forward, not appearing to even blink, made my blood run cold. My father's stern voice made me want to vomit. "I overheard everything you just said. Tell me what this is about," I demanded. And when neither of them spoke, I startled myself by yelling, "Tell me what the fuck you're talking about, right now!" I had never screamed in my house before. Cale reached for me, but I jerked away. "Karina, I can tell you what's going on. Your dad's—" With an icy tone, my father cut Cale off before he could finish. "You've already overstayed your welcome, Martin. She's my daughter, and I don't need you to speak to her. Karina, we can discuss this when he leaves, which will be now." "No one is leaving until I get an answer," I snapped at my dad. My hands were shaking. My whole body was shaking. This is my house. I wasn't sure if I was telling them or reminding myself. My father's eyes bore into Cale's. "You're so close to that medical discharge you want. And if you don't watch it, we'll all be fucked. Your career will end before you even leave Fort Benning. What are you going to do with a dishonorable discharge, boy? I'm not your fucking boy, and I'm not fucking afraid of you." Cale stood, his back straight while talking to my father. It shocked and impressed me.
There's nothing else you can do to me, or to Mendoza, to any of us.
And how much blood is on your hands, Sergeant Martin? My dad growled at him before turning to me. Did he tell you he's on the verge of getting himself a dishonorable discharge? What kind of future would you have with him, Karina? Cale's attention was on me, and his eyes were glassy like he was holding back tears of anger.
It's him, Karina. He's a senile narcissist who has convinced himself he's some sort of god and he's nothing.
Cale's veil of composure was gone. I stood there between them as their truths swirled around me, trying to stick.
Are you denying that you came into my office shivering, your leg all bandaged, and signed your name on the bottom of that page, Martin? You signed official documents. You even got a promotion after that. You signed it, Mendoza signed it, Lawson signed it. All of you. And now you decide almost 2 years later to come back and try to backtrack?
My dad was in full-on officer mode. It was sickening to watch the way he knew just how to warp the tone of his voice to whip soldiers into submission, like he sometimes did with Austin and me. Cale spoke in a detached, steely voice.
He was sent into the wrong house. Shots were fired at him because no one did a proper surveillance. You know that you neglected your command, keeping yourself entertained back at camp while Mendoza, Lawson, and I went in. He didn't know who was inside when he fired. Soldiers and civilians die, on and off the battlefield. It's a part of the job. It's what you signed up for. I'm sorry this happened to your friend. At least he's still alive, unlike most of mine.
In this moment, I saw clear as day why my mom grew to hate the man standing in front of me. His skin was ashy and fell in loose folds around his jaw. That, combined with his shock of white hair, made him look like the ultimate villain, like the kind of man who conjured up demons or ate children alive. Compared to him, Cale looked wounded and hurt, more hero than anti-hero. He looked no older than 18.
I did what I had to do to help you, all of you.
My dad pointed an accusing finger at Cale.
I watched you pull a body into camp, barely able to walk yourself. I did what I believed to be right, and I have a hell of a lot more experience with this than you do. You were protecting your own position. You didn't give a fuck about us or our lives. You only cared about your retirement and not jeopardizing your legacy.
Cale snarled at my dad.
Tell your daughter how you used the lives of young men and women to get promotions and medals. Tell her how you constantly threatened us, making sure we never so much as whispered your name. My fucking friend is losing his mind over the guilt, and he can't even talk to anyone about it.
Cale stepped toward my dad. They were now face to face.
Are you hearing yourself, Martin? You're a soldier, I'm a soldier. We've seen and done things most people can't dream of. If you're haunted by what you've done, you're a piss-poor excuse for a man.
Cale stood silent as my father continued his demeaning rant.
You know what will really haunt both of you? If he can't feed his family and has no paycheck, no health care, nothing. That's haunting.
My dad's thick finger pressed against Cale's chest. I took a sharp breath. Cale didn't react.
You really want to get back at me, Martin? Sleeping with my daughter isn't the way to provoke me.
Cale didn't flinch, but my nerves and anger erupted. What the hell are you talking about? I exploded. You don't know anything about us or what we're doing. My dad had the nerve to slap us both with an accusation that wasn't even true.
This is bigger than whatever childish game you two are playing, Karina. This man can't be trusted. He's an unreliable liar. He's put people in danger, real danger. You and your brother should keep your distance.
My dad's golf shirt was pulling, untucking from his jeans, and his skin was red, all blotchy, like a liar or an innocent man on trial. I couldn't tell. Like my mom said, there's always more than one lie for every truth. I looked at Cale again.
At this point, you don't even care, do you, Martin? You have your bags all packed to move up to Atlanta, and what, are you going to take my daughter with you?
He laughed, then continued.
I know you bought a house there. Word travels fast around here, you know that better than most.
Words burned in my throat, failing to escape. There was no way that what my dad was saying was true. You bought a place in Atlanta? I turned to Cale, but he was speechless, and my confusion turned into devastation. Did you? I couldn't hide my shock as he nodded. When were you going to tell me? I wanted to touch his face and turn his cheek toward me so he would have to face me, but I was too stunned to move.
You knew I was leaving,
he said simply, as if we were discussing what to eat for dinner. His jaw was clenched, but his mouth was flat, nothing to read. I couldn't tell if he was putting on a show for my father, acting like he didn't give a shit about me, or if he just really didn't. He was just the other day offering to take me to his place here in town, not in fucking Atlanta. I hated being gaslit. But I wasn't even sure that's what Cale was doing, since there was zero emotion in his eyes. He didn't even care enough to manipulate me. That doesn't answer my question, Cale. When are you going?
Soon.
He barely spoke. I couldn't breathe, but managed to ask, when?
Not soon enough,
my dad replied for him. I couldn't look away from Cale, not even to tell my dad to shut the fuck up. When I searched Cale's eyes, I couldn't find what I was looking for. I couldn't find anything. I felt my anger too intensely to control it. I needed a reaction from him, so I pushed against his chest, but his body didn't move at all. Even the way the fabric of his uniform felt against my palms triggered me. The green and tan had always been an omen to the bad shit in my life. I pushed Cale's chest again. I needed reassurance that the person I'd come to know was in there somewhere, that I hadn't invented this. As my hands touched his chest, his grasped for mine, latching onto my wrists.
Do not touch me like that,
he said calmly, looking into my eyes as he lowered our hands, then let go of mine. The words went straight to the deepest part of me and filled me with shame. He took a step away and stopped near the entryway of the kitchen. I immediately shrank. What was I even doing? I couldn't believe that I had just pushed him like that, and in front of my father. No matter my anger. I couldn't look at my dad because I was afraid that I'd see more of myself in him than I could accept. I apologized to Cale immediately and loudly, but he didn't seem fazed. He was blank, shut down, a vacant soldier replacing the man I had come to know. Cale was slipping away from my little living room.
None of us are right in the head anymore.
Cale's words tore me open, and I struggled to stay in self-preservation mode. I didn't believe Cale was being honest with me, and my dad was a notorious liar. I felt like I was in a fun house, mirrors cut in weird shapes bent to confuse you with a distorted version of reality. What you thought was reality. Everything around me was warped. Both of you just get out. My voice was shaky in its delivery, but the words came out confidently. Cale remained unfazed. Wow. The pain lashed at me again. My dad persisted in pushing my boundaries.
Karina, we need to resolve this before it becomes more of a problem.
This isn't my problem, it's yours. I pointed at both of them and said the words through gritted teeth. Cale barely made eye contact. I couldn't believe his audacity to not even look me in the fucking eyes. Get out. Now, I said to them both again, but I was looking directly at Cale. He was still staring straight ahead as Elodie's voice rang through the chaos. "Martin, you're here again," she chirped, having no clue what she had just walked into as she bounced across the living room to give Cale a hug. Her face shifted from excitement to confusion as he stood unmoved by her enthusiasm. He suddenly took a step, then another, and his body moved like a robot, not stopping or even glancing toward Elodie as he walked out the front door. I couldn't bring myself to watch him leave, so I focused on my father. "You too. Get out." I looked directly into my dad's beady eyes and gestured toward the door. Cale's truck roared in the background. I felt sick to my stomach. My father looked at Elodie, opened his mouth, then snapped it shut. He was summoning his outward charm, something he had mastered for the sake of appearances.
I heard your soldier will be home soon.
My dad's tone was soft as he touched Elodie's shoulder. They weren't close, but he had always been nice to her when she tagged along for dinner.
I hadn't heard this. Is that true?
She sounded genuinely shocked at the news. Her eyes blinked a few times as my dad nodded.
I'll be going. Good to see you, Elodie.
He managed a smile for her as she awkwardly waved goodbye and disappeared into the kitchen, leaving me alone with my dad. A scowl returned to his face as he addressed me.
I'll see you on Tuesday.
His tone told me that it wasn't a request, it was an order. This, whatever the fuck this whole thing was, wasn't close to being over. Instead of feeding his ego and airing my grievances as I felt them, I waved at the door again, not giving him the satisfaction of taking any more of me. I held my breath until he was gone and made my way into the kitchen, where Elodie was pacing back and forth, waiting for me. Her arms immediately went around my body, and for the first time since I met her, I didn't have the energy to pretend that everything was okay. Chapter 60. When I woke up the next morning, my head was throbbing. I couldn't exactly recall how I got to my bed last night, but had a faint memory of Elodie's voice shushing my sobs as they wore me down to sleep. I remember her standing in the doorway with a look of pure worry on her face, the thin line of hallway light disappearing with her as she left the room. I had tossed and turned the entire night. My room was too hot, then too cold. I curled into a ball to comfort myself, covering my mouth to calm the heaving. I had no tears left, but my body seemed to think that I did. I couldn't stop. As soon as I would slip into near sleep, Cale's face would flash in my mind. When I couldn't sleep, I checked my phone, too many times to count. My finger hovered over his name repeatedly, deliberating whether to block him or delete his number, but at the same time desperately hoping for a single text from him. Nothing. And I had the strength to do nothing except toss my phone to the other side of my bed. Even in my dreams, I couldn't escape him. Was my heart actually broken? Was Cale a liar? He wasn't even part of my life a few weeks ago. My reaction to all of this was an overreaction. I was preparing to lose him eventually, but this felt different from the loss I knew was coming. I imagined that pain would be a longing ache for him, inflicted by distance, something remedied by texts and calls here and there. But this was altogether different. I stretched my arms out in front of me as I lay in bed. My body felt sore everywhere. The morning was misty and overcast, and I couldn't guess the time. How long had I slept? I found my phone under one of my pillows and squinted through puffy eyes to read 8:24. I needed to get up and ready for work at 11, but didn't know how I was going to deal with today's shift. I untangled myself from the disheveled mess of sheets and comforter and got out of bed. As I walked out of my room to the bathroom, I heard the TV in the living room and knew Elodie was already awake. After a quick check of my face in the bathroom mirror, I splashed my cheeks with water in a futile attempt to revive myself. Cale's tube of cinnamon-flavored toothpaste sat unopened on the counter. I cringed, feeling a pang of regret. He never even had the chance to use it. But maybe that was for the best. As I stepped into the hallway, I heard Elodie giggle, clearly amused by whatever she was watching. That laugh always lifted my spirits when we hung out and binged on TV. She had kept me from plummeting last night. She hadn't asked any questions. She just hugged me as we sat on the couch, as I cried. She was here for me last night in a way that I had never felt in a friendship before. I wanted to thank Elodie and say that I was sorry that I hadn't told her about what was going on with me and Cale.
You're awake.
She smiled, turning toward me as she lowered the volume on the remote. Head hurt. It felt like it had been days, not hours, since Cale and my dad were here. Elodie looked surprised as I practically crawled to her on the couch, snuggled up next to her, and wrapped my arm around her. She covered me with the blanket she was using, and I cuddled in closer. We didn't say anything at first, and I couldn't think of where to begin or just how much I wanted to say. I owed it to her and myself to at least try to explain what was going on. "Do you believe in coincidences?" I asked. "Coincidence is simply what happens." She paused. "Are you asking me about serendipity?" Serendipity. Cale coming into my life seemed like a series of unfortunate events. I didn't want to admit it was anything more than that. A coincidence is like bumping into an old friend at the movies, or thinking about someone you haven't heard from in a while and then seeing their name pop up next to a text. Could it really be a coincidence that Cale and my dad and Austin and Mendoza and Philip and everyone, literally everyone, were connected? I took a breath and continued. The fact that my dad and Philip and Cale are all in the same company feels like a bizarre circumstance. It does, but you get to decide what that means for you, Karina. I stared at Elodie as she spoke, trying to take in how wise and comforting she was. People often underestimated her ability to read situations. Yes, she seemed young and bubbly and adorably French, but her instinct and perspective blew me away. Though I was ashamed to admit it, my first impulse was to lie again, to protect myself. But Elodie was trying to be a friend to me, and I desperately wanted to let her. Cale was here the whole time you were gone, and we've been seeing each other. Well, not dating, but we were hanging out since the day we met. My cheeks flushed. I barely had any energy, but the bit I did have was pure guilt. "Did you sleep together?" "I'm not judging, only curious," she asked me. I shook my head. I couldn't meet her eyes anymore, so I leaned my head onto her shoulder again. "We didn't. He didn't even try." I stopped mid-thought and had a realization. Wow, that should have been my sign. He didn't even want to sleep with me. "Be glad you didn't then," Elodie said softly. I nodded in agreement. A little corner, all the way in the back of my heart, the only part that hadn't gone numb, began to ache again. Cale's face flashed through my mind. Him smiling at me, us in my kitchen, us falling onto my bed. The way he paid attention to the smallest things I said, the way his eyes lit up when we shared a favorite song. I think the other things we did were more intimate than sex. If we had only hooked up, this would be so much easier to get over. I shuddered. How did I get myself into such a mess? She took that in. "Yeah, the sex is the easy part, isn't it?" We nodded at each other. "Do you want me to tell you that I think you shouldn't see Martin anymore, and that things sometimes don't happen for a reason?" I sat quiet for a moment. "I don't know why it feels like my world is ending," I said softly, as Elodie's hand stroked my shoulder and down my back. I felt like a child curled up next to her. I've only been this hurt once in my life, when my mom left. Maybe I should just get used to the fact that everyone who comes into my life will leave at some point. I saw my life as a revolving door. I got over my mother. I would surely get over this. "What am I even saying?" I continued, closing my eyes. My mother's face flashed behind my lids. My mom leaving was so much worse. Cale's a stranger. I can't believe I'm even comparing them. Elodie breathed in a deep breath. I couldn't look at her when she spoke. Loss can't be measured in that way. If it was that simple, life would be much easier. Her words sat with me, and as they settled, I felt a bit of relief in my lungs. People are selfish. I sighed. I've always known that. I think I lost my mind a bit. People do things they don't plan to do when they're in love. I let out a cackle, overcompensating for the possibility of truth there. I'm so not in love. Well, it might feel just as painful as if you were, she said, pursing her lips. I thought Martin was a nice guy. I really did. I'm sorry that I introduced you to him. The size of Elodie's heart was so admirable. I wondered if things would have been different had I confided in her about Cale from the start. None of this was her fault, and I wanted to tell her that. I sighed. I lied to you about Cale. I'm the one who's sorry. She shook her head, and a piece of her hair fell from the low ponytail resting just above her neck. She tucked it behind her ear. Karina? Elodie's bright blue eyes met mine. She lifted one hand and rested it on her stomach. Do you think your dad was telling the truth that Philip will be home soon? My heart ached. I wish I knew. Has Philip not mentioned this to you? No, he didn't. Elodie's tone was solemn. Did Cale say anything? I shook my head, but wished I had something to tell her. It made me worry how easily she could be hurt, and with people like Cale and my dad around her, I wanted her to be more guarded when it came to trusting others. If I ever found a way to look at my father again, I would try to find out what was going on. It was the least I could do for my only friend. Elodie tapped her finger against the tip of my nose, making my eyes close and my face crinkle. Let's not change this to me. Her smile was a sweet and knowing one, and I realized I hadn't even asked her about her trip. Okay, but first you have to tell me about Atlanta. Did you have fun? Were the wives nice to you? She smiled, giving my arm a playful squeeze. Absolutely fun. But it was very crowded everywhere, and the shopping was too expensive. I had a good time, but it will be curious if they ask me to hang out again. They will. I looked up at her. If they don't, it's their loss anyway. You need to eat, Elodie exclaimed, jumping up from the couch. She disappeared into the kitchen and returned a moment later with a bowl of Cheerios with sugar sprinkled on top. Elodie knew it was my favorite breakfast, something my mom had made any time of day or night when she knew I needed to pick me up. It was still my comfort food ritual. I looked at the time on my phone. It was already 9:45, and I was due at work at 11. How was I going to work a shift today? I was in no mood to be with anyone. I am going to call Molly, I said between bites of cereal. I know I've taken time off this week, but I just can't go there today. I know Molly's going to freak, but I just can't do it. Don't call her, she'll kill you. And she's already mad at me for not working my full week, Elodie exclaimed, eyes wide. I'm off today. I can cover for you. Are you sure? Yes, I decided already. You helped me so much when I was sick from the baby. She smiled. I'm going to shower now and get ready. After Elodie left, I had the house to myself and could either crawl back into bed and be miserable or try to keep myself distracted while still being miserable. Giving other people the power to make me feel this way was exactly what I had been avoiding my entire life. Cale made me break my own rules. I should have known that sooner or later he would reveal himself to be exactly what he was, what we all are, the most selfish of creatures. I'd never met a person who wasn't selfish. I shouldn't have ignored that little voice inside that told me we were headed for nowhere fast and we were going to run out of gas anyway. The problem was he made me feel comforted and understood, less alone in the world. The highs of being with him were so consuming that the voice of reason in my head was drowned out. It was fucked up the way he cracked me open, turned me into a freaking maple tree, my deepest private thoughts pouring out of me and into him. He soaked them up, but kept the tap closed when it came to himself. And he turned out to be just another liar in my life. Even so, it was a hard pill to swallow. My body clung to the memory of his touch, the hot flash of his warm lips brushing my skin, his mouth trailing down the nape of my neck. I lifted my hand to touch there. Even my own touch reminded me of him. When he touched me, I didn't know where I ended, and he began. Time was going impossibly slowly. It was barely 11 in the morning on day 1 post-Cale. I couldn't get him out of my mind. He made his home there with a constant presence. And worse than that, there were traces of him everywhere in my house. As I dug through my drawers for something light and easy to wear, I saw the satin pajamas, and his gray PT shirt was folded neatly next to them. Even my fingers ached for him. Fuck him, honestly. Maybe if I cleaned myself up, had a shower, and brushed my teeth, I might feel a little less zombie-like. At minimum, the tasks would distract me. I walked to the kitchen to throw my dirty laundry into the washer, then went into the bathroom, where I grabbed Kale's stupid, gross toothpaste and tossed it into the trash can. When I missed, it hit an already loose wall tile that cracked into pieces, hitting the floor. Fuck this house, and how it knows just how badly I need him to fix my life. And then I thought about my own advice to my childhood friend Sammy, after she and Austin broke up for the 4th time. I reminded her that he was only a teeny tiny little part of her life, that in 5 years he wouldn't matter. No one in our school in Texas would matter to us. Not even the cool kids would matter when we were grown-ups. She said she'd never fully be able to forget him because he was my twin, and our laugh was the same. We got distant after she and Austin split, and her marriage soon thereafter made it harder to keep in touch. Eventually, she faded from my life like everyone else had. I turned on the music and looked into the mirror. My dark hair washed out my tired face more than usual, and I thought about coloring it. I crouched down and opened the cabinet. Sure enough, I had a box of dye. A lighter brown than my hair was now, but not too drastic of a change. Screw it, I decided. I had the house to myself for the rest of the afternoon, and I'd been thinking of changing my hair for a while anyway. It would be a few months until I could afford to go to the salon to get it done. I ripped the box open and followed the instructions, even though I knew how to do it by now. I mixed the dye, shook the bottle, and applied it carefully to my hair over the sink. I had lost count of how many times I'd changed my hair color in my life. My mom let me use temporary dye, a dark blue, when I was 12. I would never forget the look on my father's face when he came downstairs to see my mom and I both with deep blue streaks in our hair. I set a timer for 20 minutes on my phone and rummaged through my cabinet to see what other luxuries I had. I found a face mask to use after the shower and grabbed my nail file and tweezers. I leaned my face to the mirror and brushed my eyebrows with a little brush meant for tooth flossing. My thick brows could definitely use a little shaping. I held the tweezers up and brought my face closer to the mirror. In my reflection, my hand was shaking, so I traded hands. The right hand was even worse, and because I had already committed to hair dye with no guarantee of the outcome, I didn't want to risk messing my eyebrows up too. I wasn't that far gone. I stood outside the shower, impatient for the water to heat up. Steam began to fill the bathroom after only a few seconds, and that annoyed me. Another reminder of Kale. Mr. fucking Handyman. Fuck the shower. The water was warm and the pressure luxurious, and I decided to take the longest shower I could. I applied a conditioning mask to my hair and shaved my legs. Holding the razor made me think of Kale in front of my mirror and how often he had to shave due to regulations. How hard was it going to be to untangle him completely from my memories? I closed my eyes and let the water spray directly onto my face. I asked the universe, but since it felt like no one was listening anyway, I answered my own question. It would be as easy as throwing away his toothpaste and never going near the post until he was gone. I was done breaking my own rules and would just focus on my job and getting my shit together. I didn't have the time or energy for chasing liars and ACUs around, and this was the end of it. Chapter 61. The shower had helped me feel relaxed enough to take a nap. Sleeping the day away made me feel better, but I still looked like hell. I had fallen asleep with wet hair, and even though the color was more flattering than I had expected, I woke to a frizzy mess. The way I looked now went right along with the mania I felt. I threw on black sweats and a baggy black t-shirt and pinched my cheeks to bring a little color to the surface. I heard Elodie's voice as soon as I stepped into the hallway. If her shift was already over, I must have been asleep for a long time. It sounded like she was hushing someone in conversation, But when I peered around the corner, she was alone in the dark living room with her laptop on her lap. A man's voice was coming through the speaker.
"Don't lie to me,"
he said in an accusatory tone. I thought I heard him wrong, but he said it again. This time his words seemed even more demeaning. I didn't want to intrude, but I was concerned for Elodie.
"Cooper's wife told me that you were over there. His wife tells him everything, unlike mine."
Philip. Shit. Elodie was crying. I had to hold onto the door handle of the hallway closet to stop myself from butting into the conversation and her business. I didn't know what Philip was talking about, but I knew I didn't like the sound of his voice. I had never seen that side of him or heard it. I couldn't tell if his wife was used to it or not. I immediately wondered if Philip was, like Cale, not what he seemed.
"I'm not lying," she pleaded. "We stopped there for an hour at most. We went to the meetings, then to that house. There weren't any guys around."
My phone in my hand dinged as my brother's name popped up on my screen. I knew Elodie must have heard it, but I tapped my fingers against the wall just in case to let her know I was coming into the room. She perked up and wiped at her tears.
"Philip, Karina's just walked in," she cautioned him.
"Hey, Karina,"
Philip said, his voice nice and friendly, a complete transformation from what it had been. I threw him a bland, "Hey," and walked into the kitchen. My intrusion seemed to stop their conversation. I decided to stay out of the living room and wait for Elodie to finish. Dishes were piling up in the sink. Wet laundry had accumulated in the washing machine, and I opened the dryer to clear it, feeling taunted yet again by Cale as I placed folded clothes in the basket. I couldn't even blame the mess on my emotional despair because the breakup had happened barely 12 hours ago. Elodie signed off Skype and met me in the kitchen as I stood washing the dishes. She didn't seem ready to say anything for a few minutes, and I kept myself busy cleaning up. I gave her a moment to herself as she sat silently at the table. "Everything okay?" I asked eventually. "Is Philip coming home?" She shook her head, and I went to sit down across the table from her. Elodie's eyes were bloodshot. The tip of her nose was red as fire. I didn't want to press her, but she was obviously not okay. She handed my question back to me.
"How are you feeling, Karina?"
"I'm fine. Don't let the hair fool you, Elodie. You know you can talk to me."
"You have your own problems."
She tried to smile. "We've done enough talking about that. I'm here for you, too." She nodded.
"I'm okay. It's only Philip imagining things when he hears the other soldiers talk. Why is there so much drama? Don't they have anything better to do?" She sniffled and rubbed her nose. "How are you?" she asked, reaching a hand across the table. I pretended not to notice as I lowered my hands onto my lap.
"I'm all right. Just tired," I lied. If she could lie to my face, I could do the same. Chapter 62. I spent the next day working in the morning. I was getting used to the bags under my eyes, but I finally felt a little more alive. I whizzed through my shift, 3 clients, back to back, and got higher tips than expected on all 3. I was feeling pretty good as I walked down the street to my house. The sun was bright, and I felt more energetic than I had for the last couple days. I thought of the many ways I could spend my afternoon off. I tried to remember the things I liked to do before I met Cale. I walked into my bedroom and looked at the stack of books on my dresser. I had read most of them and didn't feel like starting a whole new story, so I decided to grab one of the poetry books I had bought while browsing in a favorite bookstore in Atlanta. Right now, poems suited my mood. The perfect length, room for my own emotions, and I could skip anything that made me think too much. I desperately wanted to distract my brain from reality. It was the perfect temperature outside today, warm enough not to have to wear a jacket, but cool enough that I could wear a long-sleeved shirt and shorts and be comfortable. I pulled my hair up, grabbed a few things, my phone for music, a pillow from the couch, and the poetry book Lost and Found, and headed out to the porch. I sat down on the cool concrete and wished I had a swing. Another item for the one-day list. One day, when I redo the porch, I will make it big enough for a swing. One day. As I skipped from page to page in the book, I felt like every single poem was being read to me in Cale's voice. He was everywhere. He had become everything.
In the hollows under his eyes, I found a map. In the stars that dipped into his cheeks, I found solace. In the bow of his lips, there was truth. In the rise and fall of his chest, I found myself. And if you ever need me, that's where I'll be.
I closed the book and tossed it, watching as it went skidding across the porch. The stars reminded me of Cale, the mention of his dimples, the truth I'd believed from him that wasn't there after all. The feelings were too close, and I wanted these words as far away from me as they could get. I stood up, took a few steps, and kicked the little white paperback, watching it disappear into the patch of weeds next to my porch. Then I felt guilty. It wasn't the poet's fault that my first real connection with someone was so short-lived. I stepped down off the porch to retrieve the book, digging my hand into the stringy weeds that surrounded the concrete slab. They were too long, too unmanageable. Unpredictable vegetation was overgrowing my yard. This little house was what it was. I knew what I was getting when I signed on the dotted line for the basically abandoned house at the end of a commercial strip. It was the only thing in my life that wasn't going to turn out to be something that it wasn't. I began to pull at the weeds in the yard. They were everywhere, the more I looked. I needed a distraction and had the rest of the day to do as I pleased. Minutes went by and I moved on from the weeds to sweep the gravel back into my driveway. I had decided to ignore this week's Tuesday family dinner obligation. No way was I going to deal with that. At first, I thought the dark blue Bronco pulling up to my house was a mirage. The sun was already setting, and I seemed to have lost track of time. My mind was obviously playing tricks on me. I stood up and stared, watching unwaveringly as Cale parked in front of my house in his usual spot. When he got out of his truck, it dawned on me that he was at my house for the first time since the blowout with my dad. I had so much to say, but couldn't think of anything that would help the pain I felt in my bones.
Karina.
His voice danced around me, almost hypnotizing me. I opened my mouth to speak and heard my dad's voice in my head, followed by Cale's, then my dad's again. I couldn't sort out my own thoughts, and I still couldn't make sense of everything that they had said, even though I had replayed it over and over in my mind. I realized that I wasn't prepared to face Cale. Not tonight. I needed at least 100 hours to mentally prepare to see him. For so many reasons, you can't be here, I told him, just as he reached the grass. My back hurt as I stood there with one hand on my hip and one blocking my eyes from the blazing sun that had nearly set. Why was the sun so bright? Even nature was taunting me at this point. He stopped and looked at me, seeming uncertain what to do next. Still too close. He held out my laptop with an extended arm, and I quickly grabbed it from him. The last bit of me that he could have was now back in my hands.
Karina, can't we talk? I just want to explain myself, he pleaded.
I had barely caught a glimpse of his face, and the emotion in it made me move my hand down to shade my eyes like a coward, so I couldn't see his face. He was staring at me. I could feel it, though I avoided his eyes. He was attempting to register everything I was feeling, absorb it, and read me like a fucking book, and I regretted that I had ever given him this type of access in the first place. You had the chance to explain yourself and didn't, I said flatly.
I didn't mean to hurt you, Karina. You must know that.
The cool condescension in his voice sent me over the edge. I threw my hands in the air. Atlanta! You're kidding, right? He shook his head. Actually, Martin, I don't know anything about you at all. I wanted to hurt him with my words, so I didn't allow myself to filter my thoughts. Everything you've told me seems to be part of a story that I don't know. You've humiliated me like it's some kind of joke that everyone else knows who you are and what you do, but I don't.
You may think I'm naive, but you are exactly the kind of person I've tried to stay away from my entire life. You need to leave. You need to go."
His eyes went wide as if he were stunned, and the selfish satisfaction I felt from his reaction outweighed the pang of guilt I felt for purposely hurting him. He must have found something in my expression when my eyes finally met his that told him to back off, because he put his hands in the air and turned around and walked away. Chapter 63. When I woke up the next morning, I was even more miserable than I'd been the day before. Would it really get worse every day? For how long? I washed my hair for a while, rubbing my scalp to ease the ache. My neck felt so stiff, my skull so heavy. It wasn't fair that I was made to feel both physical and emotional pain. What sort of god or universe or whatever is up there allows that? It was just cruel. An unfair punishment. I'm not a crier, usually, but I couldn't hold it in last night. And honestly, I'm not sure if it helped or was a waste of time, because I still felt like shit inside, and now my head was pounding, my eyes swollen, my skin blotchy and uneven. The longer I stared at myself in the mirror, the more hesitant I felt about going to work. But Molly's staffing and my bank account were both running short, so staying home wasn't an option. I did what pre-Kale Karina would do and dabbed concealer under my eyes, put my hair up and got dressed. I wore all black to accentuate my morning and appreciated the morning's clouds and rain as accompaniment to my mood. Elodie was still asleep on the couch when I went into the kitchen. I was going to eat a bowl of cereal and make a pot of coffee with the little bit of time I had before work, but I didn't want to wake her up. Instead, I opened my back door and took a breath, letting the humid air fill my lungs. I closed my eyes and listened only to the rain, letting my thoughts float away with the clouds, until my phone alarm started to vibrate in my uniform pocket. Everything would be fine. Time for work had come. Yay! I had left my umbrella leaning against the dryer. I grabbed it and, holding the back door ajar, I tempted fate by opening the umbrella inside the kitchen. Bad luck, but who gives a fuck? At this point, why did that matter? Things couldn't possibly get worse for me. I rolled my eyes at how dramatic I was being and walked out the door. I thought of Kale when I looked at the lock, and damn it all to hell, I locked the door. I walked around the side of my house and halfway across the yard before something caught my eye. Kale's truck was parked in the street in front of my house. Is he really here again? Maybe he had parked and gone somewhere. Or was he waiting there for someone? I couldn't tell and thought for a moment to just keep walking past, as if I didn't notice. The rain felt like it picked up as I passed his truck at a safe distance. I could barely see him through the rain falling on the glass, but could make out the same gray sweatshirt he was wearing when he came here last night. Did he stay the whole night? My view of his face was distorted by water running down the window, but I could see that his eyes were closed. I had no clue how long he had been there, sleeping in front of my house. My resolve to tell him to fuck off and never speak to me again was wavering, as I stared at his beautiful and calm face, nearly forgetting all of my feelings. I remembered this look from the nights we spent together. It made my chest ache. I wondered if he had slept okay. Ugh, for God's sake, Karina. The logical part of my brain crushed the romantic part as I turned away and rushed across the street. So what if he'd slept in his truck for one night? He was responsible for this massive hole in me, and I was supposed to forgive him just because he made himself uncomfortable for one night? I'd been miserable without him. Frankly, uncomfortable my entire life before him. So I hoped he slept like shit in his truck after all. Why should I feel bad for him? This was infuriating. The amount of empathy I had for him pissed me off. If only I could give myself the same grace that I tended to give other people. The street was empty except for my neighbor Bradley's truck. I took a few backward steps, scanning for Bradley as I crossed the street and moved into the alley. Water was suddenly squishing into my work shoes and was soaking me, but I really just didn't care. I looked back at Kale's truck through the rain. I couldn't see him, but I knew he was in there, and that was enough. I hated that for a moment I'd worried if he was cold inside his truck. Serves him right, I thought to myself, trying to let anger overpower the rest of my emotions. Immaturely, I lifted my middle finger into the air at him, and even though I knew he wouldn't see it, it still felt like a tiny, victorious act of aggression.
You need an umbrella? You're going to get sick out here like that.
Bradley's voice startled me, and I snapped my hand back down to my side. I have one, thanks, I yelled back to him. How mortifying if he saw me flip Cale off. I lifted my hands, realizing they both were bare. Sure enough, when I looked across the street, my umbrella was sitting opened on the pavement next to Cale's truck. Shit. I'm okay, I shouted through the pouring rain. No way in hell was I going to go back and get it now. Bradley's face showed concern, but he left it at that, yelling back a simple, "If you say so," before he climbed into his truck. I practically ran to the back door of the spa. Thankfully, it wasn't locked. I was soaking wet but hardly cared. I felt numb. Nothing really mattered. My mundane boy and daddy problems were nothing compared to the problems other people had. I knew that. We were all just living on a giant rock floating in the sky anyway. By the time I entered the building, I had pretty much shut down, and Molly greeted me with dry towels and a warm hug. She also gave me cotton slippers and put my socks and shoes near the dryer vents. Her small efforts were entrancing and comforting, and made me feel like I was in a bit of a daze. It was out of character for her to behave this way, and even more out of character for me to accept her gestures without complaining. It took me until late afternoon to find my usual professional rhythm at the salon. I was relieved that I didn't have any of my regular clients today. They would have noticed immediately that I was not myself. It was easier to get through the day with a wall around me. My guard was tested when I stepped into the reception area to find Molly with a scowl on her face, cussing under her breath. I searched around the lobby for the source of her anger and found my umbrella, dry, closed, and propped neatly against the glass window near the door. I turned around and made it back to my treatment room before I broke into tears. Life went on like that, both numb and excruciating for a stretch of days. I worked, I slept, I cried. I may have watched a couple of movies with Elodie. I can't remember any of their plots. I knew a Tuesday had passed because both my father and Estelle called me. I didn't bother to call them back, and ended up powering my phone off for a full 24 hours to see if I could get my life back on track without the distraction of the outside world. This is what my soul needed, to stop comparing my life to everyone else's online perfection. I needed to find my roots again and remember the life I was building for myself before I met Cale. My self-sufficient bubble. I wasn't made to fall for someone and then crash on the other side of it. I'm not sure when it was, how many days post-breakup, that I had come home from work to find Austin waiting for me on my porch. My brother was easy to spot from a distance. He was fidgeting, tapping his fingers against his knees. His face was blotchy red, and his blonde hair was a mess, making his features melt into something close to our father's. There were no cars in the driveway or parked on the street, so I couldn't figure out how he got there. "What's wrong, are you okay?" I asked, mildly panicked, and sat down next to him. He shook his head. My brother's eyes were bloodshot and swollen like he hadn't slept in days. His lips were dry and cracking, with little slices of red along the bottom one. He was even more disheveled than usual. Yet what would make most people unattractive only added to the many things that women found endearing about him. He was dressed in a white sweatshirt with Riverdale High School printed up of a pocket on the left side. Riverdale High School? Is that Cale's shirt? I tugged on his sleeve. Huh? Austin looked down at his sweatshirt and nodded. My entire body shifted. Cale somehow snuck himself into my house via my brother. There was hardly a place where I was safe from reminders of him. Where did you get his shirt?
I was at his place and wore it.
Before I could respond, he began to speak.
Let's not fight about him, Kay. I already got into it with Dad.
Austin dipped his head down between his knees. I didn't know what to say. I wanted more answers, but I could feel my brother's energy was depleted, and he, unlike me, had never been able to suffer in silence.
To be honest, I'm tired of being back in Benning. I just want to go somewhere else. Not to Uncle Rudy's again, just somewhere else. Don't you ever feel like that?
Yeah, I said, and sighed. But I bought a house here, so I couldn't go anywhere if I wanted to.
Austin rolled his eyes. That's not an excuse. You know in this market you could sell and make more than you put into it.
Since when are you savvy about the housing market? I asked, playfully challenging his authority. Where would you even go if you left? Austin was a nomad, where I was a settler.
Arizona? Barcelona, he daydreamed.
You can't even point to Barcelona on a map.
Yeah, I can.
His light eyes were facing the sky, half opened.
And Berlin? Rome? Anywhere. Hell, I'd go live in a van on the coast. I really can't stand being this close to Dad.
I agreed with him. But we were two totally different humans, even if we'd shared a womb. It was easy for him to abandon all logic. I just couldn't. Do you even know where your passport is? I asked.
Yes, and yours. They're both at Dad's in the drawer.
He gave me a sneaky look, like he had found the entrance to Narnia. If only. I laughed. He leaned against me to reach his phone when it started to vibrate in the pocket of his joggers. A number that wasn't saved was on the screen. He seemed surprised and agitated, and he immediately ignored the call. When he looked up at me, he shifted uncomfortably. Something was up. I could read Austin like a book. Who was that? I asked, when he stopped my hand in midair as I tried to reach for his phone. Was it Katie? I rolled my eyes. Austin's face broke into a smile, and he shook his head. He almost looked relieved.
No, God, no.
My mind wandered to being in my old bedroom at my dad's with Cale, the first night I met Katie, and embarrassed myself insulting her, which seemed so trivial now. After the fight, Cale's run-in with the MPs and everything that's happened, I was relieved to hear that Austin had moved on from that chaotic woman. I was brought back to reality with Austin's legs shaking the way it did whenever he was nervous. I was getting cooler outside, and I wanted to go in. Do you want to stay here for a little bit? I looked at Austin, and for a second, I could see our mom in him. Something around the eyes, about the shape of his mouth. We'd always be a mashup of our parents, and that horrified me.
No.
He sighed.
I don't know. I need to figure my shit out. I can't do that from your couch.
It's cheaper than Barcelona, and besides, how the hell would you even pay for a trip like that? I joked.
Actually, I was thinking about staying with Martin.
His words punched me. A sucker punch. Martin? I was going to make him say his name.
Cale.
Since when are you two friends like that? You're wearing his clothes and now moving in with him? I couldn't even hide the hurt in my voice.
I don't know, a week or so?
He laughed. I couldn't breathe.
He's been at Mendoza's a lot. Plus, Elodie is already sleeping on your couch. There's no room for me here.
Elodie can sleep in my bed.
Martin has an extra bedroom, and I sort of already took my stuff there.
Seriously? I couldn't believe him.
Look, I know something happened between you two, and I know how it blew up with Dad, and that's all I know. You know Dad is a fucking bold-faced liar, so don't let him get in your head. Once he's in, he won't get out.
He looked me straight in the eyes, daring me to be honest. That was a dare I wouldn't take.
So unless there's more to it, or Martin did something to you that I don't know about, I don't see the problem with me crashing with him. He's the only one outside of Mendoza who just chills at home and doesn't bring girls around every night. He doesn't get in trouble. He's being really good to me, Care.
I wanted to throw up. I was relieved and devastated. It was a wretched combination. I'm not saying not to be friends with him. I let out a breath of frustration. I couldn't think of a valid reason to tell Austin not to stay with Cale unless I wanted to tell him how Cale made me feel.
If you don't want me to, say it. Just know that I can't stay at Dad's anymore, Care. I can't do it.
I nodded. I understood needing to get away from our dad. Austin should stay at Care's house, Martin's house.
Dad's calling me again.
Austin sighed, changing the subject, looking at his phone.
He's so suffocating.
Are you going to answer?
No.
A car drove by, and a little boy in the back seat waved at us. Austin waved back, even smiling for the child.
I got a job too,
Austin told me a minute or so later. The sun was going down, and the sky was changing colors around us. Really? I pepped up for him. That's great news. I meant it. He hadn't had a job since he got fired from Kmart for calling out too much. I wasn't sure what job could possibly hold my brother, but I was happy he had one. Where is it? He hesitated.
It's with Martin. He's flipping that duplex he lives in, you know? He's really fucking smart, man. He's paying me and Lawson to help him. I'm going to get more hours in than everyone else since they all have to work during the week. It's just like tearing up carpet, shit like that. And, Care, I got myself honest work without having to join the army. No breaking our treaty, he said with a teasing smile.
Not funny. I playfully pinched his arm. I really didn't know what to say, but I felt the ice inside my chest melt a little as I thought of Cale and how much he had helped my brother. I had to remind myself why I needed to keep Cale distant. He was moving to Atlanta, bought a house and hadn't mentioned it. Not even once. I wondered if Austin knew about that. Has he told you about Atlanta?
Yeah, and I was the one who told Dad about it. Which is what caused this whole thing with you and Dad, I guess. Even though Martin took the blame for me with that shit with Katie, Dad still has some grudge against him. It's fucked up.
What do you mean, he took the blame? Austin sighed and ran his fingers over his hair. His blue eyes were bright, even though they were bloodshot.
He took all the blame, didn't even mention my name to anyone, and probably jeopardized his discharge.
As the words sank in, I couldn't help but shift my perspective on Cale. Why was he being kind to Austin? Was it for me? I shook my head, answering my own question. This was Cale, the kind of person he was, or is. He's a good person, despite his lies. And I had to recognize that everything wasn't about me. I knew deep down that he was truly a good person. He just wasn't my person, and I'd have to come to terms with that. Cale and Dad have more of a history than we know, I told Austin, reminding myself of why I couldn't see Cale anymore. My brother looked at me with a confused but sarcastic expression.
Well, they all deployed together, you know that. They're in the same company.
Austin shrugged as though he were telling me the score of a football game, like I gave a shit. You knew that? I asked. He nodded, sticking his neck out and hunching his shoulders as if to say, duh.
How else would I know these guys?
Austin studied my face, and after a second his eyes widened.
You didn't know that?
I shook my head. No, but I guess it makes sense. It was all starting to make sense, but once again, I was the last to know. Why hadn't anyone told me?
My fight with Dad was about me working with Martin. You know Dad hates anyone who challenges him, and that's what Martin does. It's almost like Dad's intimidated by him.
I looked up at the setting sun, staring at it long enough to see stars behind my lids when I closed them. I needed to be happy for my brother, even if he was intertwining his life with the one person I was trying to detangle mine from.
You two are a lot alike, you know that?
He said, a smile on his face. You better not be talking about Dad. He laughed.
Martin.
I shook my head. That's so not true.
Whatever you say, Care.
He lay back on the porch and closed his eyes. Anyway, enough about Cale. I'm happy you have a job regardless of how I feel about your boss. I leaned back on my elbows and scooched next to Austin, resting my head close to his. We were almost kids again.
Thanks,
he said.
I I won't bring him around if you don't want me to, but he's really helping me out.
I didn't know what I wanted when it came to Cale. I stared at the sky, begging for the stars to come out and play. I wanted to know that I could count on them to help me find my way. I wanted to be certain of something.
Or we could all hang out, unless that's too awkward for you.
Austin's suggestion was jarring, and my defenses kicked in. It's fine, I'm seeing someone anyway. The words slid from my tongue, as devious as the lie itself.
You are?
He asked. Yeah, I don't want to talk about it. I wasn't a good liar, so I didn't want any questions.
Okay, seems a bit random, but sure.
He nodded, seeing right through me, even with his eyes shut. It would have been totally out of character to have another guy lined up already, but it was even stranger for me to lie about the whole thing when I knew damn well Austin could sense when I wasn't telling the truth.
So you won't be mad that he's picking me up here like any minute?
He said the words fast, as if it would change their meaning. Austin. I whined his name, twisted it around my tongue. Fine, I'm going inside. You really need to get a car.
I will now that I have a job.
He beamed, easing my pain a little. I heard the roar of Cale's truck without seeing it. My body didn't react at the same lightning speed as my mind. I needed to force myself to go inside the house before he turned onto my street. I wanted to avoid another run-in. I wasn't ready to face him, especially after hearing the kind things he was doing for my brother. I needed time, a long time, before I had to see Cale again. He was out of the truck and walking up the grass before I had moved even an inch. A faded baseball cap covered his eyes, matching his all-gray outfit, a hoodie and matching joggers. His white sneakers were too clean for this shitty weather, even though the sun decided to come out for the first time in days. Maybe I should have taken that as a warning.
Karina.
Cale's voice was punishment wrapped in silk. I couldn't speak through the lump in my throat. My tongue felt so heavy. I looked at him but didn't verbally acknowledge his greeting. He seemed the same, unaffected, and it surprised me. He didn't look miserable, and that pissed me off. It was a short time, but it felt like forever since I had touched him. It didn't seem possible. My body was a traitor, recalling his warmth as he stood in the yard. I hated that I immediately noticed how good he looked. I wondered if he noticed my hair color, or cared. My brother stood up, blocking my view of Cale for a second. Just what I needed to help me snap out of it. See you later, I said to Austin, as casually as I could manage without acknowledging Cale. I stood up, stepped to the screen door, and grabbed its handle without looking back to see Cale's expression. I deserved an Academy Award. Once inside, I turned the lock on the door. I pressed my body against the cool wood. It was an attempt to stabilize myself, to keep myself upright. It didn't work well, but I got to my room and slammed the door. I crawled into my bed and wrapped my comforter around my body to hide like I had done my whole life when things were bad. That's where I stayed, until Elodie came home from her doctor's appointment after work. The sun was down, my room black as night, and when she found me hiding from the world, she climbed into my bed. She lay next to me, both of us on our backs, looking up at the ceiling. She turned the flashlight on her phone and shined it upward. Elodie held a picture of her sonogram from her appointment in the beam of light. It was in black and white, and seemed to make her so happy that her hands were shaking as we both admired it. Her little avocado was now the length of a banana. She was so thrilled that she began to cry, and I joined my tears with hers. Even though we were crying for extremely different reasons, it felt so nice to have her inside my lonely bubble of life. Chapter 64. Over the next week, it was hard to dodge my many thoughts about Cale. Austin sent me update pictures of the interior of the empty side of Cale's duplex at least once a day, and the look of pride on his face made my soul happy. I'd never admit it, but I was starting to look forward to the pictures, sometimes even allowing myself to hope Cale would be in the background of one. I had gone through the motions of another week, and skipped Tuesday dinner again, which raised questions about birthday festivities for Austin and me. A celebration orchestrated by Estelle was the last thing I wanted. I wasn't going to mention my upcoming birthday to anyone and hoped Austin would take a similar approach, or at least not try to involve me in whatever plans he was making. Each time I sat on my porch after a shift, I wished for the sound of Cale's truck to rumble onto my street. The sun and the moon changed places again and again, day after day, and I checked my phone too often, hoping for a word from him, but nothing came. I had told him to leave me alone, so what did I expect? I wondered if I should text or call him, but I couldn't lose the last little bit of pride I had by reaching out first. It wasn't that I was playing hard to get. I just didn't know what the hell to say, even if I did. Was he already tired of chasing me? Did I want him to chase me? No, I answered my own question. I wanted him to find me and keep me. That was the problem. Life was just complicated now. I was booked to work most of the day and evening. I welcomed the distraction and the sriracha noodles that Molly brought for me and Elodie. Elodie kept hiccuping, claiming the noodles weren't too spicy as her nose ran and her eyes watered. After her shift, she was going to an FRG meeting and a weekend cookout. I was glad that she was keeping busy lately, especially since she wasn't hearing from Philip enough. The first appointment of my shift was Stuart, and I was so relieved to find her already checked in by Molly and lying face down, asleep on the treatment bed when I entered the room. Without having to make conversation, my thoughts roamed back to Cale. What was he doing right now? How was his discharge going? Or did he lose it because of the incident with my brother? The thought made me feel sick. My workday progressed uneventfully, but my mind was doing laps, trying to solve the puzzle of my confusion over Cale. I went through the list of pros and cons, what was right and what was wrong about him, and only felt more indecisive. Maybe there was more to the story than I allowed Cale to explain. I considered texting him to see if he was busy, to see if he still wanted a chance to explain himself, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. I had 3 appointments left, and after giving the first 2 clients their treatments, I typed a text to Cale and deleted it. Typed and deleted again, then tossed my phone into the drawer where I kept the dry towels. After the last client, I retrieved the phone from the drawer and typed the text to Cale again. Something simple and not desperate, I reminded myself. I just wanted to know if he was really going to lose his discharge. That was it. Mostly. Hey, do you want to come over after work today? I get off in an hour, no pressure. Before I could stop myself again, I sent it, and before I could hide my phone, the little typing bubbles on Cale's side appeared. I held my breath, and they disappeared. I waited a few more seconds, and nothing came. Great. Now I look even more like an idiot. I shouldn't have texted him. I definitely, certainly, surely, truly shouldn't have fucking texted him, even if he was nice to my brother. I was so glad this long day of work was finally ending. Other than my scheduled appointments, the salon had been slow all day. I was the only one with evening clients, and I agreed to close up. There were no more clients on the schedule sheet, and I doubted anyone would be walking past the mostly closed stores within the next 20 minutes, so I straightened up my room for the night and got stuff ready for the morning. The cleaning company had been in the prior evening, and everything was in pretty good shape. I just had to organize a few things and make sure all the candles were out and clean towels were stocked. I turned the lights off one by one before locking the back door, padlock too, and shutting off the front desk light. When I saw a shadow approach the entrance, I practically jumped out of my skin. I think I may have screamed a little too. I stood still, trying to catch my breath and slow my heart rate. The shadow moved closer into view, and that's when I saw that it was a man, a young one, but not a boy. Maybe a soldier, given the haircut. It was a little late for someone to just pass by, and I didn't recognize him, which made me uneasy. I had been alone in the spa at night only a few times, and it was always fine, but for some reason this man gave me the chills. He tugged at the door, and I stepped into view, flicking the reception area lamp back on. I turned the flashlight off on my phone and kept a little distance from the door. "Hey, sorry, are you closed?" he mouthed through the glass door. His voice was friendly enough. "Yeah, we are."
Oh, sorry. I think I did something to my back during PT and was hoping you guys would still be open. Do you know anywhere else around here that's open late?
He seemed legit, friendly enough, and I immediately felt guilty for the way my imagination had instantly conjured up the worst-case scenario. I had a rough week, and was obviously still a little wonky. I smiled at him to make myself feel better about branding him as a serial killer. I wasn't going to stay for another hour, even though we really did need the business, and Lord knows I really needed the money. Instead, I opened the door slightly and proposed a compromise. I don't think anyone is going to be open past 9, but if you want to come in first thing in the morning, I could be here extra early, I offered. I wasn't just saying it to get the business. Nothing except Walmart and fast food joints were open late in this town.
I think I can get out of PT in the morning. Can I come in and put my name down?
Sure. The man stepped inside and looked into my eyes. It was a little off-putting, but honest, too, in a strange sort of way. He followed me to the desk, and I grabbed the paper version of the schedule since I had already shut the computer down. I looked at my day tomorrow. I have a 10 o'clock opening and a 12, but I could come in at 9 or 8:30 for you since you came all this way tonight, I told him.
Let's do 8:30 so it will be extra quiet in here.
He turned to look at the hours of operation painted on the front door in clear, white letters. Okay, I swallowed. 8:30 it is. Can I have your name, please?
Nielsen,
he told me. I wrote it down. It sounded familiar, but I knew I had never seen his face before. I knew faces.
Are you, going to give me that kind of massage?
His voice crawled over me like tiny little spiders. My stomach dropped. What did you just say? I snapped. I looked at the camera again, this time in a really obvious way. This time, he noticed. I wanted to throw up. I wanted to run. But I reached deep for my courage and held my ground. I'm going to have to ask you to leave, I said, as firmly as possible. Then I reached for the landline and lifted it halfway to my ear. He gestured in mock surrender, smirking. I thought I saw a flash of metal in the back of his jaw when he laughed.
I'm joking. Sorry. Bad joke. Sorry. He held his hands up. No harm done.
I stared at him silently, not lowering the phone, and hoping he couldn't see my hand shaking or the way my knuckles were stretched and white, holding onto the phone as tightly as I could. It had been a while since someone made an offensive comment like that, and I didn't find it funny at all. After the longest few seconds of my life, he retreated, walking backward, keeping his eyes on me as he moved toward the front door. Those icy blue eyes and taut, pale skin were much more threatening now that he had been so inappropriate. Just before he backed out of the door, the man smiled again, like he had a thought pop into his head.
You're Fisher's daughter, right?
An alarm sounded in my head. Who was this guy? What? I managed. The bell on the door chimed when he leaned his back against the doorframe.
You look just like him.
I was stunned into silence. My heart was pounding out of my chest. Please leave, I silently begged him. He turned around and hovered in the doorway. And in that moment, just as the door was slowly pulling closed, Cale appeared on the sidewalk. I thought I was going to pass out at the sight of him there. Cale was illuminated under the streetlights. I wasn't alone anymore.
Martin?
The man knew Cale's name. I don't know why this web just kept surprising me. Cale's eyes searched my face.
Are you okay?
He asked me as he walked directly toward me, ignoring the man. I nodded, confused, but felt my heart slow. The effect Cale had on me hadn't diminished one bit. It was such a relief to have him here. Not only because of what had just happened, but because I wanted to see him. I knew I wanted to see him. I felt the air disappear from my lungs. They burned and my heart sped as I looked at him. His eyes took me in slowly before they darted around the lobby and he stepped inside. The man, Nielsen, had taken off by the time I looked past Cale a moment later. What are you doing here? I asked him. He was dressed in all black, except for his typical stark white sneakers. His hair was freshly buzzed, and he was undeniably handsome, as always.
You texted me. Did you not want me to come?
He took a step toward me. I scoffed. You didn't reply. I pulled my phone out of my pocket and checked again. Nothing. I held the phone up to show him the blank screen. Just my wallpaper of a sunset was there. He shrugged his broad shoulders and looked into my eyes.
I came.
Why? I was getting emotional already. I tried to reel it in and give him a moment to speak. Cale's expression softened, and he shook his head slowly. I wished I could read his mind.
I'm sorry, I should have responded to your text. If you want me to go...
I held my hand up. No, I don't want you to go, I admitted. The corner of his full lips twitched and pulled into a half smile.
Good.
I laughed, surprising myself. God, it felt so good to be near him. I grabbed my purse and walked toward him. I wanted to hug him. I wanted to hold on to him. I wanted to yell at him and laugh with him. I wanted to cry and scream and giggle and sit in silence. I didn't have a fucking clue what I wanted. I didn't know what to say to Cale or what the first step should be. He seemed to sense my hesitation as he pushed the door open.
Shall we?
He waved his hand for me to go first. I followed him outside and locked the shop door, forgetting about everything and everyone except Cale Martin. Chapter 65. Cale opened the door and I climbed into his truck. The familiar smell of him saturated my senses. My nerves were unwinding second by second. I tried not to think about how much was left unresolved between us, or how much I wanted to know what was going to happen next. I didn't know what the hell to say or do, so I just sat there, leaning my back against the seat, trying to gather my thoughts. Kings of Leon's first album was playing low through the speakers. I rolled down the passenger window to get some air. It smelled a little like fresh rain and earthworms. It helped calm me. The wind blowing, Cale driving, the loud thrum of the engine in this beast of a truck. It all helped calm me.
Are you hot?
Cale's voice was smooth as he put his seatbelt on. No, I'm okay. He smiled at me, and I had to look away. I hated that my guard was slipping, and slipping fast, but I felt a burst of relief when he looked at me, head tilted and lips parted. His eyes stayed on me. I could feel them, but didn't meet them. What? I asked him, tucking my chin to my shoulder to hide my mouth.
It feels good to breathe again,
he responded, and as I turned to look at him, his eyes were locked onto mine. I didn't know how I could look away. You can't just say something like that, I teased him softly.
I thought you wanted answers from me.
I stared out the window as he continued to drive. I do. Silence passed between us as he turned onto the main street, heading the opposite way from my house. I didn't ask where we were going.
Where do you want me to start?
His voice was so calming, so deep and comforting, even in this raw and uncertain moment. Well, how many lies were there? Cale sighed, and the turn signal dinged as he waited at a red light. His eyes were on the road in front of us.
I didn't tell you about knowing your dad because when I went there that first week, I had no fucking idea that he was your dad, honest to God, Karina. I didn't know before we walked in. I didn't know anything about you. Yeah, I knew he had twins, but I didn't know you or your brother. I thought you were just Elodie's friend.
Cale's words gave me a hint of reassurance, but didn't address why he had stayed silent about it for days and weeks after. You've had plenty of time to talk to me and tell me what happened with my dad, but you never did. His jaw clenched, but his voice came out even.
At first I didn't tell you because you seemed so kind, and my history with your dad was really complicated. It seemed easier not to get into all of that. Then we kept hanging out, and then I started to...
He stopped as a flash of light illuminated the windshield. He had swerved into another lane. A horn blared as Cale jerked the wheel to straighten the car, and I caught my breath.
Fuck, sorry.
Cale was looking straight ahead, his hands strangling the steering wheel.
Are you okay?
He asked. His chest was moving up and down like he was bursting with adrenaline and fear. Let's just pull over here. I pointed to a Dollar Tree across the intersection. He parked the car, but kept the ignition on. He switched the music off and turned his body to me.
Are you okay?
He repeated. I nodded and he sighed, blowing air out of puckered lips. We sat under the dim parking lot light and looked at each other, barely blinking, before I spoke, breaking the silence. Atlanta? Were you really not going to tell me that you bought a house there? You made me look like such an idiot in front of my dad, and you know how shitty that was for me.
I just closed on the property literally the day your dad came to your house. I don't know how he even knew that, but I had every intention of telling you that day. I came hoping to celebrate with you, actually. Hell, I even thought about trying to convince you to go with me. The house is in bad shape. It'll take me at least a year to get it ready to live in or sell.
Okay, was all I could come up with. Deep down, I really believed that he was telling the truth. I didn't know why, but I just had a gut feeling that he wasn't lying to me. Not about Atlanta, at least. I took a deep breath, but kept eye contact. Okay, so even if that's all true, what about my dad? And Mendoza?
Mendoza is another story for a different day, but just try to put yourself in my shoes, knowing that my friend is deteriorating in front of my eyes, and so fucking quickly. I wasn't trying to keep it from you, but I've been really focused on helping him get by. Bringing other people into his shit would only make things harder for him. We're all fighting the same battle with PTSD, but he's losing, so I tried to keep everything and everyone around him as normal as possible, to help him feel less crazy.
His eyes left mine and stared at the seat between us. My heart ached and swelled. It wasn't my place to force Cale to tell me about Mendoza's mental health. I felt like shit for even attempting to use that against him, when this was really about my dad and the house in Atlanta. Okay, I repeated. And what about my dad? You're telling me there wasn't ever a time to tell me from that first day until now?
No, there was. And honestly, I'm sorry that I'm such a selfish person.
He rubbed his hand across his chin and pulled at his lips.
It was selfish. That's it. I knew you wouldn't want anything to do with me if your dad told you, which I figured he would. So I just kept taking more and more of your time. Karina, I have felt nothing for so long. I started to think I wasn't capable of caring about anyone this way, so I got addicted to this feeling.
What feeling? His hand was warm when he lifted it to gently grab mine. He pressed them both to his chest, and I felt his heart pounding.
I'm not even sure what it is. It just feels so good. And I'm a selfish fuck who wanted to keep getting this feeling from you before I left. I didn't mean to hurt you. I really, really didn't. I waited each day like a madman for the other shoe to drop, for you to find out that I lied about knowing your dad, but each time I saw you, everything disappeared except you and me. I know this isn't enough, and I won't ever be enough for you, but I just wanted to explain myself and apologize for not doing it earlier.
He dropped our hands, but I grabbed his again. My eyes were stinging and my head was foggy, and I didn't know up from down, but I knew I wanted to hold his hand. I moved toward him, closing the space between us. A pile of papers and a book bag were in the way, but I pushed them toward the door as Cale held my hand, firmly.
I'm really sorry, honestly, and I get it if you just want me to go away.
He rounded his shoulders, deflated, and I had the strongest urge to comfort him. He was so close now that I could smell the faint, earthy cologne he used, and I could feel the warmth radiating from him. I ignored the storm of doubts left in my head, stepped over any remnants of red flags, and pulled my hand from his to bring it to his cheek. His skin was so soft, so beautiful and familiar. I felt warm and glowing from the inside out, and couldn't think of how to say that to him. I used my body instead of words to show him we would be okay. I climbed onto Cale's lap, and he groaned as I wrapped my arms around his back. The sharp fear of rejection disappeared as he dug his hands into my hair. I could feel the relief flowing from both of us so intensely that I thought we would shake the truck. His hands held onto my hips, roaming around the tops of my thighs without a word between us. Somehow this would work out. We were supposed to be together. If we weren't, it wouldn't feel this good. We wouldn't be able to communicate like this, without saying a word. The connection wouldn't feel this intense and electrifying if we couldn't figure it all out. I refused to believe the universe was that cruel. I brushed my thumb across his cheek, just below his eye. I don't want you to go away ever again, I whispered, as his eyes fluttered open to look into mine.
Are you sure? I'm trying to warn you,
he said. He brushed a piece of my hair out of my face and tucked it behind my ear.
I like your hair, by the way.
His voice was a whisper by the end of the sentence, and my hands were shaking as they trailed over his bottom lip, and he made a noise again, encouraging me. I pressed my lips to his, letting all my guard down now, letting all the pain rush out of me, all the anxiety, the loneliness. It all melted out of me as he kissed me. His hand went around the back of my neck, and his lips opened mine wider to taste more of me. I never ever wanted to be away from this man again, no matter how many coincidences and unanswered questions surrounded him, no matter what demons he was running from or chasing. I couldn't lose this. Not again. I hugged him tighter, and he said sorry between kissing me and pressing his hands to my cheeks, and I shushed him, begging him to take me home. He didn't stop kissing me, exploring me. I was completely melted by his warm hands and mouth.
Okay,
he eventually said, kissing my forehead.
Let's go home.
The way he said home made me feel so comforted. I had always thought of home as a place, but it's a feeling, I decided in that moment. I stayed as close to Cale as I could during the short drive to my house. We turned onto my street, and he drove more slowly before pulling up to his usual spot. I felt a mix of nerves and elation, and a rush to get inside with him. I missed having him in my house, and I think he knew that. He gave me a shy smile and courteously picked up my handbag to move it out of my way. In my rush to climb out of the passenger door, I knocked the thick packet of papers to the floorboard. Sorry I dropped these, I hope I didn't mess them up, I said as I stacked them neatly. Is this for your discharge? There was an army folder on top with the typical army star. Cale stilled next to me. I felt the shift in the air around us as I realized what the packet said. Whose enlistment packet is this? Being nosy and not thinking anything of it, I started to open the folder. That's when Cale reached over, trying to grab it from me. Who's signing their life away? I teased as his eyes fell to the paperwork in my hands. And then I read the name on the first page. Austin Tyler Fisher. Chapter 66. Now it was Cale's turn to call my name. Cale's turn to bring me back to Earth.
Karina,
he said.
Listen to me, Karina, there's an explanation.
His words were gibberish. I could make out my name, but that was it. I could barely feel my body. The truck was parked on solid ground, but felt like it was dangling over the edge of a cliff. What is this, Cale? I managed at last. When he didn't answer me, I screamed. What is this? What the hell is this? I slammed the folder down onto the seat's empty space between us. Do not move any closer to me until you tell me what this is and why it has my brother's name on it. I was every emotion. Fear, anger, disgust, contempt. Had Austin really joined the army? No fucking way that was what this was. I must be missing something. Cale stared at me blankly. I could see him doing it again, closing himself off like he did during the fight with my dad. Don't you dare shut down. I want answers, I insisted. Austin. I dug in my purse for my phone and, finding it, searched the screen to pull up his name. My head was spinning so fast that everything was blurry when I tried to call him. Of course he didn't pick up. This can't be true. Cale, didn't you just give him a job? I could barely get the words out. You convinced him to enlist, didn't you? I spat at Cale as I yanked and pushed the door of the truck open and stepped outside. I coughed, my lungs failing me as the world around us spun. Oh my God!
It sank in. You did this because of my dad. Oh my God! I held onto the door of the truck and Cale ran around to my side, but kept himself at a safe distance.
This doesn't have anything to do with your dad. This was me helping your brother with his future. I did this because he needs to stop fucking up his life. His words, not mine.
I wanted to scream at Cale. He was a marble statue. Beautiful but cold. You knew how I felt about Austin and the army and the agreement we had that he would never enlist. You knew how much it would hurt me and you still did it. Oh my God, I'm such a fucking idiot. I glared at him. You're so fucked up. I put my head in my hands to not have to look him in the face. It wasn't worth trying to rationalize. People, some of them, hurt others as a way of masking their own pain, but some people just hurt other people simply to do it. I didn't need to know anything else about Cale to know that he must be one of these people. All of the helping Austin bullshit, all of the hours we spent, and secrets we shared, it was all fake. I wrapped my arms around myself. I was going to be sick. Cale had the nerve to reach for me, and I jerked away, moving from the street to the patch of grass next to the sidewalk in front of my house. I felt unstable in all forms of the word. My body and mind were no longer connecting. Even though I couldn't speak, I kept backing away, nearly tripping on the edge of the sidewalk.
Karina, please,
Cale pleaded. I held my hand up, silently begging him to stop. Get away from me. Tears soaked my face, and I brushed aside strands of hair stuck to my wet cheeks. Go! I screamed, not caring that it was dark out or that I would be alone on the side of the road. I just wanted to be as far away from him as humanly possible. And of course, because the universe hated me, the moment my shoes touched the ground and I yelled at him again to drive away, the sky started to cry with me, covering me with thick tears of rain from head to toe. I collapsed in the grass after he pulled away, and stayed there until the moon glared at me to go to my own bed and leave hers. There were no stars to dry my tears. This concludes the reading of The Falling, a Brightest Stars novel by Anna Todd. Copyright 2022 by Frayed Pages, Inc. This book was read by Lauren Ezzo. This unabridged recording was published by arrangement between Frayed Pages, Inc. and Bookcase Literary Agency, and was produced in 2022 by Blackstone Publishing, which holds the copyright. Neither this recording nor any portion of it may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authorization from Blackstone Publishing. For a complete listing of our titles, visit our website at www.downpour.com. Thank you.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.